इतिहास के पन्ने अगर हम पलट के देखें तो डे 2 बीन द डे ऑफ होपफुली द स्टार्ट ऑफ अ कमबैक ऑफ मेनी टीम्स, बिकॉज कल के दिन पे हमने देखा था कि बहुत सारी ऐसी अनटोल्ड स्टोरीज थी जो उभरती हुई आ रही थी। पीछे हमारे यहाँ सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स जो वॉक इन करते हुए दिख रहे हैं आपको, प्लेयर बस आ चुकी है। बात करेंगे कुछ लोगों से, बिकॉज बहुत सारे जाने माने नाम, बहुत सारे मेजर बड़े खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने बहुत सारे टाइटल्स जीते यहाँ पे बस के अंदर से उतरेंगे। राइट ऑफ द बैट, राइट ऑफ द गेट गो वी हैव मिस्टर अमर खान, डेस्ट्रो पाजी यहाँ पे आ चुके। कैसे हो बताओ?
बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो?
आप थोड़ा साइड में आ जाओ, आपसे थोड़ी बातचीत करते हैं। हाउ वॉज डे 1 फॉर यू? मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कैसा था आपका डे 1?
आई थिंक जो मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया था वैसे ही किया हमारा डे 1। आई एक्सपेक्टेड वी वुड गेट अराउंड 45-50 पॉइंट्स। 41 है, आई एम स्टिल हैप्पी। 40 वाला हमने मार्क क्रॉस किया। डे 1 हमारा कभी अच्छा जाता भी नहीं है। जब एवरेज किया है उसके बाद हमने इवेंट अच्छा ही फिनिश किया है। होपफुली इस बार भी सेम होगा।
मेरा दूसरा सवाल एक्चुअली यही होने वाला था कि मतलब डे 2 में डेस्ट्रो पाजी से एक स्टोरी आती है, कीप अस इन योर प्रेयर्स एंड देन समथिंग मैजिकल हैपेंस। तो क्या उस चीज़ का एक्सपेक्टेशन इस बार भी है कि जनता का प्यार आपको मिलेगा?
स्टोरी वाला चेंज हो गया है। डे 1 और डे 3 पे आती है, डे 2 छोड़ दिया है। लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस।
See, I think you're gonna win if you exchange the watches. तो हम एक बार वो अपना ट्रेडिशन कर लेंगे, प्रथा कर लेंगे, एंड वी डेफिनेटली विश यू गाइज ऑल द बेस्ट। डे 3 में ऐसा क्या प्लान है या फिर डे 2 में ऐसा क्या प्लान है जो आपको लगता है कि चीज़ें बदल सकती है इस लॉबी में?
आई थिंक जो हमने कल स्ट्रैटेजीज अप्लाई करी थी मैचेस के अंदर, वही और रिफाइन करना है हमको आज। बिकॉज हमने कल कंसिस्टेंट खेला बट वी कुड नॉट कन्वर्ट अ मैचेस डबल डिजिट्स वाले। तो आज उसी चीज़ पे फोकस रहेगा, बस होपफुली अच्छा जाए।
चलो, ऑल द बेस्ट डेस्ट्रो, थैंक यू सो मच, ऑल द बेस्ट, ऑल द बेस्ट। ब्यूटीफुल इंटरेक्शन विद डेस्ट्रो, बट हमारे जो बाकी प्लेयर्स है ये अभी उतरने वाले हैं एंड आई एम एक्साइटेड टू सी व्हिच टीम स्टेप्स आउट फर्स्ट राइट नाउ। ओह माय गॉड, वी हैव 4 मिनट्स ड्रैगन, व्हाट इज अप ब्रो, व्हाट इज अप, हाउ यू फीलिंग? 3 chicken dinners in day 1, this man changed the whole scene. We have never seen domination like this in the LAN event so far. What are your thoughts of your day 1 performance and what are your plans for day 2?
I think we didn't panic in day 1 because most of the teams, I don't know what they did. Most of them choked it up. But first match we choked it up. But after that we talked to ourselves, we should not do this. We're not this type of team. We should perform well. Then we made the 3 chicken dinners and we are in national. Day 2 I think we will do the same thing.
Day 2 you're gonna do the same thing. Usually people know that Dragon, when it comes to words he's very sweet, but when it comes to the gameplay he's very aggressive. Any message you wanna send to the rest of your 15 competitions for day 2?
I think they can do it well. They can also do it well. Because they are here for the finals because they have gameplay. They can also do well.
Well, that was a sweet and humble message. Thank you so much, Dragon. I hope your day goes well as well. And that is it from the bus side, ladies and gentlemen. It was a beautiful interaction with all the players. सारे के सारे players हमारे जो है already venue के अंदर चले गए हैं। Day 2 6 matches बहुत important रहने वाला है because today is gonna be the day of comebacks. क्या 4 miracles अपना journey continue करेंगे या फिर दूसरे teams वापसी करेंगे? This is realme BMPS 2025, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Salty signing out.
शुरुआत हो चुकी है रियलमी BMPS 2025 की और मुझे दिख रहा है कि जो हमारी प्लेयर्स की बस है वो आ रही है पीछे। तो एक काम करेंगे, जल्दी से हम बात करेंगे हमारे प्लेयर्स के साथ और देखते हैं कि आज ये जो हमारे प्लेयर्स है ये कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं और क्या जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस है ये दूसरे दिन के साथ लेके आए हैं। तो लीजिए, बस भी आ चुकी है, तो लेट्स से कि कौन से प्लेयर सबसे पहले उतरते हैं, उनसे करेंगे चर्चा और जानेंगे कि आज का जो दिन था हमारा वो कैसा रहा है उनके लिए। जो सबसे पहला प्लेयर आएगा हम देखेंगे कि आखिर होता कौन है। स्लग, रुकिए रुकिए रुकिए, कैसे हो आप? गुड मॉर्निंग। पहले तो हाँ भाई, ओमेगा, अरे ओमेगा चलेगा, चलो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। स्लग, कैसा था आज का दिन ये बताओ पहले तो।
आज का दिन तो काफ़ी अच्छा था, उठे अभी देखते हैं, अब कमबैक की पूरी वो है हमारी ट्राई एंड मोस्टली कर भी लेंगे कमबैक। कल कुछ चीज़ें थी जो हमने मिस आउट कर दी थी बट आज नहीं होगी वो, एंड फुल ट्राई हमारा कमबैक का। बाकी देखते हैं क्या रहता है। अंडरडॉग्स भी काफ़ी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं तो उनको अब थोड़ा देना पड़ेगा आज कमबैक।
तो मुझे बताइए कि कल आपसे एग्जैक्टली क्या गलत हुआ ऐसा आपको लग रहा है?
आई गेस हमसे कल गलत ये हुआ, हमें लगा था कि लॉबी नॉर्मल रहेगी, इतना शायद अंडरडॉग्स भी थोड़ा प्रेशर लेके खेलेंगे। हमने थोड़ा स्ट्रेटजी वाइज सोचा था कि खेलेंगे करके, बट यहाँ स्ट्रेटजी काम नहीं आ रही। सारी अंडरडॉग टीम सीधा सेंटर वगैरह ले लेती है, पूरा जोन फिल हो जाता है। तो ये शायद मेरे हिसाब से रहा था कि ये चीज़ हम लोग लास्ट मैच तक भी वो समझ नहीं पाए। बट आज हमने वापस उस दिन कल घर जाके हमने देखा कैसे खेली अंडरडॉग टीम्स वगैरह, एंड आज हम पूरा एकदम अच्छे से खेलेंगे। हमें पता है क्या करना है हमें आज।
ठीक है, एक लास्ट जल्दी से मेरे को बस एक टीम का नाम बताइए जो हमारे नई टीम्स आए उनमें से, कि कौन सा आपको लग रहा है आपका सबसे बड़ा कंपटीटर है अभी।
आई गेस INF।
INF। चलिए, आज के दिन के लिए ऑल द बेस्ट। मैं होप कर रही हूँ कि आज का आपका दिन एकदम बेस्ट है। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द मैच।
थैंक यू।
ऑलराइट, तो स्लग का दिन तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गया है। आओ एक बार देखते हैं कि बाकी प्लेयर्स का क्या हाल है। सो सोमराज, हेलो सोमराज, कैसे हो आप?
आई एम गुड।
यू आर डूइंग गुड। सो क्या चल रहा है, कैसे रहे कल के मैचेस आपके?
कल के मैचेस नॉर्मल रहे, बट जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था उतना हम लोग पूरा नहीं कर पाए। आज हम लोग का ट्राई रही पूरा कवर अप करे, आज का भी और कल का भी।
तो फिर अगर मैं आपको एक टीम का नाम लेने बोलूँ जो आपको लग रहा है कि आपके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम बन रहा है इन मैचेस में, तो वो कौन सी टीम होगी?
ऐसी अभी कोई भी टीम नहीं है, क्योंकि सब लोग बहुत क्लोज है और ज़्यादा गैप नहीं है, और कोई पर्टिकुलर टीम अभी तक आउटशाइन नहीं कर रही है। सो ठीक है।
अगर आपको एक मैसेज देना हो जो लोग आपको देख रहे हैं और जो आपसे कुछ सुनना चाहते हैं, तो आप क्या मैसेज दोगे उन्हें?
नेवर लूज होप।
नेवर लूज होप। चलिए, ऑल द बेस्ट आज के मैचेस के लिए। आई होप कि हमें जो BGIS के विजेता है वो BMPS के विजेता बनते थे। ऑल द बेस्ट। चलिए, बात तो ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है इन प्लेयर्स के साथ। अब देखना ये है कि आज का जो इनका दिन है वो कैसा रहता है इनके लिए, एंड ऑफ कोर्स क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस पूरे होते हैं या फिर नहीं। जानने के लिए देखते रहे realme BMPS 2025 के मैचेस जो बहुत जल्दी शुरू होंगे।
All right, we are live from the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre in Delhi. And ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of realme BMPS 2025. My name is Rohit Varghese and इतिहास की बात कर लेते हैं। BMPS के इतिहास में आज तक ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ कि डे 1 के बाद ही हमें पता चल जाए कि अल्टीमेटली चैंपियन कौन बनने वाला है। और इतिहास की बात कर ही रहे हैं तो आपको इतिहास की एक और बात बता देता हूँ कि डे 2 में हमने देखा है कि BMPS में टीम्स कमबैक करती हैं, सरप्राइज करती हैं और अपना फाउंडेशन बनाती हैं फॉर डे 3। एंड अगर आपको जस्ट इन केस लग रहा है कि ये तो मैं एवी कह रहा हूँ, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। लेट्स गो बैक इन टाइम, नॉट दैट लॉन्ग अगो, 2024 की अगर बात करें तो BMPS डे 1 में जो टीम टॉप 8 में भी नहीं थी, अल्टीमेटली चैंपियन बन गई थी। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि a lot is at stake today for our teams. Pride, honor, and that chance to be called the champions. And देखिए, बहुत सारी चीजें आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं डे 2 में, एंड अच्छे से हमारे कास्टर्स तो डिस्कस करेंगे। लेकिन डे 1 में अगर जस्ट इन केस अगर आपने कुछ अमेजिंग मोमेंट्स मिस कर दिए हो, तो डोंट वरी, वी गॉट यू कवर्ड। चेक दिस आउट।
अगला स्टेशन BGMI एक्शन है। दरवाजे इतिहास के पन्नों के लिए खुलेंगे, कृपया सावधानी से खेलें।
Hello and welcome to realme BMPS 2025, the grand finals, the biggest tournament in the history of BGMI. क्योंकि इस बार the prize pool is 4 crore rupees. जो 16 टीम्स हैं who have made it to the grand finals, उनमें से बहुत सी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जो पहला अपना ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स खेलने वाले, जिन्होंने बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स को हराकर अपनी जगह यहां बनाई है।
दोनों स्पॉट के अपने को एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन भी कर चुके हैं। 14 टोटल फिनिशेस जो लॉस हरमनोस के पास, यहां से वो चिकन डिनर उनसे छीन पाना है इम्पॉसिबल। लॉस हरमनोस टेक अ बाउ, व्हाट अ गेम, व्हाट अ बिगिनिंग।
4 मिरेकल अपने पूरे नंबर के साथ आ चुके हैं, चारों तरफ से इन्हें घेरा जा चुका है, ऐसे में कोई एग्जिट नहीं, और फाइनली 4 मिरेकल वो लेके जाते हुए विनर चिकन डिनर।
बैक टू बैक उनके खाते में जाता हुआ ये दूसरा विनर चिकन डिनर। अपनी टीम के लिए उन्होंने वो ओपनिंग नॉक निकाला, और आप पोको को देखिए, उन्होंने भी वहां पे एक नॉक निकाला और डैगर का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पे बियर्ड बाबा वो करते हुए नजर आए। फाइनली बियर्ड बाबा उनको तो वेपन भी मिल चुका है, और वो जो फाइनल नेल इन द कॉफिन है वो डालते हुए नजर आएंगे।
बट क्या यहाँ पे चिकन निकालना पॉसिबल? सारे के तो जस्ट सामने वो प्लेयर है टीम आर्यन।
एक और प्लेयर उसका उसको एलिमिनेट किया गया, पेनिसाई वो भी डाउन हो गए।
फाइनली ओपन में आ चुके हैं, शॉट लेने की कोशिश, निंजा बॉय क्या ये क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी नहीं। Can he do something amazing? Yes, he can. He can. No, he cannot. For a miracle has done it again. एक बार फिर से वो miracle. चलिए चलते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं वहां क्या बदला है। फोर मेरिकल दोबारा से अब नंबर 1 पे।
मजेदार गेम प्ले चल रहा है फोर मेरिकल और 4TR का।
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals Day 2 itself. This is going to be a very exciting one as well. It is going to be a day of comebacks. Whether or not are we going to see a potential comeback here, because yesterday's performance coming from 4 Miracle in particular, with a team that single-handedly takes 3 chicken dinners in a single day itself is just phenomenal. Once again, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is 2 handsome gentlemen. We have I, Super Johnny, and Necro, and we are going to be your English commentators. And of course, we have to talk about what happened yesterday as well.
Yeah.
What do you guys think on 4 Miracles' performance? Are they going to continue their carnage today itself?
I mean, we are hoping that that happens, because this is the first time we have seen a fresh face on the block, especially during the Pro Series, because these lads have been playing in the competitive circuit at the best tier for a long time, but they've never really found their success until now. That was a dominating performance on day 1, as you said, 70 points. It's nothing to be scoffing off about.
And once again, it really depends on the other teams as well, right? If 4 Miracle really wants to keep up the consistency, they need to bring in a variation in their playstyle. They need to bring in new strategies. If they pretty much just copy-paste the same stuff, I'm pretty sure today they will be countered, because there's other desperate teams like K9 Esports, even God's Reign waiting to take the crown in their hands. So one thing is for sure, 4 Miracle right now, they've got a hot head in their hands.
Well, of course, when we talk about those teams as well, as you can see, the players themselves are ready and getting ready into the stage themselves to give you guys one of the best performance. And of course, on screen, we do see Dragon, one of the stars coming in from day number 1. It seems like 4 Miracle, they look really confident in today's performance.
Yeah, I mean, their confidence, hopefully, it is not going to turn into pressure today. Otherwise, we have seen this before. Teams leading the charge at the end of day 1 usually end up dropping the ball on day number 2. But we talk about day number 2, and it is going to be names like God's Reign. It is going to be names like NON, Genesis, 8-Bit, and K9 that I think a lot of eyes will be locked on.
Even Team Forever is currently just sitting all the way down in the slumbers, right? No one would have thought that Team Forever is going to be in the bottom 2. But that's what's currently happening with the players of Team Forever. And let's speak about Los Hermanos. Started things off with 26 points. Later on, we saw that consistency, or later on, we saw that dominance just slowly and steadily fizzle out.
Well, agree. But before we talk about the teams even in depth as well, let's talk a little bit more on what's the realme ranking of how things are happening here. And personally, I feel like the ranking has kind of shifted in a way where we weren't expecting new faces yet. You know, as the number goes on, I think day 2, will Levi be able to top the charts?
I mean, he's already topping the charts, right? He's
Well,
had
he
a
is
nice
still
little
topping the charts,
advantage to work
apparently.
with. 69 finishes. That's a nice performance that he's delivered consistently throughout the entire run of the realme BMPS. And of course, the closest anyone is to him is Devotee with 47. So Levi has a big gap in his favor. He has that safety net, and I think by the end of tomorrow as well, he might actually be the realme MVP.
As you mentioned, right, the man's got a lot of cushion to play with, and NoNx today are going to be a little bit more aggressive. At least that's what the coach was saying. Today, NoNx is going to try to pick those fights, because on day 1, they did not really have that much confidence. And as we do see the second page as well on the 60, we'll see Ninja Boy. Yesterday, that one game from Ninja Boy, the man managed to acquire 9 finishes in that one game.
Well, all things considered as well, it is going to be a star fight here, especially in day 2 and day 3, considering that they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of the overall numbers advantage game. And of course, all this stats is calculated based on the round 1 performances, semifinals week 1, and then here in the grand finals itself. And like you said as well, Devotee is the next closest to try and give chase onto his Levi, who's currently, in this case, in the top of charts here with 69 finishes. That's a pretty ironic number. But before that, I'm curious to see what Levi and also Devotee, considering that these are the top 2 in the realme MVP ranking, have to say about this performance here in the grand finals, because we're going to be going into an interview with them right here, right now.
Thank you so much, casters. And इस समय मेरे साथ हैं the MVPs right now. Number 1 and the number 2 from the MVP list. We have Levi from team NoNx and team Aryan से हैं हमारे पास Devotee. And सबसे पहले Levi, आपसे शुरू करते हैं. लीग स्टेज में क्या बढ़िया खेला, बहुत सारे लोगों का दिल जीता, गेम्स भी जीते. लेकिन अगर टीम नॉनएक्स की इस समय बात करें, लैंड फाइनल्स में बात करें, तो डे 1 की शुरुआत एक ड्रीमी शुरुआत तो नहीं हुई, एक सपनों वाली शुरुआत तो नहीं हुई. तो क्या हो रहा है इस समय, जब इतनी बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आपकी लीग स्टेज में थी, तो इस समय ये जो लाइव ऑडियंस है, ये जो माहौल है, क्या उससे थोड़ा सा इंटिमिडेटिंग होता है? क्या चल रहा है इस समय टीम के बीच में?
हमारा स्टार्टिंग के 3 गेम्स में मोमेंटम बना नहीं, एंड 4th गेम में भी मैं फ्री का मर गया था. 5th एंड 6th गेम में हमने थोड़ा मारने का ट्राई किया एंड थोड़ा बंदे मारे, वहाँ से मोमेंटम बन रखा है. एंड वही कल का मोमेंटम आज कैरी फॉरवर्ड करेंगे एंड आज मारेंगे. एंड प्रेशर तो वैसा कुछ है नहीं, क्योंकि हमने अभी जस्ट रिसेंटली BGMI लैंड खेला था, तो कुछ प्रेशर है नहीं वैसा.
एंड इसमें अगर फिनिशेस की बात करें तो लीवाई एंड डिवोटी, आपके फिनिशेस के बीच में एक गैप तो है, एंड वो छोटा गैप बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो आप के दिमाग में, जहन में ये प्लान है कि आप ये कवर अप करेंगे ताकि आपको अल्टीमेटली ट्रॉफी मिले और वो जो कैश प्राइस है वो मिल जाए?
नहीं, अगर अच्छा खेलेंगे, मतलब चिकन डिनर्स आएंगे, मैचेस अच्छे जाएंगे, तो ऑब्वियसली मैं इससे तो आगे चले जाऊंगा. मतलब थोड़ा टफ है, पर उसके लिए हम लोग को थोड़ा चिकन से ज़्यादा लेना पड़ेगा, तो ऑब्वियसली किल्स तो हो ही जाएंगे.
एंड कल जो लीवाई आपके इनिशियल मैचेस थे, तो वो उतने अच्छे नहीं गए. तो क्या वो रीज़न है कि आपकी जो पर्सनल परफॉर्मेंस जो हमने लीग स्टेज में देखा था एंड ये जो लैंड फाइनल्स में ये जो फ़र्क देख रहे हैं, क्या उसके कारण हुआ था कि चिकन डिनर्स आपके हित में नहीं जा रही थी? वॉज दैट द रीज़न कि आपकी परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी सी डिप की?
हाँ, वो मेन वही परफॉर्मेंस डिप, इसका रीज़न यही है कि हमारा स्टार्टिंग के 3 में मोमेंटम नहीं बना. स्टार्टिंग के 3 गेम में, लास्ट के 2 गेम में थोड़ा मोमेंटम बना एंड हमने मारा. तो अभी आज भी स्टार्ट वहीं से करेंगे, लास्ट के कल 2 मैच से.
ऑल राइट. एंड डिवोटी, अब देखिए ये जो फासला है ये लंबा है, लेकिन उतना भी लंबा नहीं है. तो अब आपसे पर्सनली जानना चाहता हूँ कि क्या आप ये MVP का टैग लेना चाहेंगे, या ट्रॉफी जीतना चाहेंगे, या दोनों जीतना चाहेंगे?
मैं तो ट्रॉफी जीतना चाहूँगा. मतलब MVP क्या करूँगा, मेरा अकेले का आएगा. अगर टीम जीतेगी तो फिर सबके लिए अच्छा रहेगा, और फिर ट्राई करेंगे आज अच्छा खेलने का, देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है.
All right, हम भी देखना चाहेंगे कि टीम आर्यन एंड आपकी परफॉर्मेंस कैसी होती है. एंड सेम गोज फॉर यू Levi, फॉर टीम NoNx. विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट and hope to see a lot of surprises, hope to see a lot of comebacks on day 2. These are our top MVPs. That's Levi from team NoNx and that's Devotee from team Aryan. And day 2 में बहुत सारी चीजें आप भी एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, हम तो एक्सपेक्ट कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे एनालिस्ट इस समय क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं और क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं डे 2 से, आइए चलते हैं और उन्हीं से जानते हैं.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting one here, considering the fact that what's the point of winning the MVP and you not lift the trophy? And I'm going to ask the very, very important tagline here.
Yeah.
MVP or what?
I mean, money is involved, man. I would like to remind everyone, realme MVP does get a lot of cash in the bag, all to themselves. Does not have to share it with his teammates, but I am too selfish that way.
I mean, hey, let's have a look at the overall standings for now. On the first spot, once again, 4 Miracles sitting with 60 points. They've managed to get 3 chicken dinners out of 6 games, which is extremely impressive.
Yeah.
Then you move on towards the second spot. You see 4TR with 49 points, God's Omen with 46, Los Hermanos on the 4th with 45 points, and Aryan TMG with 41. The top 5 are pretty much the newer names that are dominating the overall standings currently.
Exactly. Yeah. But I see we had this discussion at the end of yesterday. God's Reign still in a position from where one decent performance, one decent chicken dinner can actually propel them into the podium itself.
Well, speaking of which as well, when we talk about this entire scoreboard, one good game, they will be back on track to try and contest for those trophies in particular here. But of course, when we talk about the benchmark, 4 Miracle has pretty much set the benchmark as in order for them to lift the trophy, they need 60 points per day. So in 3 days, 180 points is where you need to actually lift the trophy itself. But before that, let's talk a little bit more on the teams that have a potential to strike back. And these are 2 teams on the screen right now. We have Rising Inferno Esports as well as Eggy. And interesting enough, I had a little bit of conversation with Eggy just now. They mentioned that yesterday they were a little bit shaky in the first 3 days as well. They had a little bit of issues internally in terms of their controls here. They got messed up in between their players, and seems like now after the final game they somehow recuperated there.
I mean, kind of, because both of them have completely opposite stories, to be honest. Inferno rising off to a great start yesterday. That first match of Erangel, they were able to set the stage on fire. But then after that, the later matches, they were tumbling. The performance was extremely loose and lackluster. And because of that, they took a tumble in the overall leaderboard as well. Eggy, as ICU mentioned, started off slow but were consistent. And now we see both the teams in the top 8 right next to each other.
Yeah, so it was pretty much the opposite, right? Rising Inferno first 3 games were brilliant. But then Eggy's remaining 3 games were excellent too. And Rising Inferno, they choked up in the remaining 3 games. But I just hope Rising Inferno once again will be able to get the grip back in the overall standings. And at this point, we are supposed to say that day 2 is the day of comebacks. And we have seen a lot of comebacks happen on day 2. And if you look at the latter half of the board as well, there are so many known names still sitting on the latter half. And of course, we know they've got the caliber to make a comeback easily.
Fair enough. And at the same time as well, I asked for a target coming from Eggy. Eggy himself told me that the target today is going to be 50 points. And their strategy today is very, very simple. They're not going to care about whatever it is. They are feeling confident. They see someone there and they think they should crash. They are going to confidently go for it as well. This is something that they have been doing yesterday. It was a little bit sloppy here and there. We saw a couple of weird engagements with them against TWOB, but they're still going to stick to their game plan today itself.
But you know what? That level of confidence doesn't come easy. And if you want that level of confidence in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, we've been telling you about it. It's the realme GT7 that you need to get for yourself. 6 degrees cooler, all thanks to the iSense graphene rear cover, which, as I said, keeps the device 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions, because you are going to go on a gaming marathon with the realme GT7. Because it gives 120 FPS of stable BGMI for 6 hours so that you can keep the grind going, and eventually, who knows, by the next Pro Series, you're going to be there on that stage.
Yeah, and once again, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Pretty much capping your mentality, thinking that you just need 50 points. In my opinion, that's not a good mentality to have. If you're limiting yourself, thinking that you just need 50 points in one day, that might just not be a good thing. Because look at 4Miracle Esports. They got 60 points. It is possible. And if you're just capping your mentality, saying that you need 50 points in this day, so I think it's not a good thing.
I want to say one thing. I mean,
50 points is a lot of points, Necro.
I know, but still, it's like you're capping your own mentality. You can do better.
Okay, fair enough. All things considered here, but of course, maths don't really lie as well, right? 60 points right now. 4Miracle is number 1. 3 games means 180 points. Pretty much, you're secure for the trophy. Yay or nay?
I mean, 180 points does pretty much secure the trophy, but you never know. Last few games, anything can happen. And coming back to what I was going to say is Necro is kind of correct. You should never limit yourself with the target beforehand. But that is only true for day 1. You never set a target for day 1. Never say to yourself that, we are going to get 50 points in day 1 itself. Day 2 is when you start setting targets. Day 2 is when you have a clear line of how and what you need to do to get towards the podium.
Well, fair enough. Now, let's talk a little bit more on Day 2's performance and schedule here as well. What are we going to be expecting here? Because we are going to be playing 2 games of Erangel as well as Miramar as well as Sanhok. Obviously, it's going to be the same rotation all over again from yesterday as well. Is there going to be implementations today? Because I've heard a lot of rumors and chatters regarding TWOB official, because seems like yesterday wasn't a great day at OMEN for them at all. But today, there has been a lot of chatter about TWOB official. What do you guys think about it?
I mean, everyone's expecting them to actually do better today, because a few factors. I mean, I understand what has been going around by TWOB official, but you have to give like a few individuals, especially teams that are literally stepping their foot on any stage for the first time. I mean, it takes time to adjust.
So I've heard rumors as well regarding how their personal performances behind the scene yesterday as well. TWOB official, they were bawling their eyes out just because of their performance, knowing for the fact that they didn't really do too well and they were a little bit lost. And Robin gave me a little bit of insider information, especially coming from today. They're going to drop clash a lot of teams today.
Hey, might as well go for it, right? Because that's the only way they're going to get those points. And sitting on the 16th position, there is not a lot you can do, but let's see how the matches turn out.
Well, without further ado, let's not waste any more time. We're going to be jumping straight into Game 1 here for Day 2 of the realme BMPS Grand Finals. Day 2, this is the map of Erangel.
As the plane's going to be in the skies once again on the first map of the day, starting all the way from Quarry towards the opposite side, which is going to be no recoil. And this plane flat path is quite interesting, tilted all the way down south. That means it's going to catch a lot of teams off guard. And one of them is also going to be K9 Esports, because they like to go all the way towards the northern side, which is Severny.
I mean, you're drawing attention towards the north, Necro. We know what happened on that military bridge yesterday in Game 1 Erangel, right? 8-bit versus God's Reign. this flight path actually enables that drop clash yet again.
Yeah, hold on. You're talking about a completely different drop clash, because if you remember, TWOB official in the online stages, they were constantly drop clashing 8-bit. And that's going to happen today as well.
Who's going to go where, man? It's such a
is
big
going to
question.
drop clash 8-bit. At least that's what they've said. They said we're going to go back to our online strategy once again, and we're going to start taking fights as soon as possible.
On paper, that makes sense, right? If that is what got you so far into this tournament, if that strategy got you all the way towards the LAN finals, towards this beautiful, beautiful stage, might as well do the same thing again. But let's see, right at the bat, we see a cluster moving towards that military island. God's Reign, of course, are going to be a leading part of it. But Team Forever, that 3-1 split yet again.
And one more important fact about 2OP, there's no IGL in that team. Everyone's Assaulter. There's
You
not
like
like
that,
someone makes a dedicated call. And exactly, I love that thing. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why 2OP's over here in the land, and why some of the bigger names are not able to make it.
Because
but 8-bit, they've got company, and that is 2OP.
Well, let's see how the fight is going to go. It's all going to be down to who gets the better weapon spawns close to them. And of course, the circle as well, forming right on top of Yasnaya Poliana, is going to make sure that there will be a few intense moments at the very start of this game.
Oh, it's going to be fun. I can already tell. Johnny, this is going to be intense.
Oh,
Off the
it
rip
is.
towards Yasnaya Poliana, two teams dropping right next to each other. And that is 2OP right next to 8-bit. This drop clash, everyone anticipated it. Everyone knew it was coming, and 2OP has wiped out 8-bit twice so far. And 8-bit is not able to wipe out 2OP even once.
Well, is 8-bit going to turn the stat on its head? Right. Yeah. In Yashobhoomi Convention Centre today. We are about to find that out. So far, no shots have been fired from either sides. Both the teams, the players from both the teams still looking for those weapons. I'm still waiting for those hit markers to pop up, man. It's an early drop clash. Especially, it's a big name against a name that is hoping to get known at the end of their journey of this realme BMPS.
What? 2OP's backing away. They dropped towards Pachinki.
No.
They got their hands on the vehicle and instantly backed away. Maybe they're going to prioritize the zone, I guess.
I was just about to say that. Could be that they are prioritizing the Yasnaya position a little bit early. And it makes sense as well. The flight path was leaning completely towards the southern half of the map. That means it's a calculated gamble that Yasnaya Poliana is going to be empty. But look at what is happening now. Just spotting those parachutes out has made the players of 8-bit panic just a little bit.
Yeah, they're overthinking a lot of things now. 8-bit does not exactly know if the territory is safe or not. They're still not sure if 2OP is there around this turf. Once again, guys, do check out the Realme GT7 series on Amazon. It's already out, the sales life. Get your hands onto it. That stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours will make sure your gameplay experience will be as smooth as possible. But back towards the game, 2OP. 3 players in 1 vehicle. They've got 2 cars currently with them. And it seems like they're all the way towards Yasnaya now. They're making their way towards Yasnaya.
By the way, Necro, we got to let the people know that 2OP official is our prediction for the day.
Yeah, we all pretty much predicted 2OP official.
Yeah. By all we mean English desk.
They've got the lowest points in day 1, which is only 2 points in the span of 6 games, and that's the lowest so far.
I mean, their name is 2OP official, so they got to start with the 2, right?
Oh, actually, that's kind of smart.
See?
Think about it, it's kind of smart.
We're trying to justify it for some reason now. But anyways, 4 Miracle now. I mean, they did quite well for themselves. They're quite close to the players of 2OP, having crossed Yasnaya Poliana already. And it seems like 4 Miracle do not want to leave the city as well. They want the control of the northern half of the city for them.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a clash between 4 Miracle and 2OP soon, because even 2OP has found themselves a bit of that home in Yasnaya Poliana. But since Yasnaya is such a massive city, there's a big chance these 2 teams can even loot without even locking horns.
Oh, man.
There's a big possibility of that.
There is a possibility, but now Yasnaya drop clashes. There's only one thing I remember. It's Phoenix versus Revenant X-Park.
Johnny, what do you think about the skin?
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
It looks good visually, but I feel like it just gives your position away.
Bright colors are very easy to spot out, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, right? It just gives your position
Well, who
away.
cares if I look pretty, Necro?
If I was a professional player, I would just roam naked, straight up.
Why?
Because it's
That
probably
is-
the best thing, right? You won't be spotted that easily.
You know that's why they don't allow you on stage.
By naked, I mean, of course, the default clothes, Johnny. Come on, not literally naked.
You gotta be specific, Necro. Now people are just gonna think you're weird.
Nah, I meant to say the default clothes. But you know what? Look at TWOB. They've already started things off against 4TR. What just happened there? 4TR losing out on big man number. And that too, Khalil just running him over like that. Oh boy, that's got to sting to the players of 4TR. They're currently sitting on the second spot in the overall standings.
Yeah.
That's really got to sting.
It will for sure. Makes the life in this matchup a whole lot difficult. And now the question is, how do you play for survival for the late stages with TWOB lurking nearby? We see on the radar, the hunt is on, Anonymous going for a chase, and Payne is live, running for his life.
Man might be able to make it away. Genuinely speaking, Johnny, Payne is live, should be safe, at least for now. Anonymous does not really want to let his number go that easily. Once again, for TWOB, they're quite desperate for the points as well on the 9th spot in the overall standings. Not the ideal position to expect a team like TWOB to be in. And Anonymous, the man's constantly on the tail. But generally speaking, while they're chasing down a team and targeting a team, that's also taken a toll on the amount of time they could have utilized to actually go for a better scouting job and get a better position inside of the circle.
At this point, I think that Stalber Hill seems like a prime spot. Elevation gives you vision into Yasnaya if you have the scopes.
You gotta feel bad for 4TR. Look at their loot.
Why?
It's in shambles.
I mean, to be fair, have a decent little safety cushion to work with as well. So not really the worst possible. Yeah, it is the worst possible start, but there's still hope for 4TR. Hopefully, in the next remaining 5 matches, they do well for themselves and keep their spot inside of the top 3 at the end of the day.
2OP towards Yasna Polyana next to the players of 4 Miracle. And once again, having a look at Beard Baba's stats. 12 finishes, 41% finish contribution. Beard Baba has been phenomenal for 4 Miracle Esports yesterday as well, putting up some insane numbers. And that's crazy if you think about it. That too on a LAN finals. Out of 6 games, you get 3 chicken dinners on the day 1 itself. When you think that your names might just crumble, this team does not crack.
But within this lineup, I mean, it makes sense because Beard Baba is the player with the most LAN experience. And it's all of that experience that's coming into play that's proven to be the big difference maker between what this team used to be last year and what they are today.
Once again, guys, do check out the Kia Soros, evolved by the future. It's an amazing vehicle with great looks, so I'd recommend you guys to move on and check it out. Back towards the game, though. A few teams, once again, going for that late game rotation. We do see Rising Inferno, God's Reign, Team Forever. These no names, they do like to take it a little bit slow.
Oh, but Los Hermanos Necro. Look at them. They're making a water rotation, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the need for that is, but Los Hermanos, they should realize one thing. Even if they do make a water rotation, are they really going to have enough vehicles when they do land on surface?
That could actually be a problem, and even getting to the surface, even getting to the shorelines can become a challenge because there are going to be teams that take control of the shorelines north of Lipovka, and from there it's very easy to spot out those boats, to spot out those players making their way and pick them off. But Team Aryan, it seems like a little bit of exchange of info against Team Eggy. Contact was made, 1 player knocked out. They are looking for a revive to be brought through. It's going to be a big challenge though, because that man has gotten himself knocked out in a big cluster.
They've lost out on Aryan himself.
Yeah.
Which is quite unfortunate.
There he
and
goes.
Aryan also gets confirmed. Oh no! Not looking good. Sharpshooter. Solid stuff. 397 meters.
Wow.
Great confirmation.
Oh, but look at this. Genesis. It seems like they are also picking a fight against the players of Team Insane. Ali, the first man to get knocked out, but Aryan still put under pressure. And well, the pressure is going to keep on rising as Hitler gets knocked and run over. Team Eggy, it seems like they have shown up Necro with a new wind in their sails.
Yeah.
Not slowing down, but hey, here they come. Los Hermanos in their hovercraft.
This time it seems like there's a lot of teams who want to hunt down players. Extremely desperate for the elimination points. And Los Hermanos, they started things off with 26 points. But after that, we did see that slow and steady slip up in the overall standings. If they would have maintained that same average in the overall standings, if they even would have gotten 8 to 9 points per game, Los Hermanos would have been at the top over the players of 4 Miracle Esports. But since Los Hermanos was only able to get 4 to 5 points per game, that's why they're currently sitting on the 4th spot with 45 points.
Yeah, and it would have been much lower Had it not been for the game 1 performance, as you mentioned, 26 points in total, 16 finishes and the chicken dinner in the first Erangel played yesterday. But Los Hermanos, they were in a split formation earlier on. Now having regrouped, we're going to see what their endgame looks like. But so far, God's Reign not having made their way in towards the play zone itself. Are they even going to achieve that feat, Necro, this time?
Yeah, it's going to be a chaotic endgame, you can just tell.
Yeah.
God's Reign, slow and steady moves, moving it from the edge themselves. K9 Esports all the way from the northern side. Even they're moving in around Stalbert. Generally speaking, Johnny, K9 Esports' late game strategy to always rotate in extremely late, I'm not a big fan of it. It's not been working out so far. In my opinion, they should switch things up a little bit more and be a little bit more proactive. Just be quick enough to actually get inside of the circle.
I think based on the lineup that they have, everyone would be of the same mindset, because we have seen these individuals just be absolute monsters and dominate team fights all by themselves. And even playing like a unit, they tend to do quite well. But this time, as Necro said, we were talking about it, the slow rotation strat not really doing a lot for them. And seems like K9 Esports might have a little bit of run-in with the players of TWOB.
There's definitely a massive chance. K9 Esports, luckily enough, they know that there's no one really in the back lines.
Yeah.
Since that late game rotation has given them that assurance. But once again, all it takes is that one single mess up and a slip up. And that's when TWOB can instantly clean sweep them. K9 Esports, slow and steady moves towards that zone. They want to make it in. Spawning out the blitz of TWOB, and what are those shots? Omega finding insane connections this time. Taking down Anonymous, barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and the shots continue. Anonymous though, the man's still safe.
Well, safe for now, but for how long is going to be the question. Somehow does manage to survive, stay alive, but the pressure from K9 Esports, it is going to brew up slowly and steadily. And TWOB, they also start making their way towards the zone, looking to avoid conflict, so they move out wide towards the western side. This is another team, you can barely see them on the radar. That was Team Aryan gatekeeping the northern edge of the play zone right now.
Yeah. TWOB in the back lines of Team Aryan. And TWOB, for them, they just want to pull off a clean rotation, do not really want to engage, at least as of now. Wants to take things as slow and as cautiously as possible. Aryan, unfortunately, they got taken down to just a two-man squad by the players of Eggy. And luckily enough, these two remaining players, they somehow made it alive.
Although, Necro, it seems like the cluster is going to take us to those open fields towards the west of Yasnaya Poliana. And right now, 40 are 2 players picked up at the start of the game. Remaining 2 surviving players have taken control of a decent position towards the center. So there is hope for them to be able to survive to the late game stages of this match, if the circle does not betray them, that is.
Rising Inferno. Backs against the wall. They need to move inside of the zone as well. The surrounding ground's extremely exposed, and where's Rising Inferno going to find themselves a bit of that pit stop? They need to find a home. They're going to find themselves a bit of that home. But it's not a great spot at all. Too exposed. Things might just not work for them that well. TWOB, once again, even they're there around the block. TWOB all the way towards the northern side. Everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up so it can reveal a bit more of that intention.
Well, we're going to see what the intention is going to look like. Los Hermanos, they're spotted out by TWOB. And they are looking for an opening, it seems like, but haven't found anything yet. The circle shifts again. The open fields are still in play, but it's the hills of Stalba where the action is brewing up, Necro. Team Aryan ever so cautious of the presence of K9 Esports around them. Just hiding their presence so far. And makes sense. As we said, not enough players to be able to take this fight.
8-Bit, look at them, just making a mad dash towards Yasnaya Poliana. And there's a big chance 8-Bit might just clash against 2OP. One of the men from the side of 8-Bit does get knocked out and confirmed by the player for TR. Unfortunate. And once again for Aryan, TMG now getting hunted down by the squad of K9. And there's no way Aryan's going to stand a chance. One man taken down. Aryan does not have enough member alive to try and do any sort of damage to the players of K9 Esports. K9 having a clear-cut man advantage inside of the fight. Cyrax, the man's trying his best to get something done, but in the end, Cyrax gets wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby.
Valiant effort, the valiant effort coming in from the players of Team Aryan, but TWOB opening found against the players of LHS. Carlin knocked and finished, one of the best performing players from the side of Los Hermanos. But what does this bring to the table for TWOB? K9 Esports spotted out on the slope of the hill as well, and as we can see it on the map, Godzone and Necro, it seems like they are getting eager to get involved in this conflict.
They indeed are.
But all these teams, they have been pushed outside of the play zone.
3 finishes racked up. TWOB, there's still a lot on the plate that they cannot even chew, and K9 Esports starting to get picked off, but they reply back pretty well as they find a pick on towards Rapido. TWOB even Steven damage on both the sides, but even Los Hermanos is in the pinch. And both the teams now need to be extra cautious.
What?
K9 Esports, can they really save the day for Slug? And the answer might just be yes. What is going on? Such a confusing affair on this side of the map. K9 Esports going for the revival on the fallen comrade. There's also TWOB in the sidelines, and K9 Esports just needs to find a way to give some sort of a stability to their own teammates. Anonymous finds a knock against Shadow. That's going to be a crucial one. Shadow falls apart. Los Hermanos is not going to be a problem, at least as of now, but TWOB, they've got a lot to deal with, and that's going to be the players of K9 Esports too. All the 4 players up for K9. Everyone's looking extremely safe. And the moment I say so, Omega finds a beautiful knock against Anonymous, and K9, they straight up make a pounce against the players of TWOB. And TWOB's not going to stand a single chance as the last man, Kalyuk, even his position is known, is taken down extremely low inside of the vehicle. A lot of shots are taken in there, but eventually Kalyuk gets found as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it for TWOB. It's K9 Esports and their cleanup crew.
Fight for map control, map pressure, and K9 Esports come out on top. Spam shots inside of the smoke as Kalyuk falls, but that puts Los Hermanos as the next target for K9 Esports. And as we were talking about it, Godzone in the backlines as well. Brilliant opportunity for them to be able to third-party this fight. But Ninja Boy from the side of K9 Esports knocked out. They're looking for a revive, looking for a reset. Breathing room is available, by the way. So it should not be too difficult for K9 Esports to bring themselves back. And Necro, we have to talk about what a beautiful start for this team in this particular match. 6 finishes already secured. The opponents put under pressure as the third party from Godzone comes through. And Beast is going to go for that spray, secure the finish as well. That's going to be the second, the steal as well, and success. And now the last man from the side of Los Hermanos gets completely shut down. That's going to be an early exit for Los Hermanos. K9 Esports leading the charge of this game with 8 eliminations so far. Players knocked out as the trade comes through from the backlines. The third party coming in from Genesis. K9 Esports under immense pressure as they make a bounce on the players of Godzone.
Yeah, K9 Esports starting to clean house, but even they're in a big ball of trouble now. Omega, the man's taken down extremely low, and an aid is going to seal the deal and get the confirmation rolled up. K9 taken down with a 3-man squad. Things can still be recovered. There is another man knocked out for K9 Esports, and that's going to be Ninja Boy, and he cannot do anything
lovely
else.
Molly.
That Molotov is going to force Goku back. And once again, that comfort zone taken away from K9 Esports. Godzone, and they've got the man number inside of the fight. If they want, they can really shove themselves against K9 Esports. K9, a 2-man squad. Can they really stand a chance against the entirety of Godzone? The best possible thing K9 can do is just back away, and that's exactly what the boys are doing. But Beast gets caught from the back. And Beast, this is where K9 Esports might just be dealt with, but K9, they're still hungry for eliminations, as now they switch their target and focus against the players of Team Insane. There is another man in the front of Slug, and Slug eventually, he pulls out the gun, wanted to shut down the player in the front, and that's going to be it for K9. Adam flips the tables and shuts down K9.
Well, Adam being split, and it's an explosion over there. But NON on the other side, a clash against the players of Team Eggy. And even the last 2 players were just gunned down in the open as Eggy takes complete control of the southern edge of the play zone. But Godzone, they are going to be happy with themselves. 4 points secured, all thanks to that fight against the players of K9 Esports. And it brings Godzone on towards the podium in the overall leaderboard.
Godzone Luckily enough, they've got all the 4 players still standing and looking extremely strong. This nade, the man tried to toss it preemptively, but then it was a completely wrong place nade. Once again, Bonfire knows exactly where the players of 4 Miracle are. 2 on this nade, it's gonna clip a lot of damage, and it's also gonna find a knock, maybe, but he whiffs those shots. 2OP, the building now starting to get flooded by the players of 4 Miracle Esports. And 4 Miracle, they need to find a way to stop the players of 2OP because that's the only team that's currently blocking their path. 2OP, problems approaching them. Aim hacks on top of the roof, on the terrace. Even the man's trying to play for intel, and he knows exactly what 4 Miracles are trying to do as well. Utilities tossed out from the man. I don't exactly know what 2OP is doing at this point. But once again, it's time to play things a little bit more safe and passive. 2OP is playing completely for intel. 4 Miracle right underneath them. 2OP just waiting for 4 Miracle to actually walk up. And that's where the spring trap that 2OP's got set up will come back to life.
Oh, it's a great idea to take control of this God building as the players refer it. But now it's time to take the fight against the players of 4 Miracle, who are getting very eager to make that bounce to move towards the rooftop. That high ground advantage gives so much vision of the open fields towards the western side. Shots through the window, and he gets 2! 4 Miracle! It's gonna take a miracle to save them, but they've found the trades for themselves. Even 2OP are gonna be struggling for the next few moments. Buildup, the confirmation comes through! What a play! And it is 4 Miracle that end up surviving as 2OP are gonna be down to their last man, Necro. What just happened? Everything started in their favor, but all of a sudden it is just completely gone.
Yeah, 2OP, we thought they might just come out on top, but they messed up big time. How did this happen? 2OP, this was supposed to be their fight to be converted, but 2OP just messed up big time. And now with just liability on the board, I highly doubt 2OP can make a lot of impact in the game anymore. God's Omen, they're getting picked off as well. The boys are out in the open. There's no way God's Omen's going to stand a chance. But they've still managed to acquire 50 points in this one, which is, of course, solid.
Yeah.
Team Insane as well wrapped up with just 3 points in this.
The only survivor we have, Necro, from the top 6 of the overall leaderboard is 4 Miracle. This is their opportunity to gain the edge against the rest of the competition. And there we have it, the boys rolling out, but God, they're going to be able to survive the assault from Eggy. Dragon OP, the exit comes through, and he finds the opener for his team. The last 2 players pinned in the back are going to get third-partied. Team Forever, that nade might have just made the play, not for them, but for the players of 4 Miracle, as Reaper stays alive in the front line, and they have an opportunity to go for the revives in the back.
Not yet, Johnny. 4 Miracle is still getting picked off. The problems is not off their platters yet. They're still in a big world of trouble. And Dragon OP, the man is stepping outside of cover because he wants to give the intel towards his teammates. Poco, the only man standing, but the utilities, they're constantly taking the HP away, and Thunder himself is getting chipped up pretty low. Poco, there's still a big chance the man can stay alive. 4 Miracle, there's still a big chance they can't stay alive in the game. But Team Forever, they're starting to get real confident. And Poco is now going to get approached by 2 players in Team Forever. Sean steps outside of the vehicle. Team Forever, really, they want to start a clean house. And this is where Poco might just be eliminated from the game. But Poco, he finds a return knock. He wanted to go for the confirmation, but that gets denied by Team Forever's Mafia.
Oh man, that was so close. So close to getting another win in the bag, but it is okay. We're down to the top 3 of this match. Team Forever surviving with all 4, 8-bit with 3, and then there is Genesis, who have sat there in the same house for the longest of times. This has to be the game for Genesis Esports, as Team Forever are going to be left bleeding towards the southern edge of this play zone, and 8-bit just does not have enough players.
Genesis, can you really do it today? That's the main question. Yesterday, Genesis did get 1 game that was extremely close in the top 2. In the end, they had a fight against 4 Miracle Esports and they lost it. But today, Genesis Esports once again on the map of Erangel in the top 3, here to get the redemption. But 8-bit on the receiving side of the spectrum as Troy falls down. Samraj and Raiden next to each other. Utilities tossed out from both the sides. They want to stop the survival from coming through. And 8-Bit, they've just got too much on the plate. As even Raiden falls down, Genesis Esports slowly and steadily start to close out that grip as they've got the advantage. But for 8-Bit, even the back lines are pretty much open. As Team Forever, now they start to bounce on top of the opportunity.
I mean, 9 finishes on the board for Team Forever. 3 players still left alive, and luckily for them, the numbers were equalized in this endgame by 8-Bit before they got eliminated. 3 versus 3. Team Forever versus Genesis. Thunder, Mafia, and Cheyenne. They've taken a beautiful formation. 2 players in the front line. Cheyenne still staying back, keeping the check on the flat areas. But Genesis, they want to make a play around this ridge. Necro now the big difference maker between these two sides will be who has been able to save their util all this while.
Genesis, 3 players. Hunters all the way separated out towards the left, while the remaining 2 towards House. And Genesis is the only team that's got any sort of cover, while Team Forever pretty much prone out in the open. But once again, Hunters, he needs to thread the needle. He needs to find that initial knockout.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he needs to keep his position anonymous. And that's going to be the toughest task. Team Forever knows there's someone on the opposite side. In my opinion, Apollo and Zap should start taking shots and create some sort of a distraction. Apollo, the man's now starting to move out with the vehicle towards Hunters because he wants to back the man up. And Apollo is gathering all the attention upon himself. Genesis Esports, I'm not exactly sure what sort of a strategy this is going to be, but whatever it is, I just hope it works out. Team Forever, this is going to be the revival story. This game is probably the best game they've had so far in the lane.
I mean, could be, but they would still want to close it out with a chicken dinner. And as you were talking about it, Genesis moving out towards the flank, towards the line of fire, that would be much easier for Team Forever to execute. It does not make sense, but I believe they are playing with all the time that they have left, which is going to be about a minute or something. But Apollo taken down extreme low. Still Thunder from Team Forever is going to be the first man to drop, and that just swings the advantage in the favor of Genesis. Hunters, is he going to be able to make a play with this opening knock? What is Genesis going to be up to? It seems like they are going for that last push.
Yeah, Team Forever, 2 players in the back, Cheyenne and Mafia. Can they really save the day? And maybe the answer can be yes. Apollo found. And that's also going to be confirmation instantly. Genesis Esports, no way! They can fall back now. They have to commit to this fight. And that's where Cheyenne gets taken down extremely low. 1 nade towards Cheyenne can actually seal the deal. Zap, his position's known. They know Zap is inside of the smoke. Up close and personal. Utilities tossed out against Zap. But what can Genesis Esports do? This is such an awkward fight. No one's able to find any sort of piece of information that well.
Yeah.
And because of that, even Team Forever's being pushed back.
Oh man, they are being pushed back. They've been pushed back all the way towards the edge of the play zone. And in the next 43 seconds, when the blue zone collapses, we will have the last end game, but it's not going to be needed. It's a drop weapon that makes the play. Hunters finds the opener, 1 versus 2. Mafia, will he be able to strike a blow and steal this chicken dinner away from the side of Genesis? He has the angle to work with, but the weaponry in the favor of Genesis closes things out in style. Hunters hunting Forever and taking the chicken dinner away.
Yesterday in the last game, Genesis Esports, they did get the win of the sales, but they missed out on the chicken dinner barely. In the end, it came down to 1v1, but today, Genesis Esports, they started things off on a fiery note, getting the chicken dinner to kick things off, and Genesis Esports, with this chicken dinner, they're going to keep themselves on such a high spot in the overall standings.
Riding on the momentum yesterday as well, Genesis Esports finally gets that chicken dinner that they have almost clutched it out yesterday, but this time that game, it was not a mistake here. Genesis Esports definitely showing us why they deserve to be in the LAN itself, and this is going to be the start of the potential comeback here in day 2 of the grand finals. My goodness, what were we expecting? Were you guys expecting Genesis Esports to do this well in the starting matches, guys?
I mean, before the game began, no, but after we saw them take the control of the house in the open field, then one thing was for sure that Genesis would end up finishing top 5 no matter what happened.
Yeah, pretty much.
In those open field circles, everyone towards the edges just ends up taking each other out. Even if you just keep your head down, you just get those placement points very easy.
Yeah, and generally speaking now, I'm also loving what K9 Esports is doing. K9 Esports does not care. They're just playing from the edge, playing for the fights and taking as many fights as possible, and that's why K9 Esports as well have decent bit of points to themselves. But let's speak about comebacks. Team Forever, this is a major comeback from the boys, getting a lot of elimination points in the end too, and also a decent bit of placement points.
Well, it seems like the pros are definitely stepping up here in day number 2. They were not too happy about 4 Miracles' performance, but Genesis, they definitely are stepping up big time this time. And with that winner chicken dinner, these are the stats up on screen here. And overall, it has been a very, very well run the performance, but we have to talk about the additions coming from Genesis Esports.
Yeah.
Zap and Hunters definitely stepped it up big time this game.
I mean, Hunters has still been able to perform during the league stages, but a lot of questions were raised about Zap as to what is he up to, why isn't the same performance there from Zap, but now I think if he's playing well on LAN, it's all good.
Well, all things considered, I want to see what they have to say about their performance today here day 2 as we throw it over to the stage.
Thank you so much, casters. And इस समय day 2 की शुरुआत, एक ड्रीम शुरुआत हुई है इस टीम की. टीम जेनेसिस, congratulations, rising from the shadows. इस समय shadow से ही बात कर लेते हैं. Day 1 में जो सीखा, सारी चीजों को execute किया लगता है. Day 2 में पहला ही game, पहला ही chicken dinner. Let's talk about this. How does it feel?
अच्छा तो फील हो रहा है कि हम लोग बहुत नीचे थे और अभी मतलब ऑफिस कम बैक कर रहे हैं और मतलब बहुत क्लोज आ गए फर्स्ट वाली टीम से, तो अभी वही मोमेंटम कैरी करना है.
एंड जो आखिरी जो क्लच था, मतलब वो काफी टाइम तक चल रहा था. ऐसा लग रहा था यार कौन जीतेगा कौन जीतेगा कौन जीतेगा. तो उस टाइम बताइए कि टीम के बीच में कॉम्स में क्या बातें चल रही थी, क्योंकि बहुत ही इंटेंस भिड़ंत हो रही थी वो.
टीम के बीच में मतलब वही बात कर रही थी कि जल्दी वाइप करना है एंड एंगल बनाना है और मतलब कितना प्रेशर डालना है, क्योंकि उन पे जोन था और हमको जोन आउट थे, तो वो फिर एंड मोमेंट का सीन हो जाता है, इसलिए फिर जल्दी मारने का डिसीजन किया.
एंड बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पर ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आप ही की टीम में 2 ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो इससे पहले आपकी टीम में नहीं थे, लेकिन अब आपकी इस यूनिट में है, एक विनिंग यूनिट बन चुकी है. तो ऐसा क्या था जो आपने देखा उन 2 प्लेयर्स में जो बाकी शायद थोड़ा सा देखना भूल गए?
लाइक चांस नहीं मिल रहा था बेसिकली उनको, कि ये भी इनको भी चांस नहीं मिला था एंड हंटर्स भी प्राइम टीम में गया पर वो लोग इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाए. तो मतलब टीम की बात होती है.
एंड अब डे 2 की शुरुआत तो अच्छी हो चुकी है. अब आगे क्या और सरप्राइजेस देखने को मिलेगा और ऐसे कमबैक्स देखने को मिलेगा?
बोल के जिंक्स तो नहीं करना चाहूँगा पर हो सकता है.
Alright, so that's Shadow from the team Genesis, and इस समय अभी तो बस डे 2 की शुरुआत हुई है. आगे आगे क्या देखने को मिलता है, अभी एक और मैप बस थोड़ी ही देर में आने वाला है. लेकिन हमारे कास्टर्स क्या जानना चाहते हैं और आपको क्या बताना चाहते हैं, आइए जान लेते हैं.
Well, Genesis is back in action, but of course, you guys caught a little bit glimpse onto what they have to think about that match. But let's talk a little bit more on what exactly happened based on the highlights coming in from that match itself.
I mean, we look at the highlights, I'm looking for one thing because I completely forgot about them. Necro, where did God's Reign go?
Yeah, God's Reign, they went for a late game rotation all the way from the southern part. We did see one more team next to God's Reign, and after that, they were just poofed into thin air.
Yeah, I mean, but don't really... I mean, it was... Well, I had hope, to be honest, because at a certain point, they were moving in from the northwestern edge, but this has to be my favorite fight inside of this particular match. 4 Miracles taking on the side of 2 OP officials, and you can see, that was the staff, that was the players, the substitutes for 2 OP officials that we just saw there. They had hope from that fight. Unfortunately, weren't really able to succeed, although they did finish in the top 5 in this match.
Generally speaking, TWOB was looking extremely lost in that particular fight. I feel like things could be played really well. All they wanted to do was just hold the staircases. That's it. And even if they would have just done that basic stuff, TWOB would have pretty much won that fight.
Exactly.
But they still flocked to do so. And generally speaking, now my hopes are starting to fade away from TWOB.
Also, one last thing while we talk about the team at the bottom, which was 2 OP official, we have to talk about the team at the top. 4 Miracle did well for themselves in this game. Yet again, you were asking for about 7 to 8 points per match. I think they got 7 to 8 points in this game.
Well, if that's the case, then of course 4 Miracle Esports is sticking to the average.
Well, all things considered as well, they are very, very consistent every single game so far. Beard Baba was the top performer yesterday, but let's talk a little bit more on the top performer in this game itself. The MVP for this match itself is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. It is going to be none other than Beast coming in from K9 Esports.
K9 Esports was just cleaning house on that northern side, right? Slowly and steadily eliminating teams after teams. Eggy was a part of it. Even Los Hermanos got eliminated by the players of K9 Esports. God's Omen could have been next. But luckily enough, God's Omen had a little bit of that cavalry from the third party as well. And God's Omen, the moment K9 Esports started to fight against them, K9 just did not have enough man number to go for that fight.
By the way, this is how impressive Genesis was, because that third party that you're talking about, when they were fighting TWOB, when they were fighting the side of God's Omen, came from Genesis, and those shots were taken roughly about 450 meters away. So that was an impressive knock. They could not convert it into a finish, but still, getting that knock was a big deal, and that kind of completely ruined the day for K9 Esports, because they were distracted, moved towards Insane by mistake, and Insane just ended up picking off Omega.
Yeah, pretty much. Even Insane was a part of that third party, right? And you know what? Speaking of K9 so much, let's have a look at the highlights as well on how they exactly played. As I mentioned, Los Hermanos as well just got completely dismantled and struck by the players of K9 Esports, and the top 5 players pop up on the screen. Zap has to be part of it with 4 finishes, and even Mafia with 4.
Now, speaking of the top 5 finishers as well here, one particular name kind of stood out a little bit for me in this match here. It's going to be coming in from Team Eggy, because we talked about how they have switched up their strategy today itself here, and their goal has been 50 points for today. And based on today's performance, they have been very, very confident and aggressive here, and you can see them being part of the top 5 as well. But now, let's take a look at the report cards here for this match. Genesis taking chicken dinner and also get themselves 11 finish points. That gives them 21 in total. Team Forever in second place here is 16 points, and 8-bit makes a little bit of bounce back this game as well, despite being drop clashed by TWOB.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, generally speaking, right, for Miracle, yeah, they did get 9 points, but if Genesis Esports in the upcoming game get another buster of a performance, there's a big chance for Miracle's lead will just instantly fade away, and there will be Genesis Esports with a decent bit of cushion sitting on the first spot. So in my opinion, for Miracle Esports now, they need double digits in the upcoming game.
Now it's down to consistency. Can Genesis be consistent enough to get 20 points in the next game as well, or at least one more match of the 5 they have left today? Or before that happens, will 4 Miracle again get another chicken dinner in the back and just increase their lead just enough to survive and stay at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day?
Well, with one good game coming from Genesis, guess what? They skyrocket themselves to the second position here with 54 points. Now, when we talk about the benchmark right now, it is going to be a 9-point gap. 6. Well, that's about 15 points gap. Yeah. That's a pretty big gap still, but another good game for Genesis. They should be able to overtake 4 Miracle, I guess.
As Necro was saying, I think one game is what it will take. One more 20-pointer. But I just want to point out that there's just 14 points separating the second from the 9th position as of now. So one decent performance from 8-bit can propel them to the podium.
Now, you were talking about where was God's Reign. My question is, where was NoNx? Where was Rising Inferno Esports?
Oh, yeah.
A few teams just poofed into thin air, and Rising Inferno Esports, keep this thing in mind, they started things off in the top 5, and now they're all the way on the latter half of the board. Just imagine what of a downfall this team has witnessed so far.
You know, it's interesting that there has been a lot of chatter as well. Even the Hindi devs, they were talking about TWOB official being one of the potential instigators that make his switch up the games a little bit here. 8-bit was somehow able to divert their potential disastrous performances now, but still third position, 9 points. I think it's still pretty okay, but they still need one big game to go to actually catch up to 4 Miracle, because yesterday's triple chicken dinner from 4 Miracle, and now with this game, a very consistent performance from them is going to pull the lead even further as well. We saw the gap between them and Genesis. That's pretty much one game advantage coming from 4 Miracle right now.
It is. It's a one-game safety cushion.
For Genesis Esports, look, at this point, we can keep them aside, right? Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. Genesis Esports, they've pulled a comeback. The storyline should be around Team Forever. They have initiated that comeback. And Team Forever now, they've got the win of the sales. Keep this thing in mind. Yes, second spot, but they had a lot of elimination points to back it up. And Team Forever, if they bring in another banger performance, that too on the map of Miramar, which they have proven to be good on over and over again in the online stages, Team Forever will also propel themselves in the top 5.
Hey man, all things considered, it's anyone's game here. Expect the unexpected. But now I want to talk a little bit more on the comparisons coming from God's Omen. Another team that was very, very consistent coming from the group stages as well as the semi-finals, wowing us with a total of 5 chicken dinners in the entire run in the second semi-finals, week 2 itself, topping the charts. And now they still are somewhat consistent, but what went wrong here?
I mean, nothing went wrong. They're in the top 3 as of now, so there is still hope for God's Omen. The performance they delivered yesterday was consistent. We did not see them pop off one single time, but they were consistent enough to stay in the podium. And today as well, this first game, It was kind of an awkward early exit, but they still got some points finishing off the players from K9 Esports. And as long as God's Omen can be consistent enough to secure, again, 7 to 8 points per match, things are going to be okay. Of course, if you want to lift the trophy, you need to get those chicken dinners. But if you are happy with the top 3 finish in the first ever LAN that you're going to play, it's fine as well.
Hey, all things considered, I still think it's a pretty good performance here, especially for first-timers, because people usually choke on LAN, but guess what? It is all about the pros here. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break here, and we'll be back with the next game up on screen. See you guys right after this.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, 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 defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
सब ठीक ही है पर कुछ तो मिसिंग है
Go on.
I miss that OG ice cold feeling, you know.
A classic situation.
जब स्क्वाड के साथ लॉबी पे It's back?
क्या?
No way!
Oh, bhai, it's back!
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. And as we've been saying, we are live from the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre in Delhi, where the stage has just been set on fire by the players of Genesis and Fixes Genesis. The start of it all has happened in game number 1 of day number 2, though. But first of all, welcome to the desk. And second of all, do you think they can keep this going?
You know, I sort of beg to differ because I feel like it resumes because even yesterday they placed second in the final game of Erangel. So you could see that momentum did eventually build up to this. Now, this has led us to believe that today we're going to see the old guards coming back into the picture. We saw Genesis play really well, Team Forever, even for 8-bit. They're all doing really nice.
Yeah, pretty much. Team Forever, generally speaking, this was a desperately needed comeback from them.
Yeah.
And since they had so many elimination points to back it up as well, now it's the initiation. Team Forever might just place themselves on a decent spot if they continue to play the same way on this game in Miramar too.
I mean, but we're going to have to see how they play in this map of Miramar, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. You look at the players of Genesis, I wonder why aren't they happy with that win of theirs? I guess they realize a little bit more work needs to be done in order to take that first position away from 4 Miracle. But we have to talk about 4 Miracle as well. Somewhat consistent, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, of course. For Miracle Esports, it's doing more than enough, generally speaking, at least as of now. But if Genesis Esports keeps on delivering those explosive performances, then for Miracle Esports, even they need to deliver at least one explosive performance to maintain that average and maintain that lead.
You know, to be honest, for Miracle hasn't changed much. They're doing the same obvious thing that they were playing yesterday, trying to play around the center of the circle, try to defend the compounds, and teams are now starting to get conditioned. That is still earning them decent 4-5 points per game, which is fine for now, but Genesis and other teams are right on their tail. So for Miracle Esports, they need to at least have an average of around 8 and 9 if they want to stay at the top.
That's what they did in the first game, man. They got 9 points in that first game, and I feel like if they keep on maintaining that same average, of course they will be good. But if a team like Genesis Esports delivers another explosion, that's when that lead's going to fade away.
All right, what about your opinions on performances of the team that we had a lot of expectations from after first game yesterday? Los Hermanos, they weren't really, I would say that was okay. They got like, what, 3-4 points?
I think Los Hermanos the same old problem, right? They start off with a shebang and easily lose gas, and that has happened with them. So they ran out of energy, and that's kind of visible. And this is where they need to do something new, or maybe go back to what has been working out for them. Maybe have their younger talents really step up, and if that happens, then maybe Los Hermanos could be in the race. But my anticipation is that they would be overtaken today.
Yeah, definitely there's a big chance, right? Los Hermanos slowly and steadily, once again, that form is fading away that they showcased in the game one. And even in that previous game, Los Hermanos did not have a lot of points. They were still sitting there on the latter half of the board in the match rankings. So Los Hermanos, the only way they can maintain that spot is a decent game. They need to get double digits on the board in this one.
And while we talk about these fresh faces on the stage of the Pro Series, what about the players that are used to being here? We saw that build-up momentum from K9 Esports in that previous match. 9 eliminations on the board, not enough placement points. God's Reign as well were able to secure some placement points, but not enough finishes in that game. What about these two experienced lineups?
You know, I'm really loving with the approach that K9 has come into play. This is their natural style of play. This is in their DNA. Go for those finishes, try to get those eliminations, and build that confidence up. And if they can carry on forward with that, then well and good. But this is one of those games where God's Reign can really bounce back. Miramar, they have to get a chicken.
Generally speaking, this is how K9 was supposed to play from the game one. But since they were not really able to execute that play style in the game one itself, now in day two's game one, they've done it. And there's a big chance for K9 Esports. All it takes is one massive game, and instantly even they will be there in the top 5.
All right, but now, since there's not a lot of time remaining for the match to begin, I have a very important question for you.
All right.
For both of you. I mean, who do you think is going to win this game? Because I'm about to leave. I don't want to deal with the aftermath.
I have a feeling for Team Forever. I think Team Forever got this. Right. What about you?
Generally speaking, even that was going to be my pick, but since he's picked that, I'm going to go with 8-bit.
You're going to go with 8-bit. You picked Genesis yesterday in that last game. Genesis finished top 2.
Yeah, pretty much, and there's a big chance now 8-bit might just get the chicken dinner and steal it away. But honestly speaking, even Team Forever squad a solid pick because they have proven themselves to be pretty much solid on this map over and over again, even in the online phases. Always and the map of Miramar goes all the way back. We know this man's been extremely solid. And now since we move back towards the map of Miramar, that too on the comeback day, I think Team Forever might just have it in the back.
I mean, the possibility is always going to be there, right? That is the thing. But ladies and gentlemen, the possibility of you being here in this arena right now is also there. So if you guys are in Delhi, drop by Yashobhoomi Convention Centre in Dwarka, and as me and Necro have been saying for the last 3 years, drop by and just say hi. We're right here to greet you guys. As the teams are getting ready to greet each other inside of that map of Miramar. We have done predictions, we have done our expectations. Do we talk about a few big names that are still struggling? Team Insane. We have not talked about Team Insane since the start of the day, by the way.
Yeah, it's because it's just like their gameplay, non-existence, right? Their performance has not been that great. Team Insane is just always getting absolutely slaughtered down, no matter wherever they try to go. And the moment you see Team Insane on the screen, they're just not there anymore. Non-existent.
You know, to add up onto it, one of their top fraggers, Gods, he was not playing for the first 3 games yesterday. Suddenly they got him back, and I do not know what's their mindset, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Whatever the mindset, can they perform? Because game number 2 of day number 2 is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go on Miramar.
Exactly. The plane's going to be in disguise once again, and this time the plane fly path is going to be extremely important, starting all the way from Montenuevo towards Toriamuda. This plane fly path tilted heavily towards the northern side. That means teams like K9 Esports might just not have a bit of that problem, but Los Leones, there's a big chance we might see a clash.
Hoping so. That happens. Yesterday did not. But this time, the flight path trajectory, like you said, right? I'm kind of hoping, like we're anticipating, maybe Another skewed flight path or a circle heading towards Los Leones, where we have that first zone forming around. Maybe an urban warfare circle is what we would love to see. But El Pozo, we know Insane and Team 8-Bit tend to drop down over here. So no shenanigans. Hopefully a drop clash this time.
Hopefully. You're still hoping. That's the best thing you're doing, my friend.
A battle, because they've always been having that white flag, check it out, and not fighting it out.
Yep. I feel like we've pretty much talked about every single team other than Team Aryan. That previous game for Team Aryan wasn't that great, and because of that, they've also dropped down major numbers in the overall standings, which is of course not a great thing for a banner like Team Aryan. On day one, they started things off on a pretty decent note, but now Team Aryan is slowly and steadily fading away from that top 8. Something needs to be done in this game.
Indeed, because when they started off, you could see those jitters, right? And after that chicken dinner, we felt like maybe could have soothed their nerves, but the start to today's matches hasn't been that great. And now Team Aryan, look at them heading towards La Cobreria, whilst 8-Bit still dropping down on El Pozo. And yeah, this is something, Necro, that we also noticed yesterday. Team Insane tends to drop down at Partona. They have changed their drop, and this time we can see some new dynamics into the play. This time they're going up top, somewhere around Torre Amuda. And now even NoNx officials, they're dropping down exactly over there. So maybe some early turbulence anticipated.
There's definitely a big chance we might see that. We wanted to see a drop clash, and are we really going to see it, though? That's the main question. TWOB dropping towards Truck Stop and Ella Zahar. No one's really around that territory. God's Reign on the other side of Ella Zahar. There's going to be no one around them as well. 8-Bit dropping towards El Pozo. We do not really see Team Insane dropping towards El Pozo. Team Insane and 8-Bit, they've been locking horns in the online phase, but not this time around towards land. Team Insane knows there's too much on the line, and they do not really want to mess with that. While NoNx, they've got a widespread too. 2 players towards Tierra Bronca. You've got 2 players all the way towards Torre Muda. Let's see how that works out.
Yeah, so far, a really slow start to today's Miramar. God's OMEN, they've got the central position to themselves. Los Hermanos around that oasis. That's going to be a long split. Working out for them. Team Eggy dropping down at San Martin. TWOB officials right next to the players of God's Reign. As God's Reign head out all the way down south, we'll be heading on towards Impala. Eyes also searching out for the likes of Rising Inferno Esports, Necro, because yesterday even they had such a great start, and this time another change in their drop location, somewhere hunkered around the Ruins region.
K9 Esports all the way towards Picado. And K9 Esports, once again, they probably do want to continue their aggressive spree. We all would love to see these 3 boys, Beast, Omega, Ninja Boy, and even Slug go extremely aggressive. Especially Slug, Beast, Ninja Boy. This trio has been extremely deadly. And if they do activate themselves, once again, we might see K9 Esports do insanely well.
Of course, we might get to see that happen. But Team Insane has a different approach this time around. They intend on playing towards the center of the circle and anticipating it to head towards Cruz de Valle. And this has also been one of those notable shifts that we've been witnessing. A lot of these circle shifts are heading towards the eastern side. So if their read is correct from what they have analyzed, so anticipating maybe the next circle shift would really favor them, and they could have a chance on building up. But again, the conversation drives back to Godzi. One of those players who was so amazing during the online stages, failing to deliver when it matters the most. And imagine, I was kind of still rattled with the fact that he's their highest fragger. Why on earth was he benched for the first 3 games? Eventually, I think around the 4th or 5th game, he was brought into play. But hold on, some action commencing. As Eggy is spotting out the players of Miracle Esports, they're feeling that heat as the spray goes on. Taps have been taken. Nothing seems to connect.
Yeah, for Miracle Esports, an easy rotation and a clean one too. No problems yet. No knockouts delivered from Team Eggy. For Miracle, it's going to be as safe as possible. And once again, trying to drive all the way between the teams towards that centric part. For Miracle Esports, they will be spared. There is Los Hermanos around the territory as well. So for Miracle Esports, they need to start counting their steps well. The boys are definitely making it towards the centric part. It's not going to be that big of a deal or that big of a problem yet. TWOB official on the screen, a team that's struggling a bit too much in the overall standings. Managed to acquire 6 points so far. which is of course not a good average to have. TWOB, they need one chicken dinner to bring themselves back in the race, but that might just be too much to ask for.
You know, still, when you look at the greener side of things, out of the 6 matches they played yesterday, they could only secure 2. But now, from just that one game, getting 4 points. So yes, the graph is getting better, but hopefully TWOB officials, like you said, they need some bigger points. And even if you want to partake in the official events, if you also enjoy BGMI, do check out the realme GT7 series. Of course, we have talked about those beautiful features. It is on sale on Amazon. Do head out and grab those amazing offers as we get back. So TWOB, another team, Necro, in the online stages. They were quite phenomenal, had a great start even from week 1, played really well. But now they're struggling and seems like their wars aren't ending at all.
Yeah, it does seem like it. TWOB, the previous game could have been a great one, but they instantly got spoiled by the players of K9 Esports. And for TWOB, to face off someone like K9 Esports was a daunting task. Currently sitting on the 14th spot with just 34 points. TWOB, yes, the struggles are clearly visible. But once again, it's one of those banners that has completely dominated the online stages, and we know they've got a lot of caliber. God's Omen next to the players of Eggy. They might just start to unleash the beast.
Yeah, our official energy drink partner, Monster Energy. I love the white one. Gets that zingy taste as now even Team Eggy. They find a far-off knock though. It's the players of God's Omen again. God's Omen, one of those teams that heavily prioritizes the center of the circle, but Superman seems like he's been snuffed out, and now Genesis Hunters, he's got his numbers. Of course, wanted to get a little tad aggressive, and eventually has himself knocked out. Superman this time quite agile, quite fast. There you go, the trades coming in through, but now Apollo, he swings back, and suddenly God's Omen, they lose out on another player.
No, it's quite unfortunate. Genesis Esports though, even they've lost out on Hunters. It's not the ideal start the boys wanted, but it is something now Genesis Esports needs to work with. A lot of shots taken on the vehicle that's moving away from them. And that too against the players of God's Omen. But Team Aryan, they lock horns against TWOB. It's such an awkward fight. Who's going to come out on top? That's the main question though. And what a well-placed Molotov that was. Anonymous gets knocked out. TWOB in a big world of trouble. And they're now starting to back away from this fight slowly and steadily. Anonymous will be confirmed. TWOB, they do not really want anything to do with the boys of Aryan. A lot of shots taken against Kolyu, and still somehow the man surviving.
Yeah, I do not know how did that happen, but TWOB, it's a matter of life and death over here, and he's finally out of harm's way. But look at that map feed there, the mini-map. He's still surrounded by enemies, and TWOB find themselves in a world of trouble as the circle has also shifted. And this time, a certain shift at that. God's Omen still have a decent position, but Team Eggy, they've got a lot of room to work with alongside the likes of 4TR. Now, 4TR is another team still in the top 4, Necro. They had been quite impressive, but look at that flush coming in from the northern side. I can see at least 8 or 9 teams trying to get inside the circle, and this is where we might actually see all those fights breaking out at the same time.
Look at K9 Esports, the late Preachers once again, Team Forever 2 following the same footsteps. K9 Team Forever right next to each other. There's a big chance we might just see them lock horns, and I would love to see that happen. K9 Esports, that edge-to-edge gameplay has been working out pretty well, at least in the previous game. K9 Esports started clean house, taking fights after fights, but in the end, they themselves got third party by Team Insane. But now for Rising Inferno as well, even they're going to be extremely desperate to get at least one game in their hands. Rising Inferno started things off so well in such a dominating note yesterday, but now look at Rising Inferno. They're currently on the 13th spot.
Yeah, indeed, and that's not looking good, but look at this. God's Omen, Goku, Stone BGMI, both are on high alert. They know that Genesis is right beside them. And so far, Genesis haven't been making those movements. Of course, they know they want to play around the center of the circle. They've secured that objective. God's Omen aren't really feral right now. They aren't really going to press the matter. Just hold on to it and maybe let the circle simmer. But we are seeing majority of the teams, Necro, still around the western side. The northern side entry has been secured for Team Insane. But K9, they're doing their own things and they're somehow making it work. look at this, right? K9 has got a nice compound to play with, but a really interesting split, and they should feel a little cautious there because Team 8-Bit is right around them. But Team Aryan, you were talking about this team, Necro. We've got a lot of hope from this team. Still not inside the circle, just maybe scouring the lands. Seems like they spotted the players of Rising Inferno Esports.
Yeah, it seems like it too. Aryan looking down in the open field. And once again for them, since it's the open field as well, Team Aryan, they might just start to rethink their decisions and might just start moving in that open field themselves. And that's what they're exactly doing. Team Aryan, there's no possible harm for them, at least as of now.
Yeah.
And Team Aryan is going to take the advantage off that. Instantly moving towards San Martin, moving from the city itself. It's quite a gutsy move, but they know it's clear, so it's all good. Next zone's going to be popping up within a few seconds, and that zone's going to be extremely important since it's going to shift on the chunk.
Yeah, look at that Western shift, and Los Hermanos finds himself in a really nice position. All they need to do is reunite, regroup, and maybe start building this one up. But look at God's Omen, so many teams around them. You've got Genesis right beside them in those neighboring compounds, of course, Fortia. Now they've decided to move ahead, and the big question, Necro, is do they know that Los Hermanos have secured that spot for themselves, as even God's Reign, they're also marching inside the circle currently around the eastern peripheries of the zone. Have their backlines clear, but as they move in, they might find the players of 4TR in front of them. The big question is, does God's Reign engage in that fight? Because the beginning of today's day hasn't really been that great, right?
God's Reign, they have been sticking to that mid pack since the start. Not really delivering any sort of flashy plays. Instead, God's Reign just wants to keep themselves alive. Day 2 is all about sustainability. And look at K9 Esports, they've already started to kick things off at K9 against the Blessed Team Forever. We saw this coming a mile away. Team Forever get picked off real quick by the Blessed K9 Esports, and Team Forever's down to just that one last man, which is going to be Mafia. Mafia's position compromised, the numbers known, and Ninja Boy, he wants to move up, and that's going to be it for Team Forever. It's K9 Esports, it's going to be flawless wipe for the boys.
Yeah, they're starting to come alive. This is what we anticipated from their side. This is K9 in their natural habitat, being absolutely canine and quite ferocious. Did not give an inch of space, but hold on, as another fight is in the making. Team 8-Bit find Equinox already knocked out, so of course the revive needs to come out, but a little out in the open. Feeling quite uncomfortable. Somraj needs to be watchful. TWOB raining down hell on them. Smokes deployed. Of course, you need Equinox in those crucial fights. Such a crucial piece of the puzzle. But TWOB, do you think it's going to be a nice decision to maybe commit for the push?
No.
Or maybe just hold on?
Committing for the push is not going to be good news. There's definitely going to be third party. It's way too late inside of the game. Every single one is in their close proximity too. So going for a third party is pretty much an invitation for a third party. And at this point, Eggy, they themselves do want to stop the likes of 8-Bit. Eggy way too close to the place of 8-Bit, and that nade's definitely going to find it off.
Wow.
As the first man falls down, Somraj, he's now taking the duty of an assaulter. Since his teammates are not really close to him, Somraj, he wants to make it happen himself. Pushed up, got those crucial knockouts. Now Somraj wants to convert this fight as well, all by himself. And Eggy, look at this nade. He might just find it off, but no, it was a misplace. Eggy himself gets knocked out by Somraj. He's the one leading the pack this time. Leading the charge with a burning torch in his hands. And Somraj, he's not the assaulter, he's the IGL. But still, look at the man. He's playing like an absolute demon as he's striking down every single person of Eggy that stands against him.
Yeah, he's already lost out on all his men. Everybody isolated, everybody dealt with. Somraj, the IGL, feeling lonely over here inside this long shed as Pro OP Murnox to have an angle on him. Somraj, individual prowess, but Team 8-Bit, they needed those numbers. Eventually out in the open, TWOB, and getting shot from multiple directions. But 8-Bit and Somraj, they need to survive. They need to get those position points. And just to make matters worse, look at this, 15 teams are still alive. What is going on?
Slow and steady approach this time around. Teams are taking it way too cautiously. And 4TR, unfortunately for them, it's not going to be a great start themselves, as even another man falls down, but no, instead 4TR, they reply back. What a way to shut the man down. Neo's not there in the game anymore for God's Dream, but what am I watching? Watch your back! Justin, he whiffed a lot of shots, but in the end, he connects that. Utgers completely lost in that fight, but 4TR, now it's their firing squad against that one man of God's Reed. And for Justin, he's got a storm that he wants to hold. What am I watching? It's such a scrappy play, but still, 4TR, they're losing out on this fight, as Justin in the end will be picked off. This was one of the most confusing fights I've witnessed so far.
And look at this, it's still not over. Pain is live, the last player surviving. And now the Hunters on the prowl, they arrive. K9, all 4 players now deciding to push in tandem as Pain is live, takes a plunge. Eventually slapped back by Omega. 7 finishes secured and not even a single casualty for K9. They're starting to feel it, Necro. And this looks like this is the game where K9 stages their epic comeback.
Look at Ninja Boy, single-handedly taking down 4 players. Oh man, K9 Esports, yes, it definitely does feel like the comeback has already started. 7 finishes off the rip like that. K9 looking extremely dominant, taking down big names like 4TR in the process. And yeah, that fight between 4TR and Godsreen, I do not know what that was. It was one of the most scrappiest fights I've ever witnessed. It was one of the most confusing fights. It felt like everyone was lost.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Justin though. I mean, running out of bullets on his shotgun, still fought till the very end. It felt like they were tunnel vision and did not have the surrounding awareness, as a result of which the other players got taken down. Of course, those straight fires could have been better. They lost a couple of early casualties, and again, Godsrain trying to build the momentum off and was shut down. But look at K9. No stopping them at all. Right next to them, we've got the players of NoNx. One of them having that high ground, Levi, the MVP, leaderboard topper. And now he also decides to get away from here, maybe play around the edges of the circle, as the 5th shift is on its way as Lovish. He's been spotted out. So, quick look at the replay. Justin did whiff a couple of shots, but pretty sure he made up for it later.
Yeah, the only reason he made
and look
up
at it,
for
K9,
is
third part.
because the man from 4TR was extremely lost. He did not even know that Justin is all the way in the back. I do not know what the man was thinking, but yeah, he should have known that there is someone on the back. It was such an awkward circumstance. It was such an awkward scene. And I'm pretty sure when 4TR goes back and look at this, they're either going to laugh or they will be embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean, would be the latter is the case, but now look at this K9. They continue their annihilation, but nice trades coming in from Ninja Boy. We know he can be quite ferocious, especially in this map, but this time he's been sat down by the players of NoNx. Roman getting that trade. NoNx still deciding to fight back, as now even the IGL. K9, they arrive. Omega needs to get his players back to life, but look at this beast slapping his way through. NoNx even spotted out, and there you go. K9 continuing with the death run as the tally has increased to 11. All they're gonna do is get Ninja Boy back into play and continue on their death march once again.
K9 absolute beasts in the game. All they care about is the finish points. They do not care about the placement points. And it's been working out pretty well for them. Cleaning house, left, right, center. No matter who stands in their way, they will mop the floor. And God's Omen right now, they've got a lot on their plate as well. As Genesis Esports, they make it up close and personal. Command's managed to find the first one, but Stone, what a retaliation as he strikes down the second man at Genesis 2. And that's going to be it for Genesis.
Wow, Stone BGMI, nobody really saw this one coming. But yes, at the biggest stage, he did not sweat, rather clutched it out. Imagine 2 players hunkered to that very compound for quite so long. Genesis did outnumber them, but despite that, Stone BGMI now feeling a little lonely, and now also he's got to get inside the circle with K9, keeping a very close watch. And now that vehicle, the tires have been exploded. How does Stone BGMI Necro get inside the zone?
Good question. But Stone 4 now, the man's going to be trapped.
Yeah.
There is Beast. And Stone's going to step out in the open. I'm not a big fan of what's going on. Stone, be careful. Ooh. Oh my God, Beast almost spotted a glimmer. But luckily enough, Stone instantly backed away. He's got a bit of that piece of cover to play with. Now he's inside of that house. He's on the opposite side towards the warehouse. So Stone's going to be safe. But Stone is also going to start to make it out now from this compound. And there is Team Eggy waiting for the man to step out. Eggy wants to cross on towards the compound itself, but is Pro really going to be able to make the mad dash? And yes, that's going to be the answer. Pro spots out Stone, makes that wild rotation, and Stone's going to be safe at least for now. For GODSOMEN, the previous 2 games, including this one, hasn't been that great.
Look at this. Rising Inferno. They're all prepared for this fight. Boiled up, ready to strike. Jotun OG did have that smoke, trying to give him that cover, but he's not safe anymore. And suddenly, Rising Inferno find themselves between a rock and a hard place. In a pinch as even Team Insane put up arms. Lazy prepping up that grenade. Will go for that long toss. Does it connect? Is the big ask. As there you go. Lazy gets a knock on Jotun. BAWI IGL. Maybe a long attempt at trying to get inside the circle as Rising Inferno Esports. They've been shredded one after the other as Team Aryan. They also decide to push in through, trying to steal all those finishes, but Adi does not want to let this happen as Rising Inferno numbers definitely did dwindle down as Devotee gets into for himself. Adi still alive, and now he's got the players of Team Aryan in front of him. Another nade cooked up. Toss, but does it make its mark? The big ask, and he succeeds.
Yeah, what an 8 that was. Cyrex falls down. Aryan and Hitler next to each other. And once again, Cyrex's revival's going to come through. Aryan still in the open fields. For Team Aryan, this fight, it's going to be a tough one to convert because Team Insane, they're landing their nades on the right spot. It's going to be re-knock once again as Hitler gets taken down real low as well. Another nade placed in that same direction, so Alt's going to find a knock on Hitler. But no, the nade's not being tossed in that direction yet. Team Insane, they definitely do want to make the goal call since Team Aryan is extremely hurt. And here comes Lazy, but he's got no clue that there's a man right next to him. Lazy gets taken down real low. Team Insane, they're not going to stand a chance anymore now inside of this fight as Lazy falls down. Even Gods has taken a lot of shots upon himself. And Team Aryan, they make a bounce back in this fight.
Yeah, Team Aryan, they're doing it. One after the other, every single finish secured, and now that fallen comrade and that burning vehicle. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be exhilarating. As Team Aryan march inside the zone, they've got so many foes in front of them. TWOB being one of them. As Ghana maybe his position. Not stopped out yet. But yes, Team Aryan, they're anticipating it. Instead, they spot out the players of Miracle Esports. Right next to them, of course, TWOB. And this smoke is a giveaway. But K9 finally dealt with. It's going to be too OP out of everyone, even for Miracle doing their bidding. As for Miracle so far, have made it to the top 8. And this time, also with 3 finishes to their names.
K9 out with 12 finish points converted from this game. K9 explosive performances after explosive performance. Oh man, this team, they're now starting to get in the groove of K9. Looking for Miracle Esports. Once again, that safe play style executed pretty well. But Reaper, Dragon OP, the final 2 men surviving for this team. And even Los Hermanos, by the way, they've got all the 4 players still on the block. There's a big chance Los Hermanos might just take the cake.
Yeah, don't root out 2 OP officials too. They've got the entire Eastern Territory to themselves, nobody around them. So would be hoping for all the other teams to fight it out whilst the salvage of whatever remains. But now look at Pro, just hunker down between those hay bales, not wanting to reveal his position. Has 3 grenades, no smokes on him. This is going to be interesting to see how many points he can gather for his team. Team Insane, they've been decent so far, already managing to secure 5 finishes to their names. As now even Team Aryan, they're closing in. Los Hermanos feeling quite comfortable. They have that cover to play around, and look at that. Reaper already getting taken down. That brings for Miracle down to the last man. But still Necro, 4 points secured inside the top 7. If they could get 2 or 3 more, would still be a very good game for them.
4 Miracle, it's done. 4 finish points converted, 1 placement points. That's just going to be 5 points out of this game. But luckily enough, Genesis Esports as well, they had a bit of a toll in this game. So Genesis is not going to be able to catch up. Even GODSOMEN's not going to be able to catch up. 4TR as well got eliminated extremely early in the game. So yeah, it's all good in the hood for Miracle Esports. At least they've gotten more points than anyone in the top 4 currently.
Oh, look at this. 2OP, they've got a nice, interesting split to play around, but no, unfortunately not inside the circle. Team Insane, they've got to march in, they've got to find a way to inject themselves inside the zone. Hitler Not on guard yet, finally finds some cover, but still working with that burning vehicle. I'm starting to get worried about Hitler as of now. Aryan still prone in, and Los Hermanos very well aware of what's happening, and now finally the push has come to shove. Team Aryan wants to engage in this fight. Hitler and Devotee leading the pack, whilst Aryan from the backlines providing cover fire. Finally, it rattles down with those bullets, and Karlan being dealt with.
That's the main problem with Los Hermanos. They had no elimination points before this fight. And now Los Hermanos is able to even strike down one plan of Team Aryan. That's going to swing the fight back in their favor. And that's what exactly happens. Team Aryan losing out on Devotee, the main playmaker, not there in the game anymore. And what can they do? Look at Aryan, TMG's Hitler. Still there. And now he's repositioning himself towards Devotee. Los Hermanos, 3 players next to each other. And these 3 players, can they really make it happen? That's the main question. Los Hermanos, since they've lost out on one man inside of the fight, it's not really giving them a good look. But Team Aryan, they want to go for the revival on towards the fallen comrade. Hitler sticking that revival. Los Hermanos, they need to find a way to stop this revival from coming through. There is someone from Los Hermanos wanting to make that move, but here's the main problem. Los Hermanos, they're too underconfident.
I'm starting to wonder when does TWOB official also make that push. But look at this, Team Insane. Out of nowhere, they also show signs of interest. They know the TWOB official right on their left, and now Adi spotted out Liability. Did intend to take a couple of shots, but whiffed as Liability finds cover. Look at Team Aryan. They finally decided to press matters, finally deciding to go for the push, but easily thwarted off. It's going to be Evil who gets those final finishes, but Los Hermanos did win this fight, but at a cost. Lose out on 2 of their players, as now Team Insane could be the next. One of the players inching in close at him, really up close and personal, and even TWOB, they've closed in as Team Insane, they've bowed out.
Yeah, but Team Insane got a decent bit of points out of this game, 10 points in total, but TWOB official, 4 finished points so far, start them off the floor as well with the opponents. TWOB, this can be their game, fix this, it can be a magnificent game. But Los Hermanos, this could be in their game as well, but because of that hesitancy, that's when Team Aryan got the best of him. 2 players down for Los Hermanos, now only 2 men standing on the board. TWOB official, man, something needs to be done. If TWOB manages to eliminate the likes of Los Hermanos, TWOB will have so much land coverage.
They already do, look at the split. 2 players together, they want to deal with Los Hermanos, still aware of the other 2 players of TWOB, so they've got everything in check. It's all about pressing that red switch. It's all about getting that go call. Maybe it's just waiting for that next circle shift to occur. They want Los Hermanos to come out of their hiding. But even Shadow, he's well aware of what's going on. But instead, you know, Shadow, in his final moments, would want to get a couple of more finishes. Maybe just waiting for Kaliug and Rapido to expose themselves. And that's where they maybe want to make a move. But so far, it's been a silent affair.
I like what TWOB's doing. They know they've got the advantage. They know they do not need to move first. And that's why they're playing it as passive as possible, waiting for the other teams to make the move first and expose themselves. TWOB does not want to let this chicken dinner slip away from the hands because of silly mistakes. And that's why they're just keeping themselves pinned down as of now. They've got their eyes pinned on TWOB. They've got their eyes pinned on Los Hermanos as well. No one can go anywhere. This nade is not going to find any sort of entrance. TWOB, they will be messing things up by a mile the moment they step out in the open, but they've got no other option anyways. And look at TWOB getting ready for Los Hermanos to step out. Liability and Botfire, they need to start winning every single duel they take. But the moment Shadow finds the opener, that's when TWOB might just start to crack into that perisher. Botfire, he's got the S12K to work with, and the moment Botfire engages against the man in the front, that's going to be it for the players of Los Hermanos as they get put to sleep.
Look at this, as TWOB official. Seems like they've done it. What have we witnessed? We were talking about this team's resurrection on the land stages, and finally this has happened. They were so silent, they were so calm, and look at them exuding all that energy. One of their players, yeah, you haters, where you at? Can't see you, finally cheering. finally enjoying, relishing every single moment of that chicken dinner.
18 points acquired from 2OP officials in this one single freaking game. What a way to bounce back, what a way to kick the competition. Everyone was making fun of them on the first stage, just having 2 points. But now look at them, 2OP, it's their redemption arc. It's their time to get the revenge, and everyone that was making fun of them.
Yeah, and also he wasn't waving to his haters, he was waving to his mother, sitting in the crowd watching him perform.
Wow.
Boys from Delhi having the home crowd advantage. Oh, the home ground advantage. Finally show the spirit of their city on this stage. And of course, their first chicken dinner on land. This is what it is. The man even tried to pop off. He tried to be intense for a second, but he realized, nah, I'm just too happy this finally came through. But to be fair, it's going to take a lot more if you want to see them make an actual comeback on the overall leaderboard, because the deficit was too much, but still happy with this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, really close, but you could see, right, tears in his mother's eyes. And this is emotions at its raw level, and this is something that we love this game for. But overall, this game took its sweet time to build up, and 2OP, they showcased patience, courage, bravery in those final moments, as a result of which this chicken dinner came into being.
The best thing is now the boys are pumped. And we all know what happens when 2OP gets pumped. It will be destruction off the rip. And so far, I've been missing those early game actions. Come on, 2OP, give it to us.
Can I be extremely neutral about this? Because, I mean, as you were saying, Necro, we all know what happens once 2OP get pumped. But the problem is that these players are completely new to this LAN environment. And because of that, the nerves can kick in. Of course, this chicken dinner will give them a lot of confidence to work with. And I just hope that they keep this performance in mind moving forward. But what will this team have to say about their performance? Let's find that out.
Thank you so much, casters. अब देखिए, मैं तो मुस्कुरा रहा हूँ, लेकिन इस समय 2OP के चेहरे को देख लीजिए. ये हंसते चेहरे, ये सुकून का चेहरा है इस समय. It's a relief वाला expression है इस समय, क्योंकि 2OP इस समय बात करें टेबल की तो आप लोग एकदम बॉटम पे थे, लेकिन डे 2 कहते हैं ना कि it's the day of surprises, it's the day of comebacks, it's the day of giving that reply back, and 2OP ने इस समय कर दिखाया है. तो हैक्स आपसे बात कर लेते हैं इसके बारे में. Tell us about what changed, क्योंकि डे 1 में हमने देखा कि आप लोग काफ़ी निराश थे विद द परफॉर्मेंस, लेकिन यहाँ पर चिकन डिनर मिल चुका है. तो क्या डिस्कशन हुई है बिटवीन लास्ट नाइट एंड टुडेज परफॉर्मेंस?
पहले तो हमने सारी टीम्स के ड्रॉप्स डिस्कस किए थे कल शाम बैठ के कि कौन कैसे रोटेट कर रहे हैं, और हमने अपना जो भी हमारे ड्रॉबैक्स थे हमने सब पे जो भी हमारे मतलब हम गलतियां कर रहे थे उस पर हमने बैठ के काम किया. जोन में अर्ली हमने रोटेशन दी, और सबसे बड़ी चीज़ मेरे बड़े भाई लोग जो भी थे सब लोगों ने मेरे को आज सुबह मोटिवेट करके भेजा था कि आज पूरा इंडिया तुम्हारा कमबैक दिखेगा. वो लोग भी पीछे बैठे हैं, है ना. तो और बाकी बहुत हेट आया था कल, बाकी सारी चीज़ों को लेके हमने किसी को रिप्लाई नहीं दिया. हमारा बस यही कहना था, हमारा जो भी रिप्लाई आएगा वो हम गेम में देंगे रिप्लाई.
और गेम में आपने ये रिप्लाई दिखा दिया है 2OP. कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर दैट. एंड आप लोगों में से 3 लोग दिल्ली से हैं ना, एंड दिल्ली से आप हैं. अच्छा, ऑलराइट, यू फ्रॉम उत्तराखंड, लेकिन आपकी फैमिली आई हुई है. अच्छा, कौन कौन आया हुआ है आपकी फैमिली से?
पापा मम्मी आए हुए हैं, भाई आए हुए हैं.
कल भी आए थे?
कल भी आए थे.
एंड इस समय कैसा लग रहा है? इमोशंस के बारे में बताइए कि फैमिली के सामने आपने कल परफॉर्म किया एंड ये चिकन डिनर जीता. इस समय क्या फील कर रहे हैं अपने लिए, अपनी फैमिली के लिए?
बस यही फील हो रहा है कि बस अब सब सही हो गया है. हेट वगैरह है नहीं कुछ भी, तो फैमिली भी अब खुश है.
एंड अब आगे आने वाला है सैनहॉक. सैनहॉक से पहले आपका कमबैक तो आ चुका है, लेकिन सैनहॉक के लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है, क्या प्लान है, एंड क्या सोचने वाले हैं सैनहॉक के लिए?
सैनहॉक पे भी हम जैसा सेमीज में खेलते आए हैं वही बैक टू बेसिक्स वाला हमारा सीन रहेगा, और थोड़ा एग्रेसिवली खेलेंगे जैसा हमेशा सेमीज में खेलते आए हैं. और जैसे उतरते ही हमारे ड्रॉप क्लैशेस दिखे हैं, हो सकता है मे भी हमारे ड्रॉप क्लैशेस भी देखने मिले आगे वाले मैचेस में.
बहुत कुछ देखने को मिला है इस टीम को ऑलरेडी सोशल मीडिया में, लेकिन इस समय सबको, कम्युनिटी को दिखा दिया है कि व्हाट दे आर मेड ऑफ. कांग्रेचुलेशंस 2OP फॉर दैट वंडरफुल चिकन डिनर. एंड चलते हैं वापस हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ.
What a moment. Not a lot of athletes get to experience moments like this where your family is there in the crowd, tears in his mother's eyes as their son wins the first chicken dinner in a competitive esports tournament, man. Fixes, you and I, man, we've kind of waited for that opportunity, and well, our parents finally got to see us when we became commentators.
Yours did. Mine still, are waiting for the day the LAN event will happen elsewhere.
Yeah.
But now coming back, I think this was a great game even for the likes of K9 because they were quite aggressive right from the get-go, and we are seeing that come into fruition finally. Around 12 finishes, if not position points, but they're definitely climbing up the ladder, Necro.
Of course, they indeed are climbing up the ladders. But Los Hermanos as well, it was not that bad of a performance, right?
True.
Los Hermanos once again keeping themselves pinned around that average. But generally speaking, for Los Hermanos, they're still slowly and steadily slipping away because the teams in the top 5, they're getting more points comparatively. And Los Hermanos, if they want to keep themselves pinned in the top 5, even they need a lot of points pretty much backed up. Los Hermanos, we saw a lot of moments where they could have actually prioritized the fights better, but it felt like they were just too hesitant.
Hesitant, I would say desperate in a certain few moments, just making pushes willy-nilly, and of course communication at this point, especially on LAN, can be extremely tricky to keep it crystal clear. But we see the wave of emotions towards the end as one team falls and the other secures what could potentially be the start of the comeback that a lot of people were wondering, will it actually happen?
Something off script, but everybody saw tears in the eyes of his mother. But I could see also the father, finally having his
Very
chest
proud,
up
yeah.
and feeling proud. And this is why, we love this game. This is why, parents are even supporting. And after this, look at what a special moment it would be. He'll have all the support, everything that he needs.
And it's not just him. I believe Liability's parents are also there in the crowd. So, again, these lads, they've finally done it, made their parents proud for their child being an esports athlete. And I guess now all we hope for is that they keep the ball rolling in the matches in the future. But let's talk numbers now, Necro. We have the MVP of the game. It's going to be Ninja Boy from K9 Esports. And K9, what a journey it has been today, man. Going extremely frag heavy.
They got 12 elimination points out of the game and no placement points, by the way. So K9 Esports, just on the back of the elimination points, K9 is now starting to make some Herculean climbs in the overall standings. And there's a reason why we call day 2 as the day of comebacks, right? And let's be honest, we all hate the clowns that likes to troll the other people.
K9 has gotten 23 points just off of eliminations. They haven't gotten a single placement point in the last 2 games. It's just 23 points straight up for eliminations and eliminations alone.
And that is how they've always been playing. Even if you look at their online stages performance, it's always been finish heavy, right? But sooner or later, they need that chicken dinner. But quick look at the top 5 players. Of course, you would anticipate Ninja Boy, Beast, they were all guns blazing, but Devotee making an entrance this time. Even Team Aryan, Necro, let's be honest, they also had a very good game.
Yeah, of course. Team Aryan, it was quite a solid game from them. And this is the big conversation that I was having with you as well, right, before this game started. Team Aryan in the first game itself was completely lost. We did not see them. But now in the second game, finally, Team Aryan is starting to make some moves on the board. 11 points out of this one. K9 getting 12 points. And of course, 2OP. This is a major comeback from the boys. It's a big step up. But 2OP needs to continue the same average once again to find themselves in the top 8.
That is true. As you said, same average means 15 points per game if they want to make that climb, not just for the top 8. I think this team has a point to prove, and if you have a point to prove, you got to finish in the top 5.
But generally speaking, even if 2OP does not end up placing themselves in the top 5 at the end of the LAN finals, I'm still satisfied with their performance because it's their first time, literally the first time, in playing in front of the audience, playing in front of everyone that's currently hating them.
I want to know your take.
Honestly speaking, yes, 2OP finally, that's going to give them that big punch. But what I really wanted to come down to is finally we're seeing all these mid-packer teams getting a good game in Miramar. Team Insane performed really well. Team Aryan performed really well. I think there was a resurgence from the side of Los Hermanos also. Some position points is there. So now this is going to spice things up in the overall rankings.
Yeah, but talking about the overall ranking, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it is there right behind us, I believe. On the big LED screen. It's going to be there on your screens as well. You will be able to read it out yourself. We are going to read it along with you. We're 4 Miracle with 74 points on the board. Now a massive lead to work with. Genesis still on the second with 56. God's Omen 55. 40R 52. Los Hermanos 52. Aryan with 52. Eggy 48. K9 48. God's Reign with 45. TWOB 42. 8-bit 42. Man! 14 points between the second and the 11th position.
Now, this is what I was talking about, right? The distance with For Miracle and the others is visible, but apart from that, it's just about that one game. Anybody could squeeze in through. And then the next segregation comes in somewhere around the 12th or 13th position. Rising Inferno, NoNx, they really need to bounce back.
It does, but Necro, do you not feel now the problem has become that everyone else is playing for second and For Miracle is playing for the trophy alone?
Yeah, pretty much. For Miracle, it feels like they're in a league of their own. With the amount of points they've got a huge cushion to play with. And the only way a team on the second spot can actually catch up to For Miracle is by getting a chicken dinner. That means Genesis Esports, they pretty much need a string, and they just pretty much need to spring themselves back to life in the upcoming game. Get a chicken dinner. That's the only way they can place themselves close. And once again, on the latter half of the board, now the overall standings are starting to look real fragile. As you mentioned, even a decent game can instantly propel you in the top 8, and not just top 8, even top 5.
Hey man, I mean, to make things interesting, as you were talking about Genesis, I think it's not just Genesis. Someone needs to shut down For Miracle. Is that going to happen in the upcoming match? We're going to find out after this very short break.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel, including IC Baby 1-2 as well. And IC, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines watching that epic comeback from the boys of TWOB Official, especially when everyone was clowning on them.
Hey man, TWOB Official has pretty much proved themselves that they were no fluke, because they deserve to be here in the realme BMPS 2025.
Yeah.
And of course, with the family support as well, it was a very, very emotional moment coming from them. And personally, I feel like TWOB Official, well, even though it's one chicken dinner, unfortunately they are still at the bottom though.
It's fine. I mean, it's all about, I think, rising above fear and hate, because we could have seen how the audience was reacting, and finally, what a moment to shut them off. And this is where you get a chicken dinner, you're finally getting into the groove, and who knows, they have already told they're going to be very aggressive. Coming up next is going to be Sanhok, and whisper in the woods were that they would be targeting a certain team. That's what I got to hear.
Well, that's from the interview as well, but here's the hint. Sorry, what?
Yeah, he did not really say anything. Moving on the conversation towards a few other teams, right?
Yeah.
Even Team Aryan getting 11 points. K9 Esports just on the back of the elimination points, getting 12 points in total. That means now, as we move on towards the map of Sanhok, we might just see K9 Esports once again go absolutely berserk.
We can. I think K9 for Sanhok has always been a major issue. Now let's talk about how the circle is going to form around Sanhok. If it goes towards the western side, sure, but if it's a mainland circle, then that's where the trouble arises.
I think when it comes to Sanhok as well, individual firepower becomes a very, very crucial factor as well. I think when it comes to tactical gameplay, Sanhok, it's in a situation where if you decide to fight, you better either wrap it up quick or just dodge completely. So that's something that they are going to be in a little bit of a predicament here. But now 8-Bit is going to be having a little bit of a roster change here. Apparently 8-Bit, they are not doing well so far, because when we talk about known teams, a lot of known teams has improved, but 8-Bit has not been able to perform so far.
Yeah, Toy sitting out, and Gamla is going to be now in the playing 4. It's a swap that's been happening since the start, even in the semifinals. We did see the swap coming through, but is it really going to make any sort of difference? Gamla Boy was in the playing 4, even on the day 1. Things were not really working out. That's why we did see at the end of the day Toy coming back inside of the picture, and 8-Bit sort of did initiate a bit of that comeback. But now since Toy's sitting back once again and Gamla Boy is going to be back inside of the picture, I really do want to know what's going on in their heads.
You know, at this time, it's very difficult to say really, because Team 8-Bit, they have been trying to intend to do some things, but things aren't working out for them. They're not able to control the tempo. Even during those fights, you could see them struggling. And getting Gamla Boy means you're going to have a little bit of that backline support. Lately, we've seen even Gamla Boy going aggressive, right on your faces. I want to see which version of Gamla Boy do they bring out in this one.
It's always this banner, right? They easily make it to the LAN finals, but they always struggle in the LAN
You
finals.
had to get that in, right?
Has been happening with them every single time.
I think it comes down to just the pressure itself, right? Like 8-Bit, obviously when it comes to Somraj, when we see realme BMPS, BGIS specifically, they were very, very confident. But before, prior to day number 1, they were already in a situation where they feel like every single team has just pretty much elevated their gameplay. And look at this, we are going to see another substitution as well coming from Gods, and they're bringing in Ash for Team Insane.
Yeah, Yash is now going to be the playing 4, and they are going to be subbing out Gods. In my opinion, Gods is one of the best players that Team Insane has in the playing 4, but since they're now going to be subbing out Gods, I don't exactly know what the thought process is, but I just hope this substitute's going to work out for Team Insane. They're not doing extremely bad in the overall standing since they're not on the last spot yet.
I mean, to be honest, for Team Insane, we did see a little bit of resurgence in the final previous game, right? And again, I'm kind of against this idea, because Gods had been playing so well during those online stages. You're bringing him in and then subbing him out does not make sense, right? Let the player settle in. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder what's gone wrong, because yes, day 1, you got a couple of games. Isn't it enough to have your nerves calm down? And let's see what happens.
Well, at the same time, so I do see Equinox getting ready for a very, very important fight as well. It seems like he is warming up his fingers really, really quickly, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not he performs well in Sanhok. And the substitution coming in from them seems to be a very, very important one, because knowing for a fact that this is a very mechanically skilled lobby, especially when it comes to Sanhok itself, I think them, in particular for 8-Bit, swapping out Toy was maybe a smarter choice here, just because of the fact that Toy does have a better Mako gameplay compared to Gamla Boy, in my opinion.
Yeah, but once again, Toy's now sitting out, right? So Gamla Boy is the one inside of the playing structure.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, Gamla Boy is someone that used to be quite calm and composed. But recently, this man has taken over that aggressive playstyle, and he's been doing a decent job. But so far in the LAN finals, 8-Bit as a team has been struggling. And will those struggle continue in this map of Sanhok? Well, let's find out.
Well. We are going to be jumping straight into game right here, right now, for the map of Sanhok for day 2 of the realme BMPS Grand Finals. Day 2 itself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very important one here, because it is going to be in the rainforest of Sanhok. And now match 9, we are going to be finally entering into the official halfway mark of the entire tournament itself. Substitutions need to be made, and this benchmark needs to be set, and all 16 teams competing here today is fighting for a chance to lift the trophy after the end of tomorrow. But it all begins right here, right now. You can see game face across the entire screen. Every single player is here for business itself. And Fixes, look at this. What is this flight path?
You know, I only have my eyes on TWOB right now. I'm sorry, IC. You're going to forgive me for this, because they're dropping down. Maybe on Genesis, no. Just going a little up top. Maybe God's Rain could be their target, but no, they've decided to drop in somewhere in the middle. So we also do not know where they're going to be headed out next, as we're waiting with bated breath for the circle to form, as Genesis, they've instantly backed off. And look at this. K9 find themselves in a little bit of a situation.
Yeah, seems like K9 and Genesis is going to be having a little bit of drop clash as well. We do see Omega versus Apollo. They're pretty much a 1 versus 1 down towards the tri-compounds all by themselves in between the 3 islands. And now there's going to be a very, very important 1 versus 1. Omega, it's either you buy time or you back up, because as of yet, both sides do not have any kind of backup so far. As you can see, Omega he's trying to bait some sort of reaction, but seems like he is going to respect this and back off, as the rest of his teammates is all the way in Alpha Island, while Apollo's teammates is all the way in boot camp. So it is going to be a very, very awkward approach here, but we do see at the far horizon, Zap is trying to provide some sort of cover for Apollo to get out to safety.
And the good thing about Genesis is they've got those vehicles, so easily assistance could be on the way, but cannot say that for K9. Now they'll have to wait out on a lot of resources, but be it Baba has taken quite some bashing. And even when you talk about for Miracle Esports as a whole, they've been so spectacular this tournament in the LAN stages, because imagine, we really thought that they might crumble down, but so far they're looking so strong.
Yeah, they're still somewhat consistent as well, especially in day number 2. We talked about comebacks here in day 2, and we do see a lot of adaptations by every single team here. And in particular, I think K9 made one of the biggest recoveries thus far in today's games. But let's continue to the prior fight so far. Zap was providing the assist in the cover fire for Apollo, but he did spot out Omega on the horizon to try and disengage. So Apollo is in the clear, and Genesis is able to get Apollo out to safety. So that's going to be the objective here, as Apollo is currently out under looted, but they need him for the later stage of the game, especially when the circle is shifting towards the east side.
And this is concerning, I see. We were talking about this in the pre-segment, right? K9, what are the odds for them getting the chicken dinner? Things are looking quite murky. Again, they'll have to fight their way inside the zone, and with Omega being caught in a pickle there, it just makes things even worse. But folks, if you find yourself in a pickle and are struggling with your BGMI gameplay, of course, do check out realme GT7. We have talked about all those amazing features, and even on the grand stage of it all these players are playing on the GT7 series phones. Might as well check it out on Amazon. But coming back to conversation, now what would you think the approach of TWOB would be? Because the way they're headed at, they want to play it safe, they want to play it around the center.
I think initially TWOB official was thinking on towards crashing towards Paradise, but knowing that God's Drain do tentatively dropped outside of Paradise, resort to try and get some sort of vehicles. They themselves tried to go in for a easy finish point, but unfortunately just could not find anybody, and at the same time they just don't have vehicles. Meanwhile, on screen here, Los Hermanos having a little bit of a mid-rotation clash here between them as well as 8-Bit. But 8-Bit says we are not going to be fighting this as well, because as of yet it's not really a good spot, especially for stage 1, to be taking fights out in the open, as Los Hermanos is going to be debating trying to secure the compound that they have, driving around here to scout information. But aside from that, nothing major is about to happen yet, but there are a lot of teams in the center right now.
Exactly where I was getting at. A lot of these teams getting towards those eastern areas. Circle centered around Bhan. We've got Los Hermanos, we've got Team 8-Bit, 8-Bit back to their shell. And this kind of justifies why they've got Kamlan Boy, right? That little defensive maneuver. But look at this, TWOB. They've got some unfriendly neighbors. It's going to be Genesis in bot fire. He already has his grenade pinned out. Will toss it. Would it make its mark? No is going to be the answer. Amax, he's got that suppressor on his weapon as Genesis. They want to pick this fight up, I see.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important fight as well. Genesis does have the low ground, and as we got TWOB official, they need the defense. But Hunters, the opener comes through, and that's a very crucial knock as well. Botfire does have the crossfire, but he needs to find the opener. But no, he misses his shot. Information is exposed, but Genesis, they're taking a little bit too much damage here to get the confirmation on aim hacks, and Shady now forced to defend inside the house, as Hunters is going to be wrapping around outside. But guess what? This fight is drawing a lot of attention here. They need to wrap things up. Shady still can't seem to find the opener here. He is afraid to push out, not knowing that there may be potential third parties, as Genesis trying to force a mistake, but no mistakes have been made yet.
Oh, look at this. Molotov on the floor, enough to flush him out, but Botfire, he strikes back, and for Miracle Esports around the vicinity, that's a headshot. Botfire, look at your backlines, eventually gets taken down. It's going to be Zap as the 4 comes in. Liability, the final surviving member, even Genesis, majority of their players on the knees, and now Team 8-Bit, they also decide to strike in. This is absolute pandemonium taking place as Dragon OP fighting it out against God's Reign as Liability. He squeaks out, he gets those finishes. Zap barely surviving on a sliver of HP right right now as 8-Bit decide to storm in. The breach is coming. Equinox, he's got his grenade pinned out. Somraj, he follows it up and with another.
Oh my goodness, the third parties come through and now Liability, last man standing. Zap also last man standing. They
Los
took too
Hermanos.
long. 8-Bit came in crashing. Los Hermanos also looking to pry away at them as well. But 8-Bit, they're playing a little bit slow. They're playing a little bit more tactical as well. There's no reason to overcommit to this. It seems like they are going to back out, knowing that if they stay too long, they are going to be stuck out in the open. And this hit and run strategy from 8-Bit, they may have started the fight, but guess what? They've lost Gamla and they didn't even get a single point from this engagement.
Yeah, that's not looking good for 8-Bit. But Equinox still wants to see the end of things, but eventually realized that backing off is the right call. Team 8-Bit were in their shell, were around the center, and they saw that fight happen and wanted a piece of that pie. Eventually, look at the standoff. Zab not having the best of HPs. You've also got Liability, and now the push might come in. Los Hermanos just scouring the land, I see.
Oh my goodness, they don't even realize that they're there together, each other. Both players trying to survive together just because of the fact that there was a major fight. They're not giving any footsteps, expecting that other people would think that everyone is dead. So that is going to be a very smart big brain IQ. But you must understand, there's two people still sharing here. And right now, they can't afford to make a sound. But Zab, he's going to creep out here to try and get information. But as soon as he sees him, guess what? Zab, he doesn't have the angle, but Liability knows he's exactly there. But Los Hermanos is going to be coming in. Zab gets spotted out. It is going to be Los Hermanos who takes him down. And now Liability also going to be the next to fall as Los Hermanos picks them both out here. Oh my goodness, a very, very unfortunate demise for Genesis and TWOB official, but the biggest victors is gotta be Los Hermanos.
And instantly that momentum cut off for TWOB officials. Had so much on their plate, but Los Hermanos having the final laugh. But look at the circle shift, kind of skewing towards the Paradise Resort. And GDR has left that position, TWOB right atop them. Even Team Eggy squeezing in from the northeastern side. K9 this time will be a little late inside the circle, but look at Team Forever. From that Camp Alpha Island, they will be charting their course. Even for the likes of NoNx, I see on the northwestern side, but quite some teams around the southeastern area as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, so outside the zone, Insane still defending, knowing for a fact that 4TR is looking up them, and they are slowly creeping in to try and take a fight against them. And as of yet, Team Insane, they have to make a move inside the zone very, very soon. But it is going to be very, very difficult to do so because it is going to be a very tricky situation, especially when now 4TR official is creeping up and checking every single angle. They're basting a lot of utilities, and look at this. Utkarsh only has his one final grenade. This is taking too long from these two teams.
You know, this team especially gets quite deadly in Sanhok. We've seen that even yesterday at Chicken Dinner. A lot of finishes pay in his life. He finally decides to press on the matters, I see. It's going to be interesting to see Atom. Team Insane had that little bit of resurgence, but now 4TR, they're getting their numbers up, this time intending to push in tandem. But these compounds can be quite risky, especially Atom, quite isolated from his teammates. All by his lonesome, hiding in that mannequin room. As Utkarsh, he's trying to maybe thread the needle, maybe open that door up. He's burst it out, and now finally decides to go for the push. We'll check the angle, we'll check the corner. And now maybe that grenade comes into play.
Oh my goodness, this is taking a little bit too long, but on the finish feed as well, 8-Bit had a little bit of run in with God's Omen, and 8-Bit themselves are taking some serious heavy fire, leaving only one player remaining as this fight is about to continue here as the circle closes in. 4TR official, they don't have a lot of mats here. Stage 3 is still a very, very far-fetched distance for them, and they don't have a lot of mats, so they have to wrap this up quickly and hope to check if Insane does have enough mats to keep them true to a Stage 3 circle before entering the zone. But again, options very, very limited here. It has to be fast, it has to be now or never. But the problem is, Insane, they're not making a sound here, and it's so hard because this is actually hurting each other right now.
Exactly, still Stage 2 though. But Team 4TR did show those signs of intent, but eventually missed out. But pain is life. This is exactly what we wanted. Really outplaying the players of Team Insane, found a different angle. And now he's connected. Now Team Insane, the panic button has set in through. As 4TR this time will come in with the march. The breach is there. Has two players again. Numbers up, but no, we're oblivious of Atom's position with the Tommy gun strikes, and now even Team Insane, they bite back. The two-piece from there, and 4TR still not bowing out. It's come down to real close matters. Both these teams losing out on numbers, I see. But Team Insane, they really need to see this through.
Oh no, you can see the faces from the back end staff as well. They're not too happy about this fight. Whoever wins a lot loses this fight. They're pretty much done and dusted as well. This is a very, very unfortunate fight that they should not have started here. But it's so hard to get out. They have to wrap things out. Just do what you can. It's going to be this call here. Adi now gets spotted out. Iron of God gets the knock, but he gets traded off as well. And now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Pain is life. He's got no meds. He's got no meds at all. Now Adam, he needs to win this. Can he win this is going to be the question here as well. Pain is life. He's stuck. He needs to find meds. He's about to bleed out his own. He goes for the wraparound, but he cannot find the opener. They're just dodging everything, but now the jump shot comes through. But no, Adam will be the one that takes him out, and he will keep things alive. A Team Insane will be the victors of this engagement, but at what cost?
Yeah.
At what cost?
What a gripping fight, folks. Where 4TR did open the account, but eventually it was Team Insane. With the final laugh is now for Miracle Esports and Los Hermanos. Two teams from the certain circuit facing off each other for Miracle Esports. Look at the numbers. They're quite tight. All inside that same compound, and if Los Hermanos, Carlin, look at him. He's got 5 grenades to work around. And once that smoke gets dissipated, maybe the doors might open. But a quick look at the replay. This is how Adi did manage to find that trade, which was much important, because it was all about finding those perfect angles. 4TR found the first one, but Insane was just better.
Yeah, this off-angle push coming from both sides was just phenomenal, but you can see the faces coming from both 4TR and Insane. They were just not too happy about this engagement. Yep, Insane, you are very happy about this, but at the same time, yeah, 4 points outside the zone, 2 players left, lack of meds. Good luck, boys. That is going to be a very risky situation.
Yeah.
They are keeping their hopes up, but the odds are definitely against them
Exactly.
right now.
Really does not help their case, does it? At this point, they have to get inside the circle and then fight their way through, especially the position they're at. Just made 30 points. We would want to see them bounce back, but for God's Omen, this time a little different approach, I see, from the edges.
Yeah.
Outside the blue, seems like they've snuffed out Eggy. Shots fired at his direction.
That's a small,
Goku knows.
Oh,
exactly spots his feet. Out of angle. But Eggy repositioned. Gyro God, he spinned him down. And now for Goku, he needs to squeeze through. He needs to find that angle. He needs to thread that needle. And now there you go. Gyro God delivers. And now Team Eggy, they're exposed, vulnerable.
This is a great game here for God's Omen as well. They racked up some serious heavy points as well. 8-bit was one of the victims, and now even Eggy themselves are going to be losing a couple bodies themselves. But stage 4 coming to play, God's Omen. They farm as much finish points as they can, but they still have 54 seconds to decide how are they going to push in the next phase of the zone, because right now the zone is going to shift all the way towards Paradise. And guess what? Nobody's inside Paradise. It is going to be the outskirts.
Yeah.
And Los Hermanos is going to be having a very decent compound in the south side alongside 4 Miracle. But TWOB in the north side has one of the, I would say, safer compounds right now in terms of rotation, just because it's so difficult to push up north and the south compound. So those 2 major compounds from TWOB, Los Hermanos, and 4 Miracle, these 3 teams, which are currently occupying right now, is the most difficult compound to push in, especially if you do not have enough utilities and vehicles to work with.
You know, we've got 2 contrasting pictures over here. There are a couple of teams. They have got those concrete covers for themselves, and then there are a couple few still around the edges, still looking for any bystanders or any passing members of opposing teams, maybe strike them down. So it's all about that patient game. It's all about who hits first and how somebody else retaliates. And seems like God's Rain, spot out Team Insane coming from the blue.
Yeah.
Easy 2 finishes. You will be happy about that. But God's Rain, imagine, they dropped down at Paradise Resort. They moved away from it, and the circle shifts back towards Paradise.
It's a little bit awkward as well. They were able to pick up the 2-man, but on screen right now, God's Omen with the rotation here. Swings really quickly. He was going to be caught out and open. Now Los Hermanos is going to pin them out in the most awkward spot. And fortunately for them, Paradise is pretty much exposed and open here. So there's nobody looking from that direction. It seems like we do have a lot of stragglers trying to hide their way in the corners and nooks and crannies in between Paradise and the center of the zone. Somrush himself is going to be a sneaky little solo warrior themselves. Same can be said for God's Omen. But before that, let's take a look at the replay on how God's Rain was able to find Insane out in open. Oh no, Adam. It's just the same entry point. Both exited in the same crosshairs. Just allow Neo to just completely flush them out. Very, very unfortunate here for Team Insane.
Quite unfortunate, but they'll have to live with that. But for now, Los Hermanos a quite comfy position. They've got so many teams around them, and Somraj, he cannot afford to fall at this point, especially for Team 8-Bit. The same problem still very visible. Changes made, but look at this, even NoNx, they're starting to close in on Somraj. Seems like they're kind of aware of his whereabouts. Even Team Forever,
well,
having an interesting spread, and now this vehicle almost on the verge of exploding. And there you go. Somraj dealt with 8-Bit. Another bad outing from their side.
So unfortunate, but Gyro got himself popping off this time. He's got himself a 4 points lead right now, but oh, never mind. Neo again. Wow, Neo, where did that shot come from? Just one tap in the head, huh? How?
You know, that's his beauty, right? Takes you back to the online stages, you know, those one-shots. He gets those 7-8 finishes all the time. Such a well-crafted player. But for now, Team Forever, the circle away from them. They'll have to march their way inside the zone, but look at God's Rain. They did not know what they were marching into. And Beard Baba had their numbers. Instantly decimated them, just eviscerated into thin air. Now even look at For Miracle, they're exposed.
Hey, no, right. For Miracle, a good defense is a great offense, and that is going to be For Miracle's strategy. They just held on the compound, made sure nobody could get in safely, and now on-screen Team Forever gets picked out in the open as well. It's going to be TWOB that picks up all these points, and Team Forever next to fall. This circle just absolutely brutal for all these teams without any sort of rotations, and even NoNx, they had a safer approach from Paradise himself, and because of this, they are somehow able to find some sort of entry point. But just moments ago, we do see Rising Inferno Esports finding their stragglers off Eggy and take them out of this lobby as well.
Even Rising Inferno do not have the luxury of the circle. Look at OMEN, just around this card post. All of his teammates will definitely want to come to his position, but that's going to keep them so exposed, and hence a fight against TWOB would be ideal. As even Goten from the western side, they've got those rocky covers to play around. So OMEN imparting all that information to his teammates, to the TWOB right in front of him on the northeast, and then on the north, you've got God's OMEN. It's coming down to be a very sweaty matchup, I see. It's all about where the next circle shift is. Is it going to be around the Paradise Resort, or is it going to steer away out in the open?
Yeah, it's all about utilities. It's all about timings right now. And whoever sparks that flame is going to set up a range of dominoes effects for every single team to start to collapse into this fight. So whoever starts a spark better be prepared for an explosion, because every single team is going to be jumping on you as well, taking an advantage, try and rotate away. You can see TWOB, they're just waiting for Rising Inferno Esports. Rising Inferno Esports is trying to wait for TWOB. Same can be said for Los Hermanos, waiting for For Miracle. And again, none of them can take any action, because whoever starts the fight first is most likely going to be taken out first as well.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about the position game, right? It's all about who makes that mistake, and seems like Karlan this time, he wants to press on the matter. Beard Baba already dealt with, but Karlan is wary of the fact that Rising Inferno right on their tails. Jotin did have his pixel spotted, but no shots yet, as Goten this time going after the players of TWOB. So we're kind of seeing a three-way standoff over here.
Not just
all
a
these
three-way,
teams are going after each
actually.
other. Yeah, four-way, maybe the fifth also could come into play. Whatever the case is, now Los Hermanos, they've got to make a move inside the circle. Rising Inferno, Jotin out in the open.
Oh no.
He's also taken down.
Oh no, TWOB first to take the move, and guess what? As soon as I say it, first to strike, first to fall, and they are the first one to be eliminated in that four-way standoff as they push through in the zone. God's Omen somehow still finding a small little crack to try and play around this. Rising Inferno Esports take advantage of it, and they will be the second to move. And guess what? They somehow survive. But little did they know there is a straggler. Levi scouts him out in the open as well. Rising Inferno Esports, they're crumbling to pieces. There's just no space to hide. And as soon as Owen is going to be rotating around the signboards of Paradise Esports, GyroGod will have a clear line of sight, and he needs to be very careful, because NoNx, they're playing from Paradise, and they finally checked the entire compound and did realize that the entirety of Paradise was empty. And just like that, they secure it, and God's Omen next to fall. Owen now stuck in a rock in the hard place. So many angles, and NoNx, they just completely dominated from the north side.
You know, this is much like it. NoNx, finally Levi coming into play, but look at this. Even Los Hermanos were denied entry into the circle, courtesy of NoNx. Yeah, even their resurgence is there, having complete control over the Paradise Resort, even having a little bit of a lay of the land. on the outskirts of Paradise. The chicken dinner is theirs to lose, but look at K9. Completely in their unnatural habitat this time.
Yeah,
Slug, the only surviving member. He secured a lot of position points though.
They can't really do too much as
Yeah.
well. Like the gamble paid off for NoNx at least here, knowing for a fact that the prior circle wasn't really shifting towards Paradise, and as soon as NoNx checked Paradise Resort and realized that God's Raid is not home, they completely took all those positions. And look at this, as long as NoNx has those rooftops on top of Paradise, every single team is going to struggle to push up. You can't just blindly push this without vehicles or even a proper plan. And right now, this 4 versus 1 situation, Slug has one of the best possible outcomes to try and rat things out. But the problem is, the circle is going to force them out. So NoNx, they have to push out in the open, but they still have those rooftops to try to play around with, though.
Exactly. Lovevish, he's going to be the key player in this one. I still feel like NoNx, they've got better positioning. They've got that high ground advantage. And to add the cherry on top, they know exactly where Aryan are. But look at Slug.
Did Aryan not hear Slug? Oh my goodness, they really did not hear it. Even Cyrex as well, that small little pixel, they did not see him. And now Slug is going to be playing spoilers here for Aryan. Oh, the nade comes through. It looks good. Cyrex into trouble, and a perfect nade from Slug to shut down Aryan x TMG. An unexpected visitor in this fight. This opener opens up the floodgates for NoNx, and even Roman finds Hitler.
Yeah, he does. As now pushes come to shove, Team Aryan being pressed on by 2 different angles, as now 3 players pushing in at Aryan's position. Roman wants to fight it out. Aryan, yes, a valiant effort. Already gets
Aryan.
1 knock. And now even Levi at barely even a sliver of HP. This is where Aryan needs to strike back. He's run out of ammunition, I see. And look at Slug. Look at this play.
No way.
He wants to double down.
No way. He dealt the blow here, but NoNx somehow still survives. But look at this. Levi, he's down so low. Arya, solo warrior. Hitler still alive. And Aryan, they get the reset somehow. And NoNx, they drop the ball as Aryan x TMG might be able to go in for the push. But look at this. Aryan, he's out of mats. He's out of health. Lovish all by himself. The flank comes through. Lovish finds one. Hitler down. Lovish still holding those angles. His health is low. He's got the shotties. He's shooting everything, but eventually was overwhelmed. Aryan x TMG denies the chicken from NoNx. What a hold from Aryan x TMG.
And the strike back once again, this time in Sanhok. Certainly patience are paying off. Imagine in that situation, they had everything stack up against them. Slug from the sidelines taking their backmen out, and then suddenly that push coming in from NoNx, and they still survived that onslaught. And not just that, Necro, they managed to secure a chicken dinner out of this one. This is special.
Aryan started the day off on a bad note, but then after the second game, now it feels like they finally got the win of the sails, and Aryan is looking extremely unstoppable. And if they keep on playing the same way, 4 Miracle's lead, it might just start to fade away. That means 4 Miracle might just have a potential challenger.
Yeah, you can see the frustrations coming from NoNx as well. They knew for a fact they dropped the ball. That was a game that was in the hands of NoNx. Slug may have helped them out. They went in for the rush, but they lost every single gunfight to Aryan. And even then, Aryan was able to even get the reset to even the odds against them. What a mistake from NoNx. What a fumble this is.
Yeah, I think we could clearly see that hesitance from their players, right? Especially when they already had the numbers up, a little down. You know Aryan had that shotgun, but still you have the numbers, right? I really felt like they would have gone for the push, and we're gonna witness that when the final blow does come up. But Los Hermanos, I mean, this could have been their game had the circle really favored them. It kind of steered away. And this is the fight that I was talking about, gentlemen. Look at this. You know, Roman had himself a little exposed, and then Levi, he did not want to commit into this. This is where they should have actually gone in and giving so much space. And yeah, I mean, mistakes were made. Even they know that.
Yeah, even Hitler as well with a small little body block down on the floor as well. Just very, very unfortunate here. But let's take a look at towards Aryan x TMG's performance in this performance as well, because this was a very, very interesting comeback coming from them, and this stats pretty much gives them a little bit of leeway with the chicken dinner to kind of scale themselves back into the upper echelons of the lobby.
Once again, the dev comebacks has given us exactly what we wanted to see. We're seeing a lot of comebacks, even NoNx pulling off a major comeback. Yeah, they were not really able to convert a chicken dinner, but still, this is the start of something great, and we know NoNx is someone that does possess a lot of caliber, but for now, Aryan is just dominating the open fields. They're clearly just running on a completely different pace, and they're feeling themselves. And of course, to have a chat with the boys, let's move on to the stage towards Rohit.
Thank you so much, casters. And इस समय Team Aryan, चिकन डिनर आपके हाथ लगी है एंड डे 2 की शुरुआत देखिए। इस समय आपसे डिवोटी आपसे जब बात हो रही थी तो आपने ये कह दिया था कि देखो MVP का जो टारगेट है वो तो साइड में है, लेकिन मुझे टीम के साथ जीतना है। एंड टीम के साथ क्या जीत मिली है टुवर्ड्स द एंड। वो जब 3v2 हो रहा था, 2v1 हो रहा था, तो बताइए कि क्या चल रहा था? टेंशन हो रही थी, दिल की धड़कनें कितनी तेज हो गई थी?
नहीं कुछ नहीं हो रहा था, ऐसा नॉर्मली हो गया, अब आदत हो गई अब तो। सिर्फ कुछ उतना इंटेंस नहीं था, ठीक ही था।
ऑलराइट, लेकिन आर्यन, क्योंकि ये टीम आप ही के नाम पर है तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि नई टीम है, इट्स अ न्यू टीम, लेकिन इतनी कमाल की सिनर्जी, इतने कमाल का ये जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है, व्हाट्स द सीक्रेट? क्या हो रहा है टीम के बीच में कि इतनी बड़ी कोऑर्डिनेशन चल रही है?
सब एक्सपीरियंसड है तो शायद तक इसलिए वजह से ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आ रही है। एक्सपीरियंस कम होता तो शायद तक दिक्कत आती।
डे 1 में भी आर्यन चिकन डिनर आपके हाथ लगी थी, ऐसा नहीं था कि आप खाली हाथ घर गए थे। डे 2 की भी शुरुआत हुई है तो चिकन डिनर आपके हाथ लग चुकी है, लेकिन अब आप पोडियम पर आ चुके हैं, नंबर 2 पर हैं इस समय आप पोजीशन पर। अब आगे के क्या प्लान्स हैं, क्या स्ट्रैटेजाइज करेंगे आप और टीम को क्या बताएंगे आप?
देखते हैं, तो जैसे अभी खेलें वैसे खेलने की ट्राई करेंगे, बाकी तो क्या पता, रिजल्ट उस टाइम ही पता चलेगा।
तो इस समय आर्यन ज़्यादा कुछ रिवील करना नहीं चाह रहे, लेकिन आर्यन ये कह रहे हैं कि देखा जाएगा। लेकिन इस समय देखिए कोऑर्डिनेशन थी एंड जो आर्यन के चेहरे पे जो मुस्कुराहट थी ना कि देखा जाएगा, उससे काफ़ी ये पॉजिटिव लग रहे हैं एंड काफ़ी ज़्यादा इस समय सीना चौड़ा हो चुका है विद दैट चिकन डिनर। तो कंग्रेचुलेशंस आर्यन फॉर दैट अमेजिंग चिकन डिनर। लेकिन अभी आगे और भी गेम्स बचते हैं और उसमें क्या ड्रामा बन सकता है ये सब अच्छी तरह एनालाइज करेंगे हमारे एनालिस्ट। सो बैक टू यू गाइस।
Team Aryan is now starting to run away with a lot of confidence, but K9 Esports, they were going frag heavy in the first 2 games, but in this game, they had 5 placement points and only 1 finish point.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Aryan, you kind of would want more, but TWOB, like you said, right? Now, this is a team that we really thought that they would be going all guns blazing. The intentions were clear, Necro, but again, they got unlucky. But we saw, I see that early skirmish, right?
Yeah.
So many teams around that place. 8-bit got pushed off. Even for K9, wasn't there a really good start? 3 players got taken down quite early.
I think the 4 teams that really struggle the most here is 4TR, Insane, Genesis, and also TWOB Official, because they had no business choosing a fight like that so early. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure even Genesis as well was wondering why the heck did we choose to fight that? That was just such an awkward call there. And because of this, they were the 4 teams that get eliminated so early in the game, just could not convert into the later stage game at all. But eventually when it came down to the final moment, I felt like NoNx just had one of the best position possible just because of the fact that they were able to secure Paradise away from God's Reign, which apparently somehow left home rather early as well, just giving away the space for NoNx Esports to convert into the final 2 moment. But again, it was Aryan that somehow was able to outplay against NoNx in that situation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, NoNx at the end of the day, they were also outnumbered in that moment. There was just 1 man alive in the final few instances. And of course, he got taken down since the opponents had a bit of a better trading potential. But once again, the conversation back towards the teams that are failing questionably, and generally speaking over here, has to be 4TR as well. Yesterday's day was phenomenal for 4TR, but today's day, it's been a complete slumber.
And you know, just to add on to what you just said, Sanhok is supposed to be their battlegrounds, right? They kind of tend to thrive. This time they wanted to pick that fight up, but Team Insane seemed like they were a little better prepared, Necro.
Of course, the MVP of the previous match is also going to be Levi from NoNx. Once again, this man is putting up those numbers to constantly keep himself at the top in the MVP list. But at the end of the day, what matters is the trophy, and NoNx are still pretty far away from that.
Yeah, at the same time as well, when we talk about real MVP here, Levi is going to be the top contender as of yet. He started the day with 69 finish points in the total, but now with another 5 coming in as the MVP this game, seems like he is going to be racking up some serious numbers. However, they need those placement points to kind of keep things true here. But let's talk about the top 5 players going to be joining alongside him as well. We do have Gyrogod coming from God's Omen, a major step up coming from God's Omen in terms of consistency. Aryan himself with the chicken dinner going to be part of it, GodX from NoNx, and also Devotee from Aryan as well. So this top 5, I would say, are definitely the playmakers for the circle, considering that it is a Paradise zone.
you know, this is what we are witnessing, right? So many unusual suspects, everybody delivering, and even now, Team Aryan, look at this, 17 points. Finally, that bounce back from their side is there.
Of course it is. I mean, Team Aryan, yeah, the first game was a bit of a mishap, but then the second game, Team Aryan did pretty good. And now the third game, Team Aryan has a chicken dinner. NoNx with 15 points. We're seeing a bit of that comeback even from them. Even Los Hermanos getting 10 points. Slowly and steadily, Los Hermanos once again starting to gain that pace. OMEN, as usual, just consistent. And it's great to see a team like OMEN stay so consistent on the board. K9 Esports this time around, not really going frag heavy, instead going placement heavy.
But look at this, even for Miracle, still somehow managing to get around 5 points per game. I think that is still keeping them afloat right at the top of the overall standings. But now look at Aryan.
Wow.
Look at the swing back Necro. 10 points now separating them from Miracle.
This is what I was talking about, right? If Miracle just keeps on getting 4 or 5 points, it's not going to be good news. Miracle, they need to hit consistent double digits if they want to maintain that average, if they want to maintain that lead they've got in the overall standings.
But all things considered here, we have officially reached the halfway mark of the Grand Finals itself here. And guess what? From all the way to number 1 until the 10th position, even 11th position, it is still anyone's game. One good game will shoot you up into the top. And Aryan x TMG right here with this chicken dinner given in the hands of NoNx, they are now number 2.
Yeah. Exactly, right? And the two potential trophy contenders, at least that's what we thought. God's Reign and even another fierce contender, that's going to be 8-Bit. They're currently sitting on the latter half of the board, almost pretty much close at the bottom. This is something that none of us saw coming.
But gentlemen, you both need to agree, right? Even 43, 41, till the 14th spot, anybody getting a chicken dinner in the next game, they could easily bounce back into the top 3 also.
You know what? The point differences between the number 1 spot until 11, even for BGIS itself, wasn't this close. Think about it. This is still anyone's game after the halfway mark here. So I don't know what to say because it seems like every single team competing here right now has pretty much stepped up, and I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, once again, but now it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the upcoming map of Sanhok.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Superman. The most powerful being on planet Earth.
Your choices, your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
He's not a man. He's an it.
9 games done and dusted with 7 more to go. It is getting so intense, folks. Once again, welcome back. You're watching Grand Finals Day 2 of realme BMPS 2025. As we head into Sanhok this time, we've got Johnny and IC with us. And Johnny, we did witness the overall standings for Miracle Esports still holding on to that top spot, but then the difference is barely visible.
Exactly, it's down to 10 points, and that is going to be tricky. But again, what they are doing right now is just making sure that they keep the aggregate to about 9 points per match. They are struggling today, but if they can still manage it at the end of the day, it is all going to be good, right?
You want to know an interesting trivia right now?
Okay.
9 points per game is all they need to secure the #1 spot. 9 points per game, 9 games done, 9 more games to go.
You know
so
what,
it's
I
9-9-9.
You know what I and even the audience want to know? How does 8-bit bounce back into this?
Well, they have to +1 and it become 9.
Okay. That's as lame as it gets, folks. But yes, Johnny, I think you've got a sensible answer.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, pretty much, I guess 9 points per game does get them the trophy, but they still need to keep the momentum. The problem for 4 Miracle has become that they are getting shut down. And as you were talking about for 8-bit, I think, yeah, 2 chicken dinners is what they need. Or just 1 win can give them the momentum, the confidence back in their favor to actually try and bounce back. But let's see, I mean, 42 points to break into the top 4, they need 20 points, can come from 1 chicken dinner.
Yeah, I see. We all see what's going on. Troy is back.
Yeah, you can see the pressure is coming out from 8-bit as well. It's just very, very unfortunate considering the fact that, you know, prior to this game, they brought in Gumla Boy, hoping that they were going to rely on his mechanical skills in Sanhok in general, but he was the first one to get taken out. And the moment that happened, everything started falling like dominoes here coming from 8-bit. They made a lot of awkward situations. They had a very interesting third party. They went in, they lost the guy. They were the ones to start the fight, but they could not secure any single points. And after that onwards here, it just completely flopped. And now they're bringing back Toy in. I feels like 8-bit is in a situation where the pressure is so high to the point that desperation is starting to kick in right now.
I mean, hey, after a while, you're going to do anything it takes, right? Throw everything that you have and the kitchen sink to make things work, or at least try. And as you were talking about Gamla Boy and his mechanics, right? Yes, mechanically one of the best players in the country, but the problem is that on like LAN, an environment like this, mechanics alone aren't going to get you that trophy.
You know, honestly speaking, IC and Johnny, I really have this feeling that you're making so many adjustments, so many changes, tweaks here and there. Kind of shows that you are feeling vulnerable, isn't
unsure.
It? Yeah, you're unsure.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They're definitely unsure here. But even for Miracle as well, they have been very, very somewhat consistent. But even then, right now, Dragon, you can see the pressure is on as well. Even yesterday, they talked about a lot of strategies. The strategies are still being implemented.
Yeah.
Not many teams has been able to dissect their playstyle yet. It's somewhat working for them right now. And we talk about consistency. Right now, for Miracle is the most consistent team thus far, even here in day number 2.
That is true. Again, I mean, they've stayed on the first position from the start till now, so they are kind of consistent.
Hey, 9 points per game.
Now, I see, gentlemen, we need to talk about Genesis, right? They had such a strong start to the day, but as we moved on, I think they've also lost a lot of steam.
I wouldn't. Yeah, they have kind of lost steam, but you also have to give them a little bit of leeway because Genesis made a comeback. So their performance was all about, first of all, decreasing the deficit and then trying to figure out a way to get inside the top 3. The objective still remains the same for Genesis, to close the difference between them and 4 Miracles. But one thing that has changed is now the difference between them and 4 Miracles isn't as much as it was before game number 1 of the day.
But now when you talk about the other big names also, I see we've got God's Reign into the mix, and it's always been about those day of comebacks. Day 2 has been the best day, but so far what we've witnessed hasn't really been the case.
Yeah, I think it comes down to just execution, right, when we talk about comebacks. Because when we talk about benchmarks, 4 Miracle pretty much set the benchmark on day number 1, where 60 points per day gives you the trophy.
Yeah.
And right now, as long as you average out 9 points per game, you should be able to get there. That is 4 Miracle's strategy. But whereas the rest of the world, they either stop the momentum coming in from 4 Miracle or they pull a hit. And this time, I think just today itself, we saw a lot of massive games coming in here. Genesis was able to make a bounce back. Aryan was able to make a bounce back. Forever is making a bounce back as well. And that's the reason why the points are just so close neck and neck.
Yeah, everything goes neck to neck, but anything can happen again in the rainforest of Sanhok. Ladies and gentlemen, as we queue up for it, I think it is time. Chartering through the skies. Take it away, casters.
Well, it is time, as you said, Fixes. Match number 10, map of Sanhok. Over the tropical lands we go yet again. And of course, after the fiasco of the previous Sanhok, a lot of these teams are going to be looking to recover.
Now, of course, when we talk about recovery as well, it is going to be very important here, especially for teams to be very sure on where they want to defend here, because that circle itself on towards Paradise Resort was such a shift that no one anticipated as well, because every single team expected the circle to shift outside of Paradise. And of course, one of the biggest victims is going to be none other than God's Reign, because that is their home ground, and they were the first ones to actually exit of Paradise Resort, which allowed NoNx free leeway to farm so much finish points and also to secure the top 2 positions. So that's going to be a little bit of an awkward start for them. Meanwhile, let's take a look at whether or not TWOB official is going to be going for that drop clash once more. Unfortunately to say, they're not heading in towards Paradise as well. I was expecting them to drop clash them, to be honest.
I mean, it would have been better because TWOB official, if you look at where the players are exactly, one player can be caught off guard by Genesis. Botfire is trying to move in. It's going to be a very difficult recovery for TWOB official. I'm worried about them, but same can be said for 4 Miracles. Parachute spotted out in the air, and it is going to be lazy from the side of Team Insane, who wants to take a few shots, and he did, in fact, but found no contact.
Yeah, it's so different to actually shoot people in the air compared to on a normal trade as well, just because it's not a common speed for the travel speed, right? When we talk about bullet travel speed and also the elevation on how it drops from down to up, it's weird. Like, for a vehicle, you can kind of measure the distance just because you have some sort of angle to work with, but it's so hard to gauge the distance if it's on the air. So obviously, you have to pre-fire into a specific awkward angle, which a lot of teams are not used to, because when we have those red dots on top of your head, we fire. That's it. But you can't really do that on the air. You have to pre-fire in a place where you expect the parachute to be landing very, very soon.
Yeah.
There is a delay.
As you mentioned, it's the judgment that gets kind of thrown off, but TWOB, it seems like their judgment on how to start this game has been thrown off. AimHack finds himself up against the players of Genesis. He has called for his teammates' support, and you see them trying to regroup on the radar as well, but AimHack, he's going to have to find at least the opening in this fight all by himself.
Huh. I'm surprised Genesis is not going towards bootcamp.
Oh no, Shady, he's been picked off by God's Reign. That's an early loss for TWOB official.
Yeah, they're a little bit split off as well. TWOB official, again, 2 times in a row, they're trying to secure vehicles outskirts here, but so far, previous game, no vehicles found. This game, they're pretty much no vehicles found again. Yeah. And because of this, they are pretty much stranded. Genesis do have a little bit of upper hand here. They do find themselves the UAZ east side of bootcamp and immediately goes in for the crash. So, unfortunate for TWOB official, they are going to be hunted down. Meanwhile, this is happening as well. All this entire skirmishes was heard in by PMWI from Rising Inferno Esports, and he's pretty much chose to stay as the solo player here, as a scout here, while the rest of the team has gotten back out to actually loot up north outside the zone.
Yeah, they went for a split formation quite early. And as you mentioned, PMWI IGL, he was able to spot out the players of Genesis, deciding to not pull the trigger though, deciding not to engage into the action. And which seems like a wiser choice. He was outnumbered. Genesis would have found those finishes. Although I think TWOB would have been happy with that engagement. It would have given them a little bit of breathing room to work with. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to deliver your best in the intense heat of the moment, check out the Realme GT7, because this device stays 6 degrees cooler. All thanks to that iScenes graphene rear cover.
Yeah, and of course now, let's talk a little bit more on the bounce back here coming from Aryan. Aryan was the one that stole the chicken dinner away from NoNx previous game and now securing themselves with 69 points in top 2. The current gap between them and Formrico is only 10 points, so one chicken dinner in this game might offset the leaderboard very, very quickly as well. And again, I believe Dragon himself in his interview yesterday did mention a very, very superstitious call, which again, teams who tentatively do well in day 1 don't really do well in day 2 in LAN. And it seems like because of that small little belief, based on this scoreboard right now, it might just happen. Just like, I don't want to jinx it, I don't want to call it what it is, but sometimes in life, if the players feel it's superstitious and they believe in it, well, we just say it as it is. Because I personally don't believe in it, though.
That's what I was about to say. I do not believe in that as well. I just think that is just an excuse for the underwhelming performance from yesterday. But yeah, we're just going to give the players a leeway, do what you please. As long as you lift the trophy, who cares?
Hey, you know what? I want to unleash the beast right now. And you know what I want to do?
What, have some monster?
Yes, bro! If you guys want to unleash the beast in the gameplay of BGMI, you guys gotta have a drink of Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner.
Yeah, of course.
Do you feel the beast energy right now?
Yes, I do.
Absolutely fantastic, but
I'm just waiting for the action to begin though, because it's been 5 minutes on Sanhok and there's just been one finish in the game, man.
hey man,
Hey, that's the second. Could be the second. As I say,
Hey,
forever, Ovace, he's been knocked and the finish gets confirmed. LHS as well taking on the players of TWOB, and they found 2 knocks. Kalyug and Rapido both hit the floor, and Garland, it seems like he has regained that aggression from yesterday.
You know what, you spoke too soon, man. As soon as you ask for action, guess what? The call to action right now is going to be a fight. And Los Hermanos finds a couple of stragglers alongside for TWOB, who's trying to rotate into Charlie Island. And as soon as this happened as well, a lot of gunshots has been heard from the side of 8-Bit. 8-Bit also in a position to try and gatekeep them. But for some reason, Spy, whoa! How did he spot that pixel? He actually knows Somraj is there. What? What was that spot there?
They are trying to, they know he's on the other side. Or I think they just know that someone is there on the other side of the river. And they're just making sure if they can spot the man or the team. Or maybe just keep a track of where exactly are they moving towards. They will be prepared for the fight that awaits them. Plus, it's about points getting stolen, man.
Yeah, Kanha is trying to regroup his teammates as well, but it seems like he is going to try and deny those resources away, knowing that every single team, especially in stage 1, is going to be scrambling for some sort of loot. So those denials going to be very important here. 8-Bit was able to find a couple of stragglers themselves, but conversion-wise, they need those massive points. 8-Bit now playing a little bit more tactical than before. But it's interesting to see a little bit of a widespread coming from 8-Bit. This time, they're taking advantage of Somrush as the scout in those compounds, while the rest of the team is going to be taking those high grounds to try and fend them off. So this is a very interesting strategy coming from 8-Bit right now.
It is a very interesting strategy, but ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to make your presence felt in this beautiful, beautiful Yashobhoomi Convention Centre at the realme BMPS LAN Finals, there was a QR code. Scan that, Swiggy Scenes, that's where you get the tickets.
And you may stand a chance to actually meet your favorite players as well. And
Or
even
meet
us
us
as the casters.
Yeah, drop by and say hi. That's
Hello.
the strategy.
Exactly. And of course, show support of your favorite team, of course.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. But speaking of an important thing to do right now, the circle shifts hard south once more. It is going to be out and open, and for some reason, 4Miracle was able to anticipate this, and they are in the southwest corner of the circle, and they've got a very, very nice widespread of a compound to work with. So 4Miracle, once again, looking to try and dominate his way through, and considering the fact that 4Miracle did get the chicken dinner yesterday as well in the map of Sanhok, that is going to be a very important moment here, but hold that thought for now. Eggy himself find 2 coming from Los Hermanos. That is not looking good for Los Hermanos, because right now, Los Hermanos, they just lose their vehicle as well. Those angles is not going to help them out.
Yeah, even the fight earlier on they just got 1 point off of that. And now this pressure is there. Gonna be too much to deal with. They find the opener, but Colin is gonna be forced to run into the fire. And Evil, the last man surviving, I don't think he survives for long. Evil is about to get cleansed as NoNx from Eggy lobs out an aid. And there we have it, the finishing blow. Another exit for the brothers of Los Hermanos.
Look at this confidence coming from Eggy, man. Like, they have no fear anymore here. They just don't really care. They're just going to be farming as many points as they can. And it seems like with this successful push, they will be able to clean out Los Hermanos. And again, it is going to be anyone's game. Every single point is going to be so close here to trying to reach into at least the top 5.
Yeah.
And against Eggy, the gap here is only about 30 over points. One massive game is what is going to skyrocket them in towards the moon. And of course, Rising Inferno Esports is going to be, can they rise from the ashes is going to be the question. It's been a while since we've seen Rising Inferno Esports make a comeback ever since the debut of this grand finals in day 1. Seems like from all the way in the top of the pack, now they've been kicked down all the way to the bottom here.
Not what we were expecting, as you were saying. A great start to Rising Inferno's journey yesterday, and then all of a sudden, match after match, underwhelming performance. And this is the replay of how things went about. Eggy versus Los Hermanos, the opening found. And then it was that second knock that pretty much gave the edge to the players of Team Eggy. The split formation from Los Hermanos not really working out too well for them.
Yeah, Eggy, of course, Now, looking pretty happy about this year. Backstaff pretty much very, very happy about the situation. God's Train, however, making a little bit different interpretation this game here. A little bit of an awkward spot. They are keeping the edges of the zone, but the problem is they are in the northeast quadrant of the circle, and that quadrant is open fuse after open fuse. Does have a little bit of mountain terrain, but the problem is entering into the next phase zone, there's only two options. Either the roads or Painan, and right now, based on what I'm seeing from God's Rain, they do not have a vehicle, so options very limited right now for them.
Yeah. This is, as you said, about to get very tricky, but I think they're seeing those bodies eager to pull the trigger, and Neo does. But Liability does manage to get away. Void's getting knocked out over there. And God's Rain now pushed into the blue. Still have decent map presence to be able to move in, but on the other side, it is going to be the side of Rising Inferno, who have the altitude to take the fight against both the teams, TWOB official and the side of God's Rain. Shots fired, but Rising Inferno still waiting for that first knock.
Oh my goodness. Johnny, look at the circle. Another hard shift down south. Every single team pretty much stuck out in the open. This is one of the most difficult spots to be in here. They've got to cross the bridge. They have to fight each other. They have to do something. And you can see all hell is about to break loose. Everybody's going to be taking shots, and whatever that moves right now, nobody is going to survive this. And what's the best situation you can do? Get as many finish points as you can. And the Bonfire is about to bleed out. Oh no, they don't able to trace him. But Bonfire eventually was picked off by Justin.
Oh man, TWOB official, another heartbreaking performance this time around. But the fight goes on. God's Rain versus Rising Inferno. Having gotten clear surroundings, both the teams now have an opportunity to engage head on, but the pressure of knowing that the zone is a little too far away from them, I believe, has forced a disengagement between the two sides. On the other side of things, Team Insane, eastern edge of the zone under their control, but towards the center we have TWOB trying to move in, but it seems like they have been spotted out by 4 Miracle and Team Eggy, and in fact it's just the last player, Anonymous, from the side of TWOB, who has managed to stay alive all this long.
Yeah, TWOB has been scraping off by position points for the longest of time here, Johnny. It's just so awkward for them to not be able to do well here, just because of the fact that every single time they're about to engage, they just get picked off. It's just so unfortunate of them. Meanwhile, a major fight about to break down as well onto Sami. It's been a while since we've seen the Sami fight. Duke Forever is able to find the opener. Hitler pretty much first to knock, and now the retrade comes in. Devotee equalizes the fight, 3 versus 3 between Team Forever as well as Aryan x TMG Gaming.
It's not going to be easy for either sides. All of this commotion will draw the attention from this surroundings, but what an angle found by Cyrax, and the spray even better. The opening found against the players of Team Forever, but still can't really make that bounce. The threat of an off angle, getting the trade will always be there, but Aryan, knowing that they have the numbers now, make the push. And Team Forever on the verge of getting eliminated over here.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. I thought Team Forever is going to be the AOK, but it seems like Thunder is going to be the last man standing here as Aryan is able to somehow hold down the forces and take them all out. So
the finish gets stolen though.
Yeah, it's just ironic though.
Over here though, 8-bit versus the players of God's Rain. And Gamla Boy shut down in this game, leaving Somraj, Equinox and Toy.
Did they swap Brighton out?
Oh. Yeah, they did.
Okay, that's a little bit awkward here, but all things considered, 8-bit seems like they are going to be trying every single point strategy as well. Goten gets spotted out in the open. Equinox goes for an easy takedown. Hesitates a little bit here, but guess what? That's a free point. Just grab what you can. And Equinox secures a point for 8-bit once more.
Well, let's see how many points can they get. Oh, that's a nice spray. Equinox pixel perfect and finds the opening against the players of Team Insane. But as they try to make the pounce, they have to be cautious as well. Rising Inferno, Jatin OG lying in wait, lying to ruin the day for one team or the other. He's just hiding behind the tree. 8-bit approaches. Jatin, will he be able to find the knock? One player point blank finds the first, looking for the second, and almost does as well. But Equinox, he gets taken out extremely low. Team Insane, they have an opportunity to return the favor to the players of 8-bit and wipe the whole team out. but they are holding back. And as the timing now is going to be a bit off, will 8-Bit be able to recover? Because they do not have the HP to work with.
Oh, they need time. They need to try and fight this as well. The zone is about to push in. Team Insane coming through. They've got a vehicle, but they need to get out quickly. Can they do so? Aquanaut's going to make the call here. Guys, I've got you guys. We are going to make a dip as well. Team Insane, do they have the clear line of sight? No, Yash, he hesitated for the push, and now they are going to back off. And 8-Bit, do they make this exit? Nate comes through. Toy might be in a little bit of an awkward start here. Nate does connect him here, but eventually a double tandem nade from Insane will take him out.
Oh man, that's the knock. 4 versus 2 numbers in the favor of Team Insane. And in fact, a third party from the side of God's Reign making the thing, making the lives of Team Insane a whole lot easier. And 8-Bit, they are going to get wrapped up as even the last player is going to get picked off by God's Reign themselves. And now God's Reign, line of fire again against the players of Team Insane. And this is a long spray coming from Justin, almost 300 meters. And he's still finding those knocks along with his teammates. Also, by the way, 4Miracle, they have taken a beating in the fight for the center. Team Forever Thunder, he's the last man. And he's getting at least some points for his team as he picks off one player from the side of Team Aryan. It's going to be Aryan lost. 3 players still left standing towards the western edge of the play zone itself. And this is what I want to talk about. There were 3 teams here. Now all who are left are going to be 4Miracle and Team Eggy. And Eggy is down to their last man.
Yeah, again, 4Miracle sticking to their strategy here. A good defense is a good offense, and it's been working out even in this game. Yes, they've lost 2 players, but they're still somewhat trying to make themselves into the position points. But it seems like as soon as I say this, well, the defense is going to be forcing them out in the open right now because they have to push out. K9 has been conquering the shorelines for the longest time. They've got a wide spread, and they are pushing every single team out in the open. God's Omen is going to be playing the shorelines on the southeast corner. K9 in the compounds on the southwest corner in the docks vicinity, and they should be a-okay. The problem is, whereas the rest of the world outside the zone, do they have those vehicles to try and push through? Because right now, there are a couple of compounds that is pretty much vacant, and they can take advantage of it, but it's just so risky. This is Sanhok we're talking about.
Yeah.
And now Team Eggy, they are going to make the push against 4Miracle. Sees Poco. Oh, Murnox doesn't seem to be able to find this as well. Poco going for a couple setups, but the smokes try and mask his footsteps as Eggy forced to play this alone here. Murnox finds an opener. He goes in for the push. Poco wasn't expecting the rush through the smoke. He finds one, but unfortunately gets traded off by Reaper. Very, very unfortunate. But he will take 4Miracle down with him as well because Reaper now the solo warrior for this fight.
Yeah, and Team Aryan being right next to him means he can't really do much. They've heard the commotion. Although I feel God's Reign in the prime spot to take full advantage of this, but on the other side towards the southwestern edge of the zone, NON trying to find a way to breach inside the player zone. The blue zone damage a little too much. Roman and GodX trying to put on their first aids, but Roman falls. Levi knocked out. It's down to GodX and Lovish to find an opening in a fight against K9 Esports at a distance and also find the access into the play zone. But it is not going to work out. Player after player falling as even God's Omen get an opportunity to third party. And NON, they're down to the last man. He has collected all those first aids from the crates of his teammates, but I think opportunity for a big game has just slipped out of the hands of NON.
Oh no, he took too long. He doesn't have mess. He only has booze, and that's why NoNx got taken out. So unfortunate, dying to the zone. But NoNx Esports will get a decent amount of placement point, and that is going to be 1 point, I'm sorry to say. But they will bow out in 7 positions, 6 teams remaining inside the zone, and Aryan x TMG still somehow going for a very off-angles approach here. Based on the minimap, you can see Cyrex left all alone in the northwest compound, while the rest of the teammates is going to try and find an entry point, as Cyrex wants to clean out the last player from the side of 4Miracle to try and rack up some serious points, as Aryan x TMG looking to try and contest 4Miracle by the end of today. As the gap widens here for 4Miracle still, you can see outside the zone, Reaper, they're just trying to hold position points. He knows for a fact that he's going to be out in open as well. He's got no more first aid kits. Does he deny those points? Does he spoil Cyrex? No, he will not do anything because he himself will bleed out of the zone as well.
Quite unfortunate over there, but Aryan, I think we are going to see a back-to-back amazing performance from this team. They found their way into the top 4. And God's Reign, as the players are starting to fall, Things are not looking good. The first knock found by the side of Team Aryan. 40R waiting for the opportunity to strike as they've been playing this same compound for the last 5 minutes. First knock again on the floor, but still 40R quite hesitant in committing into the action. They're taking constant shots, but no contact being found. On the other side of things though, Team Aryan, they tried to move in and they were sandwiched by two different teams getting eliminated. God's Rain is going to be next as the spray finds contact, and they are going to end up giving their points to Utkarsh from the side of 40R. We're down to the top 3 of this game. K9 still remains along with God's Omen and 40R.
A great recovery here from 40R official. Finally was able to find some sort of space to push up, but meanwhile God's Omen out and open, stole BGMI. What were you doing? But Iron of God, he missed the shot, and God's Omen, they are able to survive this. Right now, down towards the final 3 teams here. 2 teams that needs to make into the zone here is going to be 40RX official as well as God's Omen, as they need to push in towards the one of the most awkward compounds there is inside this map itself. And guess what? It is currently being occupied by K9 all the way around towards the docks here, or in this case, the warehouse area of Sami. As K9 Esports, they just don't have the angle to peek out, but it does give them the safety net. And God's Omen, they try to go in for the ocean, but they get picked off. Stone BGMI to fall.
It's a desperate move made by God's Omen, and the punish comes through from K9 Esports. One more finish secured, 5 eliminations in the bag. They know exactly where the last man is going to be as well. And a preemptive nade from Slug just to make sure that he's going to be prepped. But Gyrogod, he's too close for comfort. And the distraction from the other side in the form of 40R is going to be a little too much for K9 to deal with. Look at that, the finish stolen as Superman gets picked up by 40R, and they've closed in a lot of distance on this factory as well. Gyro got spotted out, shot after shot in his direction, and yet he still survives, goes out drowning, denying the point to either 2 of these teams that have made it to the top 2 of this game. It's a 4 versus 4. K9 Esports pinned in this factory, and yet they found the opening because of Ninja Boy. Pain his life hits the floor, the nade goes out from Beast, and it can dish out some damage, but no, the players from 40R, they're making a run for their lives. Omega left quite low. Slug just bringing his HP back up, has been able to recover. 4 versus 3, numbers in their favor. Damage dished out, players extremely low, and a double knock comes through. What? The last nade, last nail in the coffin, and the last bite. The chicken dinner they were hoping for is here. K9 Esports finally bring one home.
What a nade from K9 Esports. What an angle from the roof. They just could not do anything. 40R official at a loss of words. They weren't expecting that angle at all. They thought they had the blind spot on K9. They thought they could creep up on them. They thought they could stand a chance to fight. But those nades from K9 Esports just completely shut them out. Denied the victory. But what a recovery from K9 Esports. A chicken dinner that no one expected to shift down south, but it was K9 that takes out the competition.
Fluttering emotions all over the board. On one side, you could see the players of K9 absolutely elated. On the other side, 40R officials so close, yet so far from winning their favorite map of Sanhok. This is BGMI at its peak. But now, Johnny and Icy, is it safe to say that finally all these experienced teams are starting to buckle up? I mean, K9, of course, did get the chicken dinner, but God's Rain, nice resurgence even from their side.
I mean, it is kind of a resurgence, but it still leaves them at a close to, I think, 15, 16 point deficit from the podium itself, right? They're going to have to do a lot more, but K9 Esports, we can't really forget or scoff up about the performances earlier on in the day. Every single game, they were being consistent. In the first 2 matches, they got 23 points just off of finishes. In the previous game, they were able to be in the top 4 with a decent number of eliminations. And this chicken dinner just changes it all. K9 Esports today have been absolutely phenomenal and flawless, I have to say.
Hey, a day of comebacks is to be expected, and guess what? A day of comebacks it is, because every single team is trying to lift the trophy from all the way to top, all the way to the 11th position. Every single team is trying their best to get some points, and I want to see how K9 has to say about this game.
Yeah, of course, I would also love to know, and Rohit is exactly waiting with the players of K9.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। वैसे तो ये बहुतों के लिए लंच टाइम है, लेकिन ये वो टीम है जो कल से ये चिकन डिनर करना चाह रही थी, बहुत नजदीक पहुंची, लेकिन अब फाइनली ये चिकन डिनर आपके हाथ लगी है। तो कांग्रेचुलेशंस K9। तो बीस्ट, आपसे मैं जानना चाहूंगा, कल जब निंजा बॉय ने ऑलमोस्ट वो चिकन डिनर निकाल लिया था एंड अब ऐसा वो माहौल फिर से बन गया था, आखिरी क्लच तक हमें पता नहीं था कि कौन जीतने वाला है, तो टेल अस, वो थोड़ा सा डेजावू जैसा हो रहा था कि यार ये कल जैसा तो नहीं हो रहा, क्या चल रहा था आपके जहन में?
नहीं, कल तो जैसे हम पे नेड स्मोक वगैरह बिल्कुल भी थे नहीं, इसलिए हमारा मैच कन्वर्ट नहीं हुआ, नहीं तो कल वाला भी पक्का चिकन ही आता। और आज हम पे नेड वगैरह बहुत बचे थे, फिर हमने एक जगह ढूंढ ली थी कि वेयर हाउस के ऊपर से हम नेड्स डाल सकते हैं, तो नेड से ही फाड़ दिए हमने तो सारे, गन की जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ी।
एंड ओमेगा से मैं यहाँ पर एक चीज़ जानना चाहूँगा। ओमेगा ये एक ऐसा लैंड फाइनल्स है ऑफिशियल, जहाँ पर बहुत सी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिनका ये पहला लैंड फाइनल्स है, तो ये आप किस तरह से देख रहे हैं? ये एडवांटेज देख रहे हैं, डिसएडवांटेज देख रहे हैं, एंड कैसी लग रही है इस समय परफॉर्मेंस एंड थ्रेट दिख रहा है आपको विद द न्यू टीम्स?
हाँ, सारी नई टीम अच्छा खेलने लग रही हैं, पूरा यूटिलाइजेशन है इनका, और हमारे लिए भी तो बहुत टाइम बाद ही तो लैन है ना, तो हम भी सेम लेवल पे ही हैं उनके, तो सारी टीम ही सेम है अभी तो। जिसके बाद सर्कल आ गया उसका गेम, बाकी देखते हैं अभी आगे। और
एंड आपके बहुत सारे ऐसे फ्रेंड्स हैं जो इस बार लैंड फाइनल्स तक नहीं पहुंच पाए, उनको मिस कर रहे हैं आप?
हाँ हाँ, बहुत मिस कर रहा हूँ यार, कैसी बात कर रहे हो, उनके बिना मज़ा थोड़ी है, मैं मिस विस किया कि नहीं।
एंड आगे ये क्या प्लान है निंजा बॉय, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि कल वो चिकन डिनर ऑलमोस्ट आपके हाथ लग गई थी, लेकिन अब ये चिकन डिनर लग चुकी है आपकी टीम के हाथ, तो कल का जो माहौल था एंड अब जो माहौल है, आगे के क्या प्लान्स हैं? एग्रेसिव खेलोगे या थोड़ा सा डिफेंसिव होगा, क्या प्लान है?
मतलब कल का तो यही था कि जो गलतियां थी हमारे, कि हम कुछ ज़्यादा ही सोच रहे थे, मतलब 2 कदम आगे चलना चाह रहे थे पर वो हो नहीं पा रहा था, तो वही चीज़ हमने करी कि हम ज़्यादा नहीं सोचेंगे, जो दिखेगा बस मारेंगे घुस के, वो वही हमने करा और चिकन आ गया।
और अब माइंडसेट कैसा लग रहा है? पॉजिटिव माहौल बन चुका है टीम में?
अभी तो काम बाकी है, अभी पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट से आगे मैचेस खेलेंगे और बाकी भी चिकन निकालेंगे।
निंजा बॉय ने अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी और अपना प्लान बता दिया है, प्लान है एंड प्लान को आगे ले जाएंगे। इस समय स्ट्रैटेजीज वगैरह सब कुछ शेयर कर दी है, लेकिन अब आगे आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, मैं क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकता हूं, ये सब आपको अच्छी तरह समझाएंगे हमारे कास्टर्स।
You know, honestly speaking, even we do not know what's coming next because so many unexpected things are really happening. But, you know, taking a look at the realme highlights, I mean, we had Team Eggy right off the bat, 10 finishes. Boys, what were they on?
I think it's just the desperation that Eggy has been stuck in. And yes, I mean, everyone's been getting monsters in the arena. They're available everywhere, so maybe Eggy just took a few on stage.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. But at the same time, 8-bit, they have been a little bit fumbling here as well, because I think when they swap back Toy in and swap out Raided, things are just not looking good as well. It seems like 8-bit, they're trying every single pocket strategy they can to kind of make things work, but Sanhok is just not doing too well for them as well. But Eggy themselves also having a little bit of a confidence boost coming in. But again, when it comes to map of Sanhok, it all comes down to circle zone here, and it's somewhat... Right now, it's just been so unpredictable because the entire group stages, Sanhok has been heavily favoring on towards Bootcamp, maybe even Paradise, maybe even towards Alpha Island. Major places that we have seen so far. But today itself, we saw a very, very unorthodox shift on Paradise, and now a hard shift down to a Sami, which again, I think this is the first time seeing a Sami circle this entire year itself in an official.
It is quite rare. It's one of the rarest circles inside of Sanhok. I mean, the south-western ones.
Yeah, that was the south all the way far south. That's crazy.
But it gives us a lot of interesting scenarios, because usually you do see those southern circles head towards the dock side, and docks is like, I feel, a much easier position to play.
This is it, right? NoNx. Look at those stats, look at those numbers. 5 finishes, 920 damage. This kind of makes me believe that, yes, actually Team Eggy is putting in those efforts, right? They know that they're done through the halfway mark, and now they need to catch up. So the aggressive stance from Team Eggy, this is more like it.
Exactly, it is more like it, but we have the other 5 players on our list right now. We have Justin. Eggy himself is going to be there with 4. We have Delta from God's Reign as well, who were trying to be aggressive in this game with 3 eliminations. But God's Reign really could not survive the mid-game stages for long.
All right, look at the match rankings. K9, this 19 points, quite crucial for them as 4TR Of course, the chicken dinner denied, but still 12 enough to keep them afloat in a decent position, but much needed. 11 for GDR.
Yeah.
Like we discussed, Team Eggy, 10 points. And for Miracle Esports, I see how are they doing it. Again, 6 points, still maintaining that average.
I think this is the first time we see 4 Miracle kind of lose their average points. Usually it's 9 to 10 points on average, but this is a 6 points coming from 4 Miracle. They're trying to pull the lead, but again, 4 Miracle still very, very consistent here so far. And even Aryan was able to get a little bit more points here, but I want to see how much is the gap right now, because as of yet, 4 Miracle, they're still number 1. Now from a 20 over point gap, now starting to shorten down towards 9 points gap between them and Aryan though.
Bro, look at this. Now we kind of feel that segregation is coming into place, right? God's Omen at 72, and then we see that shift, right? 4TR at 65. And it's quite baffling that a team like 4TR, they're still holding on to the top 5. One more good game, you never know. But this was much more coming from Team Eggy, right? This is where they're finally getting back to their natural strength, finally trying to pick up those fights. 60 points is what they've secured, but Genesis, Johnny, they had such a great start to the day, and seems like, you know, that erraticness is out in the open. This time, could not do anything better.
I mean, it's a risk whenever you are running into a fight, right? Either you win, get those points, or you are the ones getting taken out.
Okay.
K9 was taking those risks, but they also made sure that they were being consistent in the amounts of points they were securing every single game. And that's the one thing that has been able to keep them afloat. Not just afloat, but that is the one reason that they are in the top 4 now. Because even in the games where they got 0 placement points, they were getting like 9 eliminations, 12 eliminations earlier on.
Look at these grizzly bears, right? Omega being the papa bear and all these 4 little children, they're going off with them. And they might seem cute, they might seem nice, but once they inside the battlegrounds, they show no mercy. So K9, one of those experienced teams, now they have entered in to the top 3. I see. Now you need to tell me the pressure on the others, because K9, this is one of those teams that we thought has a chance to win this LAN.
I think when it comes to LAN, it's all very, very obvious when it comes to day number 1 here. It's all about letting go of those jitters, trying to get used to the lobby, trying to get used to the device, the settings, everything, the lights, camera, action. It's just so much things to take into account as well as here. You must understand, when it comes to making the grand finals, there's just so much outside factor that will affect the overall gameplay of the team. K9, it took a while for them since game number, I would say day number 1 to adapt. Yesterday, we were talking about expectations, like everyone is expecting K9 to do well, 8-bit to do well, God's Reign to do well. But guess what? None of them did well yesterday. Today, we start to see signs of life from them. So this is what we're talking about, getting used to their playstyle, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, and you know, K9 are here, but there are certain players who aren't here, but still in the arena. So heading over to Salty with an exclusive interview with Hector.
फैन बेस बट कुछ लोग इसे बोलते हैं जनता का प्यार जो इन्होंने कमाया है। BMPS की जब शुरुआत हुई थी, हेक्टर थे वो विनिंग लाइनअप पे। BMPS 2025 में आगे कैसा लग रहा है इन उभरते हुए सितारों को देख के?
हाँ, बहुत मिस कर रहा है स्टेज को, बट हम जब जीते थे तो हमारी जो टीम थी उसके 2 प्लेयर्स अभी भी है स्टेज पे, तो उनको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ। और अगले लैंड में मेरे को पहुँचना है एज अ प्लेयर यहाँ पे, तो बस इसको ही वो कर रहा हूँ, मैनिफेस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
एंड यहाँ पे जो नई टीम्स आई है उनके बारे में आपको क्या कहना है? व्हाट डू यू थिंक दे हैव गॉट इन स्टोर की यहाँ तक वो सफर तय कर पाए, और यहाँ पे इतने सारे जो जनता है आपको चाहने वाले, इनके लिए क्या कहना है?
लाइक जो न्यू टीम्स आई है उनका हंगर देख के काफ़ी ज़्यादा मोटिवेशन फील होता है, क्योंकि उनमें एक चाहत है जीतने की, जो लोग अभी भी सपने देखते हैं। तो एज अ मैं जब जीता था तो मुझे पता है वो चाहत मेरे में भी थी, तो सेम इनमें भी देखता हूँ मैं। एंड फैंस लोगों की तो क्या ही है यार, ये तो बहुत प्यारे लोग हैं, बहुत प्यारे लोग हैं। कौन सी फेवरेट टीम है भाई?
अच्छा ठीक है, तो अब ये बताओ डे 2 का ये जो मुकाबला है चल रहा है ऑलरेडी, एक प्रेडिक्शन दे दो हमारे और जनता के लिए।
आई थिंक आज TF कमबैक करेगी एंड TF टॉप 3 तो मेंटेन करेगी, एंड 8-bit भी कमबैक करने वाली है।
आप लोगों का अदली बदली चलती रहती है, कभी ये इसको कोच करे, कभी वो इसको कोच कर रहे, बट दिस इज 8 फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस साइड। जनता, क्या बात है, the energy is maximum, but you guys stay tuned for the next game.
Seeing that brotherhood all across, of course, between Hector and Oves, them coaching and then vice versa has been the case. But Johnny, now important questions here. Last time also Hector missed out on the BMPS, this time also on the sidelines. But I need to talk about Team Forever. What on earth is going wrong with them?
I have no idea, to be honest, because start of the day looked decent.
Yeah.
And then since they haven't been able to just bring that momentum, unlike K9 Esports, of course, they're the polar opposite. But you have a great start, and then that is just that one game that you do well. And So can't really do much for that, right?
Yeah, so much happening, but right now we'll be back after a short little break.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again it's Fixes and IC with me on the panel, and what a comeback that was from the side of K9 Esports. It's something we all were anticipating, it's something we all wanted to see as well, but with that comeback, K9 now officially in the top 3.
Yeah, now this is getting interesting, right? This is where the pressure starts building up on the likes of Miracle and Team Aryan, because let's be honest, K9 does carry a lot of experience, and Delhi has always been their lucky ground. Last time in the unofficial land, they were just a couple points shy from lifting that trophy. I finally feel like the fire has been rekindled, Icy.
You know, when we talk about fire that is going to be rekindling this match itself here, I personally feel that it's anyone's game as of yet. And right now, I think when it comes down to execution, the most important thing is that they need to keep their mental fortitude up in check. Morale needs to be high, persistence needs to be high, because you must understand it is very, very tiring to playing on stage as well. And you know what's really surprising me the most right now, especially when we come towards the halfway point mark? None of the teams have been competing here today looks tired at all. That's very concerning because of the fact that I don't know what kind of training, what kind of talks that has been going up behind the scenes, but what I do know is that they are full of energy right now.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing in my opinion, right? When you're full of energy, that means even the thought process might be a little bit more clear. That means the fatigue is not going to set in, which is of course a great thing for you and your team. And if you look at the overall standings as well, once again, 4Miracle Esports is currently sitting at the top, but here's the main problem. 4Miracle Esports, they're constantly getting 4 to 5 points per game. In my opinion, it's now time to amp up that tally. It's now time to amp up that average and get at least 8 points per game. That's the only thing that's going to maintain that cushion for 4Miracle Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. If 4Miracle Esports won that trophy, they need to at least have that 20 points lead by the end of today's games. But I'm really concerned about Team 8-Bit, guys. Come on. They have been the defending champions of the previous BGIS, now heading on. So many hopes, so many aspirations, and, you know, they have been quite unsure. Even in this game, you know, Team 8-Bit was looking kind of missing. I feel like they need to manifest what Team Eggy have been doing. They have to go all out all in or nothing.
Now, personally, based on the looks coming from 8-bit, I like this look a little bit better now. Just because you can see the pressure has been subbed out as well. And again, another substitution coming in from 8-bit. They've swapped out Equinox. It seems like they're trying out everything. And even Equinox, he's pretty feeling a little bit down here. So Raiden is beginning to be back in action.
Look, generally speaking, it feels like 8-bit's a little bit confused with their main playing 4. And that's not a good sign.
They're trying everything right now.
That 2 in the LAN finals. 8-bit, if you're confused with your playing 4, it does not give you a good look. But I just hope this combination that they're trying to bring in on the board, it does work out. At the end of the day, Equinox has always been a LAN demon. And subbing out Equinox like that, it definitely is making me concerned a bit more for 8-bit.
But then again, when you look at the greener side, you need to be a believer. Because it's Somraj you're talking about. We are talking about this LAN in Delhi. And yes, Wreckage stands straight, right? Every single time he's made it to the grand finals, he pulls it into the final games. There has been one instance in a major third-party tournament, my apologies. He was at the 7th position in that final game. He got a chicken dinner, won it all. So 8-bit still have their hopes up, but they need to go all out, man. They need to start swinging back.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? For the latter half of the board, this is pretty much going to be it. If they do not perform right now, there's a big chance we might just not see those comebacks. It's not just about 8-bit. It's also about Rising Inferno, a team that started things off in a great manner on the day one. It's also about Team Forever. They did show a bit of those signs of life, but so far Team Forever now has been put to sleep.
Well, speaking of sleep right now, it's all or nothing coming into this game of Map and Miramar as well. We talked about chaos, we talked about unpredictability. Guess what? Everything is out of the game so far because in the Map of Miramar, it all comes down to strategy. It all comes down to tactical precision. So in the Map of Miramar, you can see why the confidence boost is on 8-bit's face. This is something that 8-bit is really, really good at in terms of this scenario as well. So I want to see whether or not with this composition, especially when quote-unquote, Necro being confused on towards 8-bit's formation. I think this is a very interesting day, especially coming with this format as well. I think fixers prior to the grand finals, we have this discussion for the longest time. Previously, every single LAN official is 1 Sanhok, 1 Sanhok, 1 Sanhok. Now, it's 2 Sanhoks, which kind of mix things up a little bit here for all the teams?
It's not exactly that way. Even in BGS, there were 2 Sanhoks played, so it's not like this team is playing 2 Sanhoks for the first time, and it's not like that's going to throw a curveball. They have experienced this sort of a schedule in the past as well, so it is completely fine. I don't think that's the main problem for any of these teams' performance suffering. I think the main problem is it's the lobby itself. They're used to playing against the known banners. They're used to playing against the known faces, and especially when you switch those known faces towards newer and upcoming faces, that's where the unpredictability factor hits them, and that's why maybe 8-bit's struggling right now in the LAN.
You know, simply put, I really feel like 8-bit are missing that oomph, right? That's S-Power used to provide. They need him back.
Yeah, pretty much. They need the firepower. They need that confidence back in 8-bit, but I hope this playing 4 does work out for them. As wasting any more time, we directly move on towards the map of Miramar as the plane's going to be in the skies once again. And my friends, take it over.
Thank you so much. And there you go once again into this golden desert. Off we head from La Cabrera towards Minas del Sur. And things are starting to heat up, folks. For Miracle Esports, quite close to that 100, but yes, breathing under their necks. We've got the likes of Team Aryan and K9. After that very K9 performance, now in very close proximities as the flight path trajectory skewed towards the west. And Johnny with me on the desk this time at the caster's desk. Johnny, what are we anticipating?
I mean, after what has been going on today, fixtures, I'll be honest, I do not know what to expect. Things have been so unpredictable. K9 Esports from the bottom 4 to the top 4, man. That is a leap and a half. And apart from them as well, you talk about teams moving in the opposite direction. The fall of Rising Inferno. No one expected that. Team Forever stuck in the bottom 3 still. No one expected that. 8-bit still on that middle pack performance. So today has been filled with a lot of surprises. And I believe this game of Miramar, it's not going to be any different. Expect a new team to win.
I would love to see that.
Or, you know
for
what?
It to happen.
What's going to be the most unexpected thing?
Go on.
For Miracle, another chicken dinner, man.
Yeah, you had to riddle me with that. But, you know, regardless, I think for Miracle Esports actually need a chicken dinner to kind of have their nerves again calm down. But eyes will be definitely looking out for the circle. It's going to be quite generic this time. Slightly towards the northern side, Team Aryan. They've got a really nice position, and same goes with Team Eggy. Now, we've seen Team Eggy get a very good game in the previous one, but Rising Inferno Esports, was this on purpose? Look at that wild split.
I do not, that does not make a lick of sense to me, to be honest, but let's see if things work out. We are gonna hail this as the new meta inside of the game. On the other side of things, a soft little drop clash between TWOB, God's Omen and Eggy. You see it happen towards Hasian Del Patron. There is a decent amount of distance between the sides, so not necessarily an opportunity to start fights, but I heard a few shots.
Yeah.
Are we seeing early action on Miramar? Yes, we are. And it is going to be God's Omen making the pounce on the players of TWOB official, as Liability and Aim Hacks have been caught off guard. And Superman is going to strike the first blow. The knockout punch comes through. It was a 1-for-1 trade from Liability, but he can't really do much. And God's Omen, 2 finishes in the bag at the start of this match. And TWOB official, 2 players lost at the start of this game.
Yeah, hit them where it hurts. That's the mantra for God's Omen at this point. They know that, yeah, TWOB might have secured a chicken dinner, but still quite lackluster in terms of confidence and could not build that momentum up. And you could see, again, those nerves starting to really get the better out of them. And this time, little lost, little confused. God's Omen really punched them hard. And now TWOB do not have a lot of options on this. But now when you take a look at the grand scheme of things, still anticipating Team 8-Bit to get a little aggressive. Same goes with Team Forever. They need to bounce back for Genesis after a good start. Things haven't been that great, but God's Omen, look at this. They are looking to decide to double down. As Stone BGMI on the hunt. He knows where the 2 players of TWOB are, and that is exactly where he's headed.
Well, they are trying to get those extra points in the bag. God's Omen, a team fighting in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Every single point to them is every single point towards the trophy. Botfire and Shady hiding in the silos, but even with the opponent spotted out, the opportunity to actually engage in the fight is close to none. Goku, position compromised. Stone BGMI should be able to see a few pixels of Botfire with those jump peaks. Shady right behind him, and with the process of elimination now they know the last silo is where the players are. Botfire is going to be the first man hitting the floor. Shady, last man left, surviving with the DBS, looking for an opportunity. The trade comes through. He's looking for 1 point at least. Unfortunately, God's Omen, they get the squad wipe for themselves. 4 finishes within the first 4 minutes of the game, and an early exit yet again for TWOB official.
This is much like it, Johnny, from God's Omen. Look at them. Now they've again got their 3rd spot back. Just toppling over K9 a little bit, and especially considering for God's Omen, another team that does not have any sponsors, no org backing, that pressure really haunting them. And despite that, they decide to go aggressive. They've got so much of room now to play around that eastern area. Los Hermanos closing in, but Team Aryan back to their old ways. They love this, right? Instantly have a nice position in the circle. They head up, because get the King of the Hills position secured, and look at this, in the far off fray, the IGL himself from Formerical, Dragon is out in the open, and this is going to look bad, but no shots fired. But if you want to fire a lot of shots, get a lot of finishes in your games of BGMI, do check out the Realme GT7 series phones.
Yeah, of course, the official smartphone partner of the Realme BMPS 2025, ladies and gentlemen. But Genesis, we talked about the genesis of the comeback at the start of the day. Amazing performance in game 1. Since then, haven't really been able to do well again. We see them in those late 50s, 59 points, in fact, on the board. Have to cover up about 20-30 points in the last 2 matches. It's going to be extremely difficult, but if anyone can pull it off, it has to be this team. And especially on paper, at least, it looks like they are going to be the ones to make that leap. But a recap of the first fight of this match of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this is very more like it, because God's Omen, they came with preparations. And I like how they're trading each other, right? No casualties, 4 finishes. Certainly going to instill that confidence as they need to march ahead.
Yeah.
And now, this is where I kind of feel like, yeah, the smile on the faces, and Yeah, you could see them scratching their heads, not really happy. But Genesis Esports, man, they really need to find themselves back, explore once again, get back to their old DNA. They started off with a shebang, so many finishes, and then completely missing out. This is not really the Genesis that we saw at the start of the day.
That is true, but at the start of the day, I would like, okay, I'll be honest about it. At the start of the day, the performance also came because of the fact that they were sitting smack center in an open circle with the only piece of compound that was there, the only house that could give any cover was in control of Genesis for at least like a good 7-8 minutes in the end game. Because of that, they got the finishes and the chicken dinner as well. And since then, they have been struggling to find a safe haven. Rotations have been a big pain point of theirs. And same can be said for 8-bit. Trying different combinations. Nothing seemed to work though.
And imagine replacing Equinox. You know, you already do not have his power. The other guy who was hitting, you've also subbed him out as well. And yeah, I mean, if you've got a big team, you need a big vehicle. Of course, the Kia Ceros comes to your rescue.
Yeah, I mean, Kia Ceros is amazing. But going back to what you were saying, imagine benching Equinox. Imagine letting go of S-Power and still making it to the finals. They did that.
I'm kind of starting to wonder if 8-bit, first time ever, if Somraj and Zypek, Shifter, are they really running out of ideas? Because it's literally a desperate attempt, you know, to make a combination work. And you know, on the second day, in the latter half, making those changes, that makes them look so vulnerable, man.
It does. And I think this is just desperation put on display from the side of 8-bit. They're trying their level best, trying different combinations, but nothing seems to work. But hopefully the circle works out. It's close to their home ground. I have El Pozo, and they have moved in from the western edge. Problem is, there's 4 Miracle waiting for them on the other side. God's Omen, if we talk about them for a minute, look at that. Eastern half, it's quite empty. They have a decent amount of map control to work with, but teams closing in from the northern side, namely Los Hermanos and the side of Genesis Esports, can cause some trouble for God's Omen.
No, I'm really loving God's Omens and Team Eggy's position. Especially Team Eggy in the previous game. They had 10 finishes to work with, and this time the circle has also favored them. But look at TWOB, anonymous. Maybe he was taking a standstill around these compounds, but realized that it's not empty. Surrounded by foes, and eventually TWOB, they had to make a move. And BMPS 2024 was a great tournament for TWOB. And this one is quite the opposite so far. But for Miracle Esports, this is where you could see, right, them also trying to make a run, trying to find a good holding space, and the other players also. Beard Baba yesterday was one of the top performers, and 40R in the previous game, despite such a good start, this time have already lost out on paying his life. So 1 man down, and Anonymous still hiding his position. Do the players of 40R? No, he's there.
Yeah, he's not looking good though. I mean, 40R stuck in one building, and this cluster where all of these teams are positioned, it's smack center of the circle right now. There's TWOB, you can see them on the radar, all these names. TWOB is going to be there. There's Eggy present, there's 40R present in this mix. 4 Miracle just entered the fray as well. The thing is though, even though these teams are close to each other, there is no incentive to force a fight. On the other side of things though, Inferno Rising falling at the hands of 8-bit. And along with them, Forever as well, taking a beating. I think Inferno Rising just lost one of their key players. Owen has been picked off, shut down already.
Yeah, that's not looking good, especially for Rising Inferno. Kind of takes me back the previous BMPS 2024 also, where they had such a great start, eventually to drop the ball. But fights happening even around the center. So many teams already hunkered down, so many buildings, and you've got those apartments to play with. NoNx Esports, also another one of those names that we had high hopes from, and they had some signs of a comeback today in the earlier phases, missed out on the chicken dinner, which was fine. But this time, they've got the eastern areas to themselves. Sanhok was one of those games. They need to replicate that, need to get those points, at least stay somewhere in the 6 to 8 position by the end of the evening if they want a podium finish.
Oh man. 6 to 8, I'm going to say top 5. Because with what has been going on, it seems like 4 Miracles somehow or the other are just getting those few points every now and then. They've managed to maintain the lead, maintain that first position to their name. And even in this game, center of the circle belongs to them. Team Forever on the other side, looking to breach that southeastern edge. And it's an open position with K9 Esports having the high ground just west.
Yeah, interesting approach. I get the idea, right? They want to breach from the southern side. They want to climb those mountains. But yeah, they need to be wary of Genesis's position, because I love how Genesis have that high ground to themselves. They've got the entire visuals on the San Martin region, as for God's Omen, we're holding on to the center. But look at this, 8-bit on a collision course against the players of Team Insane. Shots being fired, but elsewhere we can also see the other teams, Los Hermanos, starting to lose out on the players. There's that battle happening over there, but for Team Eggy, this is their home turf. It seems like Alan, the IGL himself, has managed to put Team Eggy's IGL also to rest, as now JD Gaming, he also starts to fall.
And again, Eggy in a world of hurt. Los Hermanos, they found the trade and a little bit extra. It's a 2-3 situation in the favor of Los Hermanos, but from the backline we see the players of Inferno rising movement as well. On the finish feed, God's Omen put under pressure as TWOB finds an opening for themselves, and we also saw Insane taking a beating, but they have recovered. They ran into a third party trying to avoid the players of 8-bit, but still haven't lost a player yet. But Los Hermanos, I think they have given Team Eggy an opportunity to reset, and this one bad move might just come back to haunt them.
This is a very interesting circle in the making, to be honest. Imagine a circle in San Martin after a long, long time.
Yeah.
So many tall compounds, so much area to play around with, and then it becomes a utility game for so many of these teams. But Team Eggy, this is their drop location, and I kind of like how they position themselves.
Yeah.
Around the outskirts, around the edges, so even if the circle kind of shifts away from them, it's going to be easy for them to kind of clinch that King of the Hill spot, or maybe even maneuver around it. But Team Aryan, an important position, an important fight against Team 8-bit. The big question is, does Cyrex know?
Know what?
The Team 8-bit is around it.
I mean, I don't think he does. 8-bit has been
now he does
on the other side of the hill. Yeah, shots fired, so information has been given away. But Team Aryan, I mean, they've had the high of the momentum for a long time, and if they play their cards right, they can actually secure a few extra points. Let's not forget, their target is for Miracle at the top. 8-bit's target right now is to be in the top 8. So pressure levels are different for the two sides, but hey, fixes. I mean, you were talking about, right, it's been ages since we've had a San Martin endgame, and it seems like in this particular match, we are heading exactly there.
I think it's a GDR game. I think it's a GDR game.
Oh, really?
I have this inkling that tells me that the circle is going to take that northern shift, but we do see some action over here. Devotee's got that one finish, but has taken quite some beating there. But Troy, seems like he spotted out Aryan, but no response once again from Devotee's side. And Troy, he falls down. 8-bit again, Johnny, in a world of trouble.
Yeah, it's a world of pain for 8-bit, and they can't seem to find the painkiller for this. One more knock. Toy knocked out for the second time. Somraj is still there, just trying to juke those shots, but he has been surrounded by Team Aryan, and they are looking to move to strike the final blow. Somraj finds a trade, but it's not going to be enough. Aryan knocked out. Cyrex is going to move and secure that finish point for his team. And there you have it, a run over, making the life a whole lot easier.
Yeah, this is quite poetic at this point, literally trampling over their dreams. But look at this, Rising Inferno, 4TR, Eggy, all in the same compound as this time. Team Eggy, they want to press matters, and Rising Inferno starting to lose out on numbers. Shot in the last player surviving. Team Eggy, they know exactly how to approach this compound. Even Morty has been put to rest. Eggy secures that finish, and now that revive has been given, but now JD Gaming on the prowl. He wants to go in for the push, checking every nooks and crannies. As gotten, he's got to fight it hard, but Pro denies him that luxury. Gets another smacking right at his face as Rising Inferno, the final player alive, will also be put down, but no, Jatin, he wants to fight back, and this time he's got two already. Now Team Eggy in a world of hurt and trouble as the numbers are starting to dwindle. TWOB out of nowhere, they're striking in as Jatin. How on earth was he still alive? But Eggy clutching it out. Team Eggy winning that fight, but at the cost of what, Johnny?
I mean, One thing is for sure, I mean, they should have been aware that these buildings, all those windows are the weak points in TWOB. They did a phenomenal job, by the way, first picking off individuals from the side of Rising Inferno, and then the third party onto the side of Eggy. And Kana gets knocked out, doesn't matter. TWOB, they have the numbers and enough area of this building in their control to actually go for a revive. 3 finishes secured, a decent position to work with as well. TWOB as well can actually, I feel, have a pretty decent match this time around, finishing with double digits, hopefully.
I mean, game's been going. We've not had the opportunity to talk about K9. Look at them, instantly changing their pace, right? Being so slow there, just focusing on the circles, not really engaging in those fights. They know it's an urban circle, right? So it's better they stay around the edges. That is exactly what they're doing at this moment. NoNx, they've got that warehouse to them. Genesis still on lower grounds. Actually, they've taken that shift, but look at God's Omen. They've got a nice split to work around, but now they're kind of surrounded. Insane, a 3-1 split going on. Adi a little low from the back, but Los Hermanos playing from the center for a long time. The next circle shift is going to be so decisive.
It is. You've made your prediction that God's Reign is going to win this game. Let's see if that happens, because the only way they succeed is if we have a northern shift now. It's about 30 seconds left. In the meanwhile, that cluster in San Martin, the city, it is going to be an all-out war zone. And 8-Bit still fighting for their lives in this match, having lost 2 players extremely early. They have found a little bit of a safe haven to work with, to be honest, because with these compounds, if they actually have the utility, they could have healed up, but no! TWOB, in the world of battle, looking for every single fight that they can win. A nade goes out, Gamla Boy gets knocked down, Raiden hiding for his life. It's not going to be easy. They still have the angles and the numbers to make this bounce. Molly to deny an opportunity to get to that window on the first floor. The revive still comes through. 8-Bit somehow do manage to get a reset going.
Yeah, nobody really wants to step out of their compounds. The moment they put a foot out, they know they're unsafe. Such is the case in an urban circle like this, Johnny. It's getting so gripping. I'm pretty sure after that 6 circle forms, it is going to be absolute pandemonium. As for GDR, this is more like it, right? They still are hopeful that the circle is going to shift away. And as of now, it's so difficult to say what will happen next.
Well, what will happen next is Goku, just like he did in Dragon Ball Z, over here as well, is just going to shut down evil. Well, this one used a nade, not a Kamehameha, to be honest.
Still does the same job, right?
Yeah, it explodes. It's an explosive move, man. For one, you have to charge it up. For the other one, well, you kind of also have to charge it up. You have to quick it properly.
Yeah, it's all, you know, planned. And yeah, even the creators thought of it and came up with a smart idea. But for now, K9, all right. Like piranhas in the ocean, they did snuff out the players of Team Forever.
Piranhas have teeth, not canines.
Yeah, I mean, you get the idea, right? Even canines do. They're all feral, and they bite.
That is true.
And so, K9 this time, from one position to the other. Now, K9 had the players of Team Forever shut down this time. They've got eyes on NoNx, and now seems like, is this the right way to approach? Because now they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, I mean, it is an awkward situation to get out of, player knocked out into the open, but Omega, I think, has an idea. And if the execution is proper, it can be a brilliant move. He's found himself a ridge from where he can lob nades and be a distraction to the players of NON, but Levi, it looks good. Omega could be in trouble. Half his HP bar gone just like that.
Move out.
Luckily for him, Levi has no more nades.
Yes.
So, a little bit of fate. And K9 Esports do manage to retain all 4 players. Keep all 4 of them alive for the end game.
Look at the circle shift, Johnny. Again, still around the San Martin area. That God's Reign, this time having some room to play around. They've got an open warehouse up for grabs, but now K9, a little bit on the edges. 2 players in. Oh, this is important. Beast, he spotted out the players of GDR. Slug has his eyes on Mafia and his number as well. Gets that knock, but this is what we were concerned, right? Omega out in the open, and this time, GDR, they're the ones causing that nuisance. As NoNx Esports, they question, can they benefit out of the situation? Have they read the numbers? Do they know on the finish feed? That was Omega knocked out. And do they secure that finish? Because now God's Reign, they're making their presence felt. All they're going to do is kind of breach in, get inside the circle. One of their players already inside Destro, leading the pack as even Genesis. This time, they're initiating that push against the players of Team Forever.
Well, but let's see, can they successfully find the execution of Team Forever this time? Genesis, 2 players knocked. Ash still left standing, that one substitution. Is it going to be big enough to help Team Forever last longer in their journey in this game? A third party from Miracle out of nowhere! And Team Forever isn't going to be able to last even till the top 8. More points in the bag for 4 Miracles. 3 finishes have been secured, but instantly they have to reset. Genesis still awaits. Zap, I'm pretty sure he's panicking right now. Fixes, it's him and him alone against the 3 lads that have managed to gain access to his building.
The pressure's mounting, Johnny.
Yeah.
Zap at this point, of course, administering all those energy drinks, those painkillers, trying to say A-okay, but Beard Baba, he's heard that commotion. For Miracle Esports, 3 finishes, now at 88, eyeing on that golden century. They need that 100 as Team Insane, also against Team 8-Bit. Seem to have secured that knock. And now this is where it's starting to get really tight, really sketchy. Look at the splash of colors on the minimap. No compound left alone, no compound left stranded. Everybody inside of one, and the next circle shift. Again, so important. NoNx, also they're making those movements, but Genesis and for Miracle Esports, very close and locking horns. Zap does have those 2 grenades, does have the 2 Molotovs to work with, but who gets that first blow? Genesis still have the numbers.
Yeah, they do still have the numbers to work with. Although their position not the greatest. You have to say the pacing of this game of Miramar, it's been extremely awkward. Just those bursts of action and then an absolute lull. TWOB did spot out the man from Team Aryan, Kalyug with the spray, not really able to find the opener that he needed. And now have given away their information as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to the resources battle. And eventually the next circle shift still out in the open, but San Martin has a couple of compounds inside of it as TWOB. They've got the advertisement compound, one of the most crucial compounds, as now finally for Miracle Esports need to address this issue. They know they're outside the circle as Zap also deciding to step out, but Dragon a crucial knock, and the trades not out there yet. As for Miracle Esports, looking more confident than ever. Zap stepping out of the compound behind that wall. As for Miracle Esports, they start piling on the numbers and deciding to pummel down on the players as 8-Bit. They lose wind as 4TR successfully annihilate them as Genesis Zap on really low HP finally manages to heal up. Out in the open, quite exposed. It's going to be Adi who puts an end to him, but no, Beard Baba, he's going to steal that finish away.
Yeah, those finishes being stolen are going to be a big determinant to their final ranking. And every single point is going to be crucial. On the other side of things, K9 Esports eliminated early today for the first time, finishing with no points on the board. God's Reign also getting taken out. Some things never change. Their journey of the finals has not been the greatest. But here we have it for Miracle. The push from Team Insane. Beard Baba prepared with the S12K. Has his teammate right next to him, who actually goes for a swing. And Lazy and Adam, both the players are going to be shut down in an instant. 2 versus 4. They've found the first 2. Now the time for the remaining players. Adi, this split, man, it's going to haunt him because that just leaves Yash all alone to deal with 4 Miracle.
Dragon starting to manifest. The IGL leading from the front. And yes, for Miracle Esports, they're starting to do it. Look at that confidence. Look at that intent on how they're making those pushes. No fear. This is how a champion team plays. For Miracle Esports, it's not a fluke anymore. It's not a dream anymore. They are the reality. They are the truth. 5 finishes, of course. Dragon and Beard Baba need to shape this one out, need to piece this one out together. Still 9 teams in contention, and now Team Insane. Their numbers have also started to dwindle. As of now, the circle again shifting away, heavily favoring the likes of Team Aryan, God's Omen, Los Hermanos, and Team Eggy.
Team Aryan smack center of the circle. Even though they don't have players, I think they're just praying that everyone around them just fights each other, which eventually will happen. Because you see those tiny little open spaces, even though it's a few meters between each compound, you still have to make the move. Talk about moves. Insane finding the knock on. Dragon OP. The molly goes out. Is that going to be a team wipe? I don't think so.
No!
Ooh, the kitchen counter. And he just got served, man. For Miracle. Somehow pulling off a miraculous rescue over there. But anyway, they want to make sure that God's Omen are going to decide where they want to be Gods or they want to be the Omen. But 2 players lost. Can't really do much from here on out. NoNx still continue to put on the pressure on the lads of God's Omen, and I believe they're down to the last man. Stone BGMI, can he be the stone that can't be moved for his team?
The fight's breaking down left, right and center. Fights all across the board. And Stone BGMI, sturdy as a rock, but put to rest. Apollo for the rescue. Genesis still breathing in this. God's Omen after a good start. Finally bid adieu, but Genesis Esports now out in the open. Los Hermanos still hunkered down around the center. Adi still surviving. TWOB, Kalyug out in the open. He's been taken down, but Eggy from the backlines. Team Aryan on the sides. This could be anybody's game. NoNx officials also on the northeastern territories. Oh my God, Johnny, as the dust settles, still pretty unknown as to who could be the strongest contender in getting the chicken dinner.
But I think with 4 Miracle being eliminated from this game, now they're just praying that Team Aryan suffers the same fate. The difference stands at 10 points again, fixes, and no one else in the top 5 is still alive. Eggy, 6th in the overall leaderboard right now with 65 points, have a big gap to cover up, and the only way they pull it off is a chicken dinner. But standing in their way, Genesis, Los Hermanos, both the teams clashing against each other right now. All of that utility lobbed out. Genesis, get ready to be fried. Extra crispy as Garland gets another 3K just with the utility alone.
Lovely stuff coming in from the IGL. We were talking about Los Hermanos' resurgence. It's finally there. As Garland, he continues as the mercenary of death and destruction. Already securing 2 and maybe a couple more right now. Los Hermanos have had enough. NoNx now in a pinch. Team Aryan having their eyes fixated on the players of NoNx as Levi decides to step out of cover. Rapido, beautiful grenade comes in. And Evil gets to be the one picked off. As now Team Aryan, even their numbers are starting to fall. But look at NoNx. They've decided to come in with a breach. Nice cover fire. Where does it come from? As now even Team Aryan has bitten the dust. Cortex out in the open. NoNx, oh, in a world of trouble as Team Eggy starting to take down players left, right and center. And TWOB inside that murky smoke. Eggy wanted to be adventurous, has been slapped back.
Yeah, when they're hoping that he's going to knock out or finish off the knocked players. His teammate covers up. Pro securing more eliminations on the board. 7 finishes on the board for Team Eggy, but they're down to their last man. NON down to 2. Los Hermanos, after a long time since yesterday, they've done well in this game and all looking to clean up as well. Eggy out of the way, finishing on the 3rd in this game of Miramar, and then there were 2. It's a 2 versus 1 situation. Levi, the man leading the charge of that realme MVP leaderboard, now gets to display why he is sitting on the 1st position, and he's waiting for an opportunity to strike, waiting for some vision. Spots out the first man, the knock comes through, but the second finishes it off, and NON, they do somehow manage to secure a win for themselves. Finally making a leap up on the leaderboard.
This was long time coming, Johnny. Missed out on Sanhok this time. He did not want to give an inch of space. That is courage, that is bravery, and that is balls of steel. All at the same time, Levi take a bow. NoNx did miss out on the chicken dinner. Finally smiles across, and there you've got the supporters.
Ignore the smile. Who is he passing the kisses to?
I mean,
you're always focused on the wrong things.
I think Necro might have an idea.
I've got no clue, but one thing is for sure, that sort of a dominance is going to put NoNx in such a great spot. And once again, makes a lot of sense, right? Since they're getting so much support and so much love, maybe he's giving the love back to the community.
Yeah, that might be it.
I think that was the response, right? When we eventually started talking about the grand finals, a lot of the community was of the opinion from the lesser known pros, it has always been NoNx and Team Aryan that they have supported. And for NoNx, eventually, you know, kind of struggling in those initial first day, now finally finding some room to breathe. I think this was much anticipated. But let's not forget, Team Eggy had a really great game. Los Hermanos, they found themselves back, which means a lot of drama stirring up the overall standings.
Yeah, there is definitely going to be a lot of drama in the overall leaderboard. As you mentioned, Los Hermanos and OMEN doing quite well for themselves. For Miracle, I think still get, what, like 6 points in this game?
Yeah, probably one placement point, 2 to back it up, so that's going to be 7 points in total.
7 points. So, yeah, there you go. They still do manage to retain the lead, but the difference is now negligible. But this last fight, man, you go out for Levi.
Look at that excitement.
It was mad insane. That last 1v2. I wonder if both of them were peeking that angle at the same time, would they have found that frag? Because it was a 2v1.
Luckily enough, the man was targeting the guy in the front.
Yeah.
And somehow the man in the back got knocked out.
It was a lucky shot.
Yeah, it was pretty much a lucky shot, right? And then the guy on the right, he just went for the peak and he instantly got dismantled like that. At the end of the day, it just felt like it was destined for the man to win. But at this point, we need to move on towards the stage. And let's see what the boys of NoNx have got to say.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स. एक तरह से NoNx का ये कहना है, यू लीव इट टू लीवाई, वो हैंडल कर लेंगे. एंड ये जो एंड में 1v2 किया है लीवाई, तुमने इस समय बहुत सारे फैंस बना लिए ऑलरेडी. बताओ यार, वो ऐसा चल रहा था कि लग नहीं रहा था कि आपके हित में ये चिकन आएगा, लेकिन यू प्लेड लाइक अ हीरो, डोमिनेट किया, वो 1v2 निकाला. वो 1v2 जब निकाल रहे थे तब जहन में चल रहा था कि यार ये हो सकता है, या थोड़े से डाउट्स भी आ रहे थे?
लाइक टीममेट्स ने मोटिवेट किया था. गॉडेक्स बोल रहा था मार लेगा इजी, लीवाई इजी है, मार लेगा, तो फिर मार दिया. और ऐसा कुछ है नहीं, टीममेट्स ने ज़्यादा मोटिवेट रखा है, मैंने मार दिया.
एंड सबसे ज़्यादा मोटिवेट किसने किया था?
गॉडेक्स.
ऑलराइट, तो बात कर लेते हैं उनसे. एंड साथ ही साथ रोमन, आपसे भी बात करेंगे. ऑफ कोर्स यू आर द IGL एंड लीग स्टेज की अगर बात करें तो उतने ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट आप बीच बीच में नज़र नहीं आ रहे थे, लेकिन इस समय काफ़ी बढ़िया चल रहा है. एक डोमिनेटिंग मैच रहा. व्हाट चेंज लीग स्टेज में, जो आप थोड़े से कॉन्फिडेंस में कम लग रहे थे, लेकिन अब ये जो टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है, क्या चेंज हुआ है?
कुछ चेंज हुआ है. पहले तो हमने 5 मैच तो अपने 4 मैच तो हमने थ्रू ही करे हैं. चारों मैच आज हमारा दिन था, आज हमारा लक भी साथ दे रहा था, लेकिन स्टिल हमने वो चारों मैच उतना अच्छा नहीं कर पाए. बस यही एम लेके चले थे कि लास्ट 2 गेम है, अगर आज लास्ट 2 गेम में निकाल लिया तो कल उस ट्रॉफी के लिए जा सकते हैं. और वही लास्ट 2 गेम में एम करके चले गए. 35 पॉइंट्स तो निकालने ही निकालने. और अभी शायद पता नहीं 10-11 कुछ स्किल आगे, 20 पॉइंट आगे. अभी लास्ट मैच है, लास्ट मैच में भी अच्छा करेंगे और कल उस ट्रॉफी के लिए एम करेंगे.
रोमन, इस समय देखिए आपने अपनी क्लैरिटी तो दिखा दी है, अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी तो यहाँ पर बता दी है, लेकिन अगर कम्युनिटी की बात करें तो बहुत सारे लोगों ने कहा था कि आपकी टीम लैंड फाइनल्स में उतना अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाएगी. उनको कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? कैमरा अगर आपको चाहिए तो वो वाला कैमरा है. Alright, I think he's said enough. Back to the casters.
Looking at NoNx's past performance, this was desperately needed performance for them, and this is going to help them so much in the overall standings. And looking at the pace, the overall standings as well as start to move up, just getting 7 to 8 points per game is not going to cut the deal for a team like Miracle Esports. If they want to maintain that lead, they need a big game in the hand. That's the only way they can once again gain that safety cushion. But looking at the few frags that are popping up on the screen, this is how the action really kicked off.
You know, honestly speaking, Necro, I still feel like Miracle made the best out of that situation. I mean, imagine, it was such a tough spot, Johnny, where they were being pushed in by multiple squads, but still, Beard Baba, I think this player has been so underrated, Necro. You were pointing out his beard, but he's been getting so many finishes across the board. Every single time Miracle Esports needs a hero, he steps up.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, Beard Baba at this point, even when he's beardless, is still doing as good as he used to in the past.
He still has a better beard than you.
Look,
Both of
I
us.
choose to trim my beard on purpose, all right?
Excuses.
Johnny, you got something to say about that?
I mean, I don't know what else to say, man. I mean, that conversation felt irrelevant.
All right, cool. It's fixes every single time coming up with those conversations. But you know what, guys, I'm also a little bit concerned about the teams on the latter half of the board.
Yeah.
A few teams that did showcase great signs of life, especially teams like Team Forever coming inside of the picture. Team Forever did so good on the map of Erangel. They were in the top 2 with a lot of elimination points, but now Team Forever is not able to replicate that same performance. Yeah. Rising Inferno as well, they're just completely lost.
You know, honestly speaking, for Team Forever, I feel like, you know, they should not have made those changes, right? They got in a coach from Korea, you've got an international coach, he's got so much ideas into mind. You did not have enough time to execute that. Now overcomplicating things in an Indian lobby seems like Team Forever, I mean, things aren't looking good for them.
Yeah, things aren't looking that great, but let's see how things turn out eventually in the end. So far, we do have the stats of the game, MVP of the match on our screens, and of course, Levi. I think this just pretty much guarantees that realme MVP already.
Yeah, I guess. This man's been consistently fragging out in every single game for NoNx. Even in the previous game, Levi, this man had 5 finishes on his name, and now he's got 7 finishes. He's on a different level, consistently fragging out for the boys. And generally speaking, with the way Levi is playing, I wouldn't be surprised in the upcoming days we might see Levi representing a completely different banner with a better offer.
Listen, to be honest, I want to be hopeful. I want them to win. I want them to represent the country at the EWC. So much on the line. Who knows what's going to happen? But yes, top 5 players. All right. So Levi, Kalyu, Kalan, Eggy, and Dragon. I mean, no, not any more of those usual suspects. Every time you see some new faces coming up. But Dragon OP, that one clutchy moment, right? Those 3 finishes, so instrumental for his team's success there.
Yeah, definitely. And even during the game, you mentioned that he has been one of the key players for the team. We have the match rankings on our screens, 20 points for NON, TWOB 14, Los Hermanos with 12. Again, this was a long time after which Los Hermanos have been able to put up decent numbers on the board. Then we have Eggy with 12, Aryan with 9, 4 Miracle with 7, Insane with 5, and God's Omen with 5 points as well.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, right? For K9 Esports, they pulled off one major comeback, but then after that, once again, K9 Esports is now put to sleep with just that 1 point on the board. It's not something to expect from a banner like K9 Esports, especially when the overall standings are so fragile. Yeah, K9 did gain that lead in quite a great way in that one single game, but that lead can instantly fade away as well if K9 does not perform and back it up with consistency. As we move on towards the overall rankings, there are, of course, there in the front. At the start, we've got 4 Miracle Esports with 92 points. Aryan TMG as well with 85 points. God's Omen with 77. Oh, man, these overall rankings, once again, extremely close.
And, you know, at this point, I mean, imagine what's going on. We've seen, again, that stirring drama around that mid-packer. NoNx, I think they were par that 10th position. Look at them, now in a fighting position. But for Miracle, still 8 points short of that 100 team Aryan. Now, even God's Omen, they had a great start into Miramar. They're at a fighting position. Los Hermanos, they found some space. But K9, after such a nice run, this time again, looking quite shaky.
Yeah, of course, they're looking pretty shaky. But at the end of the day, I still believe K9 Esports is one of those experienced banners, so I feel like they're not really going to crack under that pressure. But generally speaking, a few names at the top as well. They're not really able to bring out those poppy plays, right? I'm speaking of God's Omen as well. And even Aryan, yeah, the previous game was great. But generally speaking, as I mentioned, now getting the consistent point spree is not done yet. You need those big performances. That's the only way you can maintain that spot. That's the only way you can stay in the top 2.
I mean, yeah, you need that big performance, at least from the perspective of anyone sitting on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th position, to bring a little bit of safety cushion as well to work with for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, we also have got an interview lined up on the stage. So let's move on towards the interview itself.
मेरे साथ आ चुके हैं मेरे प्रिय मित्र एक्वानॉक्स। एक्वानॉक्स, पहली बात तो ये बता कि डे 2 में इतने सारे चेंजेस का रीजन क्या था एंड कौन सा कॉम्बिनेशन तेरे अकॉर्डिंग सबसे बेस्ट बैटर है?
चेंजेस तो एज इन एनवायरनमेंट चेंज के लिए कि कौन सा कॉम्बिनेशन बेस्ट बेटर है, बट ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं कि कॉम्बिनेशन, बट सभी अच्छा खेलते हैं। एंड चोक तो हमारी तरफ से हो रहा है। एज एन असॉल्टर हम बेसिक्स मिस्टेक कर रहे हैं एंड आईजल तो अच्छा ही करा रहा है, जोन ले जा रहे हैं, बट हम चोक कर दे रहे फाइट में।
सो जो मेंटालिटी सोमराज की थी BGIS की ट्रॉफी उठाने के टाइम, डू यू थिंक राइट नाउ जब 8-bit स्ट्रगल कर रही है वही सेम मेंटालिटी के साथ टीम आगे बढ़ रही है?
डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि भाई 9 मैच हो गए, उसके बाद भी मतलब ऐसा नहीं रखना चाहिए कि गिव अप कर दिए। लास्ट तक ट्राई करते रहेंगे। 16 मैच है, 18 मैच है, तो 18 मैच तक ट्राई करते रहेंगे हम लोग एंड वी विल नेवर गिव अप।
Definitely. Such a lovely message from Aquanox, ladies and gentlemen. You should never give up as well. अगले मैच के लिए जुड़े रहिए.
Unfortunately for the previous game, Aquanox wasn't really a part of the roster. But now I hope in the upcoming game, Aquanox is going to be there in the playing for. Because 8-Bit, they're definitely testing a lot of the stuff out. And even when they put Aquanox on the backstage, it feels like 8-Bit, for them, it's not really working out that well.
You know, I do not have a really good feeling about that, but nobody else also. But so much happening, dramas across, but everything continues after this short little break.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
सब ठीक ही है पर कुछ तो मिसिंग है.
Go on.
I miss that OG ice cold feeling, you know.
A classic situation.
जब स्क्वाड के साथ लॉबी पे It's back?
क्या?
No way! Dodge is back!
Oh, bhai, it's back!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 Day 2 of the Grand Finals itself. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be two handsome gentlemen here. We have Necro and Johnny as we take you through the English commentary of the final game of today itself. It seems like we have a lot of unexpected variables that has happened here, but NoNx, they may have choked up one game of chicken dinner, but just now they redeemed themselves with a very, very interesting 1 versus 2. Levi, arguably the top contender for the realme MVP ranking right now, just stepped up big time. What do you guys think about that performance?
Look, at this point, it feels like the man's already nailed it down. No one's going to be able to steal that MVP slot away from the guy. He's pretty much sitting on the first spot, just dominating everything possible. And NoNx, after that big of a game, of course, they're looking extremely comfortably in the overall standings as well. They've pretty much just pulled themselves close enough to go for that trophy now.
I mean, close enough, but not really in a position where they can slack off or start slacking off even a little bit. They still have distance to cover and they need to be consistent. But hey, substitution yet again. again for the side of 8-bit. Toy being moved back on the bench and Aquanox is back in.
Well, it seems like 8-bit, they are struggling for some sort of a roster formation as well. I was able to catch a glimpse on towards Aquanox behind stage as well. And I was asking him what went wrong. It seems like he needed a little bit of break because he does have a small finger injury on his finger. So that's why he took a little bit of break. But seems like all this performance, the pressure, everything that's happening towards 8-bit is starting to affect them here. And I feel like, do you think this last-minute Hail Mary here for day 2, especially for Aquanox, will he be able to do something about this?
Generally speaking, if they keep on switching the playing 4 like this, it's just going to create a bit more of those issues. If they just stick to one playing 4, they might just be able to figure out what exactly is the problem and then work upon it. But if you keep on switching it, it just means new problems will keep on coming up.
Yeah, I think it's just desperation, as we discussed earlier on in the day. They're just trying anything, hoping something at least works. But yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, it would have been better to just keep a consistent playing 4 and then try and make those small little tweaks in order to figure out a consistent strategy for this finals.
Well, speaking of another consistency issue here, for Miracle, they were the talk of the town in day 1 itself. Table toppers as of yet, still somewhat defending the title here. What happened to 4 Miracle? Because in this entire 5 games, it feels like 4 Miracle wasn't really that much of a there in the game. They're somewhat getting points, but for some reason, they're still able to hold onto his position. What's going on with them?
Yeah, it's like for Miracle Esports, they do not really want to be spotted. They want to stay under the radar, not really do a lot of commotion, not really do a lot of chaos in the lobby. Instead, just get enough points to keep that first spot pinned down. But here's the main problem. Now you cannot just survive on getting 4 to 5 points per game. You need double digits every single game to maintain that first spot and also keep it pinned down with a decent bit of cushion. And guys, let's not forget, even teams like TWOB are still in the race. If TWOB gets one decent performance as well, even they can instantly propel themselves in the top 5.
I definitely agree. TWOB had a spectacular performance just now here. It was a little bit of small comeback, even though they weren't able to secure the chicken dinner. But I want to talk about the top 3 right now. God's Omen and also Aryan. These are 2 teams that really did very, very well throughout this entirety of this competition thus far. And I want to see whether or not can they over-deliver. Because when we talk about the speculations, the community feedback on what they think about the teams competing so far, a lot of them, prior to Grand Finals, is always a bit of onliners. But guess what? I think we have a little bit more insights on what things are happening here because we're going to jump into the interview with On Stage.
बहुत धमाकेदार मैचेस हो रहे हैं बट यहाँ पे बैक स्टेज पे मेरे भाई चलते हुए जा रहे हैं तो वेलकम ऐश पकड़ लिया इनको मैंने फ्रॉम टीम फॉरएवर फॉर दिस बैक स्टेज इंटरव्यू बट बहुत टाइम से हम साथ में हैं बहुत टाइम से हम साथ में लैन पे आप आ चुके हो लैन स्टेज देख चुके हो व्हाट इज डिफरेंट इन रियलमी BMPS 2025 इन दिस लॉबी सो फार
In this lobby, I would say all the underdogs, the raw talent जो इतना मतलब देखने मिल रहा है and मतलब I am a experienced player obviously 7-8 साल से खेल रहा हूँ but ये जो lobby में मैं भी देखता हूँ it's like मुझे भी कुछ सीखने मिलता है because new talent brings new strategies and everything so it's very interesting and exciting.
Well, interesting and exciting, definitely. But क्या ये same चीज़ Team Forever के लिए भी हो रही है? Because so far overall standings पे उतना अच्छा situation है नहीं. तो जो problems हो रही है, क्या problems हो रहे हैं, उनको कैसे tackle करना है Day 2 and Day 3 के लिए?
Day 1 obviously इतना strategy wise अच्छा नहीं किया कई चीज़ें fights हमने lose की but Day 2 में we have a strategy, we worked on something. So let's see, it will probably work 100%. So hope for the best.
क्या हम ऐश को बहुत जल्दी प्लेइंग 4 में देख पाएंगे?
Maybe, मतलब जब तक ये लोग अच्छा खेल रहे हैं तब तक I am substitute only. But if they need me, I will be there.
Definitely, he's a very lovely guy, guys. Ash, but this is Salty signing off from the backstage. Stay tuned for the rest of the matches.
Well, when we talk about a little bit of insider information as also an expert opinion, seems like the top teams, I was asking just now for the top the top 3 teams' performance, it seems like new teams bring in new direction, new ideas, and guess what, Team Forever, they've come up with some kind of strategy, but I don't think it's working out right now for them.
I mean, it's not a new strategy, to be fair, that they're employing. It's an older one. We have seen Ash and Oasis work in tandem before, where Ash is the IGL, and this is going to be interesting because I believe that interview was done before. Last game as well, Ash was there. This game as well, he's going to be there in the last match. And what happens is, this is something that me and Oasis spoke about during the media day, where he also said that it was a big challenge for him to not be the IGL, be the IGL again, but now in the last 2 games, I believe he's not the one IGLing, it's Ash.
Well, well, well. It all comes down to the final game now to decide their fates. Can they survive or can they do not? Is going to be coming down to this one final game here in day 2. We're going to be jumping back into El Clasico in the map of Erangel.
Exactly, as the blade's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards the opposite side. It's going to be Yasna Poliana. Now, once again, if the teams do want to move in toward Georgia Pole, even shooting range, or Sarki, Quarry, Primorx, it's going to be a tough stretch.
It is definitely going to be a tough stretch. The entirety of the western half of the map completely denied to these squads. But hey, at least God's Reign is going to be happy. Their drop on the military base is going to be theirs and theirs alone, and they can directly drop inside of the military base instead of having to take the risk of looking to go for vehicles. But hello, 4TR, what is that?
Yeah, interesting. 4TR is dropping all the way down south. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is for the boys, but I just hope whatever they're coming up with, they will have enough loot at the end of the day to actually go for the fights properly as well. Or maybe 4TR is actually gambling on the fact that the zone might just be down south.
Oh, I mean, maybe. And if that doesn't happen, though, their day is going to be ruined, because then they will have to figure out a way to avoid God's Reign, to avoid Forever, to avoid God's Omen. And anyone who plays from Milta like Los Hermanos and Genesis, they will have to figure all of this out on the fly. I don't think we've ever seen 4TR play this far towards the extremities of this map.
Yeah, and guys, let's talk a little bit more about 4TR, right? Because at the start of the day, they started things off in the top 3, looking extremely comfortable. Actually, they're on the 2nd spot. And now look at 4TR on the 8th spot. Fumbling up big time. 4TR, they're losing their position that they've gained so far. And the zone as well. It's going to be extremely interesting as it shifts all the way towards the left side of the map. Gatka, of course, it's going to be in the prime contention as well, but mainly the shorelines will be contested.
Oh, but look towards Yasna Poliana. It seems like TWOB official have again found company in the form of TWOB. And there's one more player from the side of K9 Esports, I believe. Slug has been left behind to try and secure a vehicle in the early stages. But this western circle with an eastern flight path means a lot of the expectations have been put or given a reality check by the game itself. And we see Dragon OP from 4 Miracle actually making an early move. He's going to be scouting a safe haven for his team to play with for the center.
Yeah, for 4 Miracle Esports, playing towards the center has always been the gameplay. And they usually like to move in around that quarry vicinity too, so there's a big chance they're probably moving that to that vicinity as well, since the plane flat path was not exactly favoring that spot. For Miracle Esports, this time around, they're probably aiming for a chicken dinner 8-bit. If they want to pull off a comeback as well, they need a chicken dinner, nothing else. And for K9 Esports as well, yes, the comeback has already been initiated, but after that, they were only able to secure 1 point.
On the move again. This was a very nice call being made by 4 Miracle. There is absolutely no one inside of the zone but them and 8-bit, just because a little bit of Pachinki is inside of the circle, that is. We're taking control of Query early, and if they can somehow figure out a way to just gatekeep the players of Team Forever as well, that just means free finishes.
Yeah, and 4 Miracle Esports just trying to bag on as many vehicles as they can. Get their hands on them. And as I mentioned, 4 Miracle Esports, they like to kick things off around the core vicinity too, but Slug is trapped. It's not a good news. Slug is all by himself. K9 Esports, they need to provide some sort of a backup to the boy. And there is Beast now getting inside of the vehicle, maybe moving around that Yasna Poliana vicinity. There might be cavalry coming soon. But once again, it's not soon enough. They need to be as quick as possible. Slug on the upper floor, position compromised. TWOB slowly and steadily now getting real close. Slug is ready and primed with this nade. At the moment this nade finds the contact, Slug will have the advantage in hands. But K9 Esports, they need to be quick. The cavalry needs to arrive now.
The problem is that there's going to be more teams looking to move in as soon as this fight begins, namely Rising Inferno, who are playing from that Stalber Kamishki Hill. But Slug, he's being toyed with, and nade comes through from the players of TWOB, but he has kind of moved all of them into the same position. Slug trying his level best, unable to find that opener, gets finished off instantly, and well, the first casualty of the game is going to be of Slug. Point given to TWOB.
Honestly speaking, that nade was his win condition.
It was the only win condition.
Yeah. If you would have tossed that nade properly, rebounded it off the wall, And if you would have gone a two-piece with that, Slug would have given such a massive advantage to his teammates. Yeah, maybe he would have still been taken down, outnumbered by the foes, but his teammate could have actually third-partied and convert that fight. But since Slug got taken down without doing any sort of damage, for TWOB, they pretty much get away with murder for free.
I mean, while TWOB got lucky in their particular situation, I don't think 4TR is going to be equally lucky. They are taking that water rotation, but if you guys do not want to rely on luck and rely on your skills alone, get the Realme GT7 series, ladies and gentlemen. The iSense graphene rear cover keeps the device 6 degrees cooler during the marathon gaming sessions, and of course 120 FPS stable for up to 6 hours.
Yeah, and Johnny, I've actually noticed this as well. The moment you get better gear, somehow even the luck gets better.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know what about it is, but yeah, even the luck starts favoring you.
I mean, it changes a lot of things. A better device, you realize how smooth things are, you feel more confident, you start to perform, and when you're performing, you just feel that you're very lucky as well sometimes.
Yeah. Are you lucky?
No, not really, man.
Yeah, me too. I'm broke. I'm poor.
Hey, I mean, gives us an opportunity to talk about the skin making a comeback as well.
Yeah, of course. M416 Glacier.
Yeah.
I opened like 50 crates and I got
I met someone yesterday who got it in 10.
What?
Yeah, with the normal crates as well, the classic ones.
Yeah.
I don't know how. How is that possible, man? I feel like I've been doing something wrong in life.
I mean, I was calculating the odds of you actually getting an M416 Glacier, and those odds are in actually 0.33%, something around that.
So
that's how low they are.
You have to be very lucky.
Insanely lucky.
But if you get one, you know you can flex it for ages, man.
Yeah, of course.
It's worth the flex, to be honest.
I mean, M416 Glacier, the moment you pop someone with that gun,
ooh.
And the moment you see that death grid form up like a snowman, you just know the man's rich.
Not the man, you know the man's rich and you are the man.
Yeah.
Yeah. And who doesn't want to be the man?
Of course. But at least as of now, 4TR slowly and steadily slipping away with the momentum they had in the overall standings. Oh no, they're caught in such a bad spot. 4TR, come on, you need to step out in the open. They're a little bit scared to actually move out in the open as well. I'm not exactly sure what the boys are doing, but
yeah.
Now 4TR need to step out in the open. And here's the main problem. They've got no vehicles to play with.
I mean, it's still fine. They were able to spot the players of Team Forever, and they just saw one man. But this delay was questionable on the other side. TWOB, as they see someone, they do not hesitate before running into the fight. And this time, they pick a brawl against the players of Team Eggy. Opening has been found, looking for the second. Kalya falls, the trade comes through. Eggy still managing to stay alive, still managing to stay in the fight. But will they be able to keep the bodies up and running? They've lost one as of now. Do not want to lose a few more. The player did get knocked out by Rising Inferno. PMW IGL looking for that finish.
This is what happens the moment the stage 2 starts to hit. Even if you hear one single gunshot, the teams just want to move in and go for that third party. And that's what's happening over here too. Rising Inferno punishing the players of Eggy to be out in the open like that. And for Rising Inferno, that's going to be a free elimination point converted to a free piece of candy. Once again, for Rising Inferno, they actually need a breach inside of the circle, so they are not going to be tanking this damage too much, which should not be that big of a deal, generally speaking. Maybe TWOB can't disrupt that flow, but TWOB, even they need to make it inside of the zone, so it's better to be mature enough and actually just avoid this fight.
Yeah, sometimes walking away is the best decision that you can make, and right now, it needs to be made by Rising Inferno, but that zone shift, man, there's Hospital, there's the Georgia Pool City, the containers, and the Northern Georgia, but still about 30 to 40% of this circle is just water. It is unplayable for anyone who breaches in late.
The good thing is 8-Bit's in this max center. Maybe 8-Bit can do it this time around. 8-Bit's got a solid spot to play with, but here's the main problem. 8-Bit cannot really go for the spread plays anymore. They are inside of Hospital. That means they need to keep themselves pinned down inside of Hospital as well, which means that can also limit down the information just around Hospital itself. But instead, they've moved on towards the Georgia Pool City, which is quite interesting as well. Let's see for 8-Bit if this playstyle or if this position is really going to work out. Still a few players, they want to make it towards the city themselves. For 8-Bit, all the 4 players intact, but they've managed to acquire 0 finishes so far. And if you look at their stands too, in the overall standings, currently sitting on the 13th spot. So it's not looking good.
Definitely, but One thing that is looking good is that QR scanner, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens. Tickets are available on Swiggy's scenes. So if you guys want to show up at this scene, which is the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre, do make sure to scan that QR code and get yourself your tickets. In the meanwhile, 2OP officials still looking for a ticket in the top 15.
True that. And 2OP at this point, they've even moved down all the way towards the George Bull City. So at least a little bit closer to that centric part. But if the zone does not move up north, and if it shifts all the way down south, then everyone's messed up. For Miracle Esports, usually they like to start things off in the smack center, but since the zone's played a big curveball for Miracle Esports this time around, they're not going to be able to place themselves in the center. Once again, they need to settle for the average.
2 finishes on the board for TWOB though. After that conflict against the players of Team Eggy, they have disengaged early. They're looking to move in. Luckily for them, the entire northern half of this play zone is just completely empty. So they should be able to stay safe. There's no one in those apartments to cause any trouble for them. Everyone's playing the southern side, and towards the southern side is where we see this clash. Los Hermanos against Team Insane.
And Johnny, generally speaking, I feel like we've completely lost track of Genesis Esports. It's one of those teams that did so good initially. At least in today's day, we did see that big bounce back from Genesis Esports with that chicken dinner. But after that, Genesis Esports' performance has been completely shaky. It's been lacking.
Yeah, it has been. But hopefully this last game they can bring a little bit of extra something into the matchup, because it is a step-by-step process. Even the team on the 15th position is sitting in the early 40s.
Yeah.
And if you want to cover up that 50-point difference to the top of the leaderboard, you got to start now. Imagine 25 points from this game makes your job a whole lot easier for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say, but when you're actually playing inside of that lobby, it's a completely different feeling. I'm looking for Miracle Esports. Yesterday's day was absolute domination, but today they're just not able to get more than 10 points in any of the games.
Same goes for Los Hermanos, man. That 26-point start, and after that, ooh, scary.
At least look at the brighter side of the spectrum, right? At least Los Hermanos is still maintaining the same spot they had at the start of the day, which is currently in the top 4.
Yeah, that is true. But anyways, 40-yard, this is a team that, well, this is actually a perfect example. As you were talking about them at the start of the game, started off great yesterday, but today kind of just on the verge of getting eliminated from the top 8.
Yeah. Actually currently sitting just on the cusp on the 8th spot.
Yeah.
So yeah, for 4TR, performance has to be there on the board. And if you look at the utility count as well, K9 Esports got 17 nades. Who's got the most amount of grenades over here? I guess it's going to be the place of God's Omen with 18 nades.
Wow. But God's Omen, where are they? I mean, they have found themselves as a, there they are. Thank you, production. Have 18 nades, but not really in the range to lob those nades towards anyone, Necro.
Yep. Maybe if they would have had a grenade launcher, which does not exist in the game. But once again, for 8-bit, they definitely do want to take a dig against the players of God's Omen a bit more, but it's going to be a little bit tough. They need to traverse through the open grounds. While if you move on towards the Rising Inferno side, man, they're definitely struggling. Rising Inferno down to just a 2-man squad. Jupton is taken down extremely low. And once again, the man's patching himself up slowly and steadily, but is that patch really going to seal the deal? That's the question. Rising Inferno, for them to bounce back from such a bad spot, is going to be extremely tough, maybe impossible. Especially for Jupton, it feels like the man's done.
Yeah, that nade was just perfect bounces off the rooftop and just throws it out the window. Levi getting one more finish in the bag. That is going to be the elimination of Rising Inferno from this match. Down to 15 teams, 56 players still alive. And the position that was there for the players of NON, quite decent actually. No one will move in to bother them. Everyone's going to be busy fighting in the city or towards the containers as they try to move towards the city, and containers is where the players of K9 Esports are right now.
Yeah, I mean, K9 towards George Bull containers. The Vault's got the high ground to play with. But still for K9, as usual, once again, being the late breachers. And it feels like they've also dialed down the pace that they were playing with today. K9 Esports was playing so frag heavy, but now the moment it feels like K9 Esports have achieved that cushion, they just instantly switch that playstyle, and that's been the main problem. Just stick to one playstyle. If it's working out, just do it over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, so there is this saying, how do you beat a man with nothing to lose? Or the only way to beat a man with nothing to lose is if you give him something to lose. That is what's happening with 4Miracle, that is what's happening with K9 Esports. As you mentioned, these teams propel themselves into a decent position, but all of that fear for 4Miracle is losing that first position. For K9 Esports was losing that top 4 spot has actually backfired, and it has resulted in the teams taking a dip in performance. K9 Esports, well, Omega spotted out, and Team Aryan actually in a great position to pick him off.
Yeah, Aryan. But Hitler, does he really want to continue this fight? Does he really want to go for the scuffle? And I guess the answer is going to be yes. He does not want to spare the man of K9 Esports, instead wants to create the off angle, and Hitler does have the higher ground. What that means, the advantage is in the man's hand as well. He's got everything lined up for the boy. Looking at Aryan and how things are looking like for them, it's quite a wide spread they've gone with. And let's just hope that it's going to work out.
Well, let's see if things work out, or in fact, how they turn out towards the end. Slug lost already, super early. We saw that awkward conflict in Yasna, but 8-bit, they are striking a blow on the players of 4TR, having found one finish for themselves. K9 Esports on the other side still put under pressure by Aryan, but it seems like Hitler completely forgot about Omega, who was right on his flank. Now Team Aryan looking for a reset. They make a move, but might just run into a sandwich.
Yeah. And since the fields are also quite open, if you're not really inside of the Georgia Pool City, it just gets even tough to get inside of any of the fights. Oh, they spot him out, and that's going to be the first opener too. K9 Esports, what a way to thread the needle. That's going to find them the first knock, and also a bit of that consistency inside of the game now. They've also got the win of the sales in this particular fight. Let's see if K9 Esports can actually convert it better. They've got the advantage. 4Miracle Esports slowly and steadily starting to move in from the southern side. For 4Miracle Esports, they usually like to play in from the smack center, but since this time, that's been avoided. That's not been given to them. It's just getting even tougher for them to convert. But the moment you speak of conversion, Team Aryan, they're starting to struggle quite a bit. And this one man from 4TR, Pain is live. He strikes down 2 players. It's down to just Cyrax. What can you do in this compound, Cyrax? Can you really save the day? And yes, you will. Aryan, they survive, but what was the man doing? He was just sitting on staircase.
Yeah, I don't know why. He just came up the stairwell, sat in the middle, allowing Cyrax to line up the crosshair before he even made that peek. But Team Aryan, they're going to be grateful for that mistake. They survive. They do manage to keep their bodies alive. 3 players still left for the side of Team Aryan. And this one match, imagine, going into the last day, they can go sitting on the first position of the overall leaderboard.
4Miracle. God's Reign right next to him. And once again, for God's Reign, with the amount of shots they're taking against 4Miracle Esports. Oh no, it's looking real tough. Beard Baba taking down the main playmaker, not there in the game anymore. 4Miracle Esports, they're paying a hefty price for this rotation that they're looking to pull off. Now they found themselves quite exposed as well. The moment the teams in the sidelines start to move up, 4Miracle Esports, all this cover is going to be blown.
I think their cover might be blown already, because as soon as the teams move in from the southern side, which is the Georgia Pool City, there's nothing there to protect the players of 4Miracle except this ridge. And they are going to be stuck here if the zone does not take that western or northern shift in the next few stages. Look at this, realizing we need some cover to work with for the future. They need options to work with. Dragon, he's made the move already, and they've spotted out God's Omen.
Yeah, this cover from Dragon, I'm not really a big fan of it. Just a little bump on the ridge. And maybe that bump can actually be found in his head soon if he does not really reposition himself that well. But what a nade that was. First man down from Los Hermanos. But luckily enough, the man will be recovered as well. It's not that big of a deal. Kalan will be back upon his feet. Los Hermanos should be safe. Genesis Esports in the nearby turf, in the nearby territory. Can Genesis Esports make any sort of impact in this fight? Unfortunately for Genesis, Zap is the only man standing, which is something that we never saw coming.
Los Hermanos, though, just one finish secured so far into this match. And how slow is this game of Erangel turning out to be, man? Look at that, 90 minutes in, 48 players still alive, but TWOB, they are not going to be alive in this game for long as they get spurred out by Los Hermanos. 2 players knocked out, last 2 left standing.
Oh no, 2OB, final two men. They're trying their best to get something done, but they get struck down as well. 2OB not looking good in this fight this time around. They were able to get one chicken dinner, but after that, 2OB once again, they've just completely lost the ball. And this time, as one man stands up against the remaining two of Los Hermanos, there's also revival coming through for Los Hermanos. Make that 3. 1v3. Is it really doable, Johnny?
I mean, we are going to pray for a miracle, but miracles are quite rare. So are 1v3s. And I think Los Hermanos, they should be able to get Carlin back up to a decent amount of HP. Bot fire is going to be gate kept for sure. No recovery for 2OB official. Single point on the board, and now even Genesis has his position. Not a lot left for this man to do unless he finds an opportunity. Third party could have pulled off at least one extra point with the nade from Carlin. Makes contact, and 2OP official are going to be sent back to the lobby.
That nade was so precise. Solid stuff from the side of Los Hermanos. Exactly what you need to do if you want to stay consistent in the top 4. TWOB a little bit exposed themselves too. 8-bit's going to be a big problem for them. There is Aquinox right on top of the roof as well, and Aquinox is definitely going to decide to do a bit more of that damage. TWOB, things starting to slip away from their hands as 8-bit is now starting to clench their fists. And this is where 8-bit will have a better grip too, as Los Hermanos, even they've managed to find themselves a bit of that reposition. But once again, is this reposition really going to be good enough? Since 4 Miracle Esports, they've got their eyes pinned on this compound as well.
Well. Eyes pinned, as you mentioned. And they have kicked things off in a brilliant manner as well, but can't really keep the pressure going. Insane opportunity for the third party. But 4 Miracle, the first squad to deal with. Spy is trying to bring his teammate back into the action. The revive coming through. It's not going to be too difficult for Los Hermanos to just stay here as well, but
this is definitely going to be a little bit tough for Los Hermanos. It's not the best possible cover they could have asked for, but it is something that they need to adjust with. 4 Miracle Esports, even they need to start repositioning now. Spotting out the man! How was that spot even there?
I have no idea, but it was still quite smart for Miracle. They should be able to find the frag. Again, circling the ridge, almost finding the pick. Los Hermanos now. This is lucky. This is luck put on display.
Of course. Before Miracle Esports, they're not able to make the most out of it though. They did spot the player, but they're not able to deliver that death blow. They're not able to find the knock as well for Miracle Esports. They know Los Hermanos might just be their end, and that's why they just want to be as safe as possible. But that one man from Los Hermanos who was spread out gets caught.
Yeah, it was Carlin. He was the only one inside of the zone, and he has been picked off as well. And that was one of the reasons why 4 Miracle weren't really able to commit on the other side of the ridge, the threat from the flank. But now even the rear is going to be compromised. God's Rain moving in along with the players of Team Insane. And Insane, they just charge forward towards Los Hermanos, towards 4 Miracle. Atom knocked out. The trade comes through. Reaper still fighting for his life, for his team, but spotted out by Yash. Yash is going to be taken out as the third party from God's Rain is going to have its timing down to perfection. Lazy and Adi forced on the ground. The nade goes flying. Reaper still alive by the skin of his teeth. And 4 Miracle still in this game to fight another fight.
Yeah, that nade. It was so close. Generally speaking, I thought that's going to be it for the players of 4 Miracle Esports. Another nade tossed out. Oh man, these nades are getting real up close. Before Miracle Esports, they will be able to keep themselves alive. They've also got the recovery. They've also got the reset. Both the players back on the feet, but Reaper was a little bit too exposed.
Yeah, they completely forgot where they were. 4 Miracle. There's God's Rain in the back. A few moments ago, they were still there, and 4 Miracle, I think, just assumed that the rear was clear. The punish comes through, and now it's just a scramble of whether God's Rain gets those eliminations or Insane moves in for the cleanup. 4 Miracle not really doing too well. At least anymore.
And before Miracle, once again, the reset's going to come through. This has got to be a joke. There's no way. How is this team even alive?
They're so lucky, man.
Yeah, it feels like they're always going through a meat grinder, but at the same time, they somehow just reunite, and somehow they just find themselves intact, just like Tom and Jerry. But now for 4 Miracle Esports, they've got too many things on their tail. They've got too many things on the plate, and they cannot really chew on everything else.
One's getting knocked out by God's Rain, one's getting knocked out by Insane. Now NoN moving in as well. Down to their last 2 players. still hoping to maintain the lead at the end of the day. And NoNx, they've come knocking on their doors, especially in this game. 10 finishes on the board for NON. 83 points in total before this game began, and they are looking to secure another chicken dinner. If they actually do, they're going to be sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard at the end of day number 2. And that actually seems like an actual possibility, because if you look at the circle, there is no one towards the southern edge to bother NON.
8-bit as well, look at the spread they've got. There's a big chance 8-bit might just start a strike. Spotting out that one isolated man from Eggy. Eggy himself spot out in the open. The first man gets knocked out and confirmed. Eggy is the only man standing. And this nade from Equinox might just seal the deal. Out in the open, inside of the smoke, there is the spam that's coming through with the AKM. Equinox is not able to find that sweet spot yet.
Oh boy, the spray from Equinox. Finds no contact, but Eggy gets too eager, makes the run. Kalyuk spots him out. The drop was there for the distraction, or maybe just to avoid contact, but Kalyuk, oh man, that is unfortunate. It's nasty. It is disgusting to look at. Just runs around the corner. An easy finish on the board.
It's quite unfortunate for that man. He did not expect Kalyuk to be there.
I don't know what the intention was, to be honest.
But still, there was ample amount of time to actually react, and he just decided not to.
I think we pressed prone instead of the trigger itself.
I'm not sure what the game plan was, but whatever that was, it did not work out. But NoNx at this point, shooting shots against the players of Godsreen, and Godsreen, they've got nowhere to go. They're completely trapped. They've got no vehicles as well. Godsreen, this might just be it from them. I highly doubt they can survive from that rich.
Of course, there's no way they make it through on the other side. We know 4 Miracle is waiting for them, with 8-bit having a line of fire as well. And NON just capitalizing on the pressure. Neo extremely low, almost bleeding out, and there we have it. The finish is going to be secured, but Roman moves in. A nade in his hand. If it lands to perfection, it is going to be both the players out of the way. Well, he should be able to get one at least. No, it is both. A helping hand from Levi. Few shots from the distance, and NON 14 eliminations on the board. They move up the leaderboard all the way to the top 2, and they find themselves in the top 4 of this game. A chicken dinner right now, and NON, they're ending the day on the first position in the overall leaderboard.
Exactly, 15 elimination points acquired from NoNx, and if they end up getting the chicken dinner, as you mentioned, they will move on to the first spot, and this is what I was afraid of. Yeah, for Miracle Esports, they were consistently keeping themselves pinned on the top, but that cushion was never there. And that cushion now will be comfortably taken away by the players of NoNx if 4 Miracle Esports does not squeeze in a few more points in this one. But 8-bit, it feels like they're definitely having the time of their life.
Yeah, of course, Equinox finding one more point secured, and even a big game coming for the players of 8-bit. 10 eliminations, they find themselves in the top 4, but Equinox poured out from the flank, has to be careful. It's just one more player remaining from the side of Insane, Lazy on the other side, and they're going to try and finish him off with Utility, which is a much safer option. But 8-bit versus NON, fight for the chicken and a necro. I think that is what we are headed towards right now.
Yeah, pretty much seems like it, but there's still Dragon OP alive from 4 Miracle Esports, and no one's really kept their eyes on that man. Dragon OP, if the man actually somehow makes it out alive in the top 2 teams, that will be insane. He would have done the job for 4 Miracle Esports, because that's the exact amount of points they need to keep that spot pinned down.
NON on the other side, that hovercraft, the move they made is going to be a big difference maker, but 8-bit, they finally end up cleaning house, finishing off Insane. Now Gamla Boy left to deal with the pressure as NON make the bounce. Lavish wants that knock, but damage dished out. Flank axis gained by Godex. This is an incredible line of fire. 4 Miracle as well have been finished off just a few seconds ago, and now here is the final fight. The last 4v4. NON taking on the players of 8-bit, and Levi, the front liner, taking on the IGL Samraj. Man dropped to the floor by Roman, and Levi is gonna get one more. Godex finds another. The finish secured, 2 versus 4, 17 eliminations already on the board, and there's a potential 30 bomber being brought by NON. Equinox is gonna get knocked out as well, and that leaves Gamla Boy. And you know what happens to Gamlas? Well, they are gonna be broken to smithereens!
Oh my God!
NON!
What?
They make it happen!
What?
From the middle back to the very top! 103 points on the board, and the first position
Oh my
heading
God.
into the last day of the finals.
That is disgusting from NON. 30 points in this one single freaking game. That too to end things off against 8-Bit. What a way to convert this game. And with that, as you mentioned, NON will place themselves on the first spot.
The biggest comeback here in day number 2, ladies and gentlemen. NoNx Esports making one of the highest points in a single day earned record. A new record has been earned. NoNx now table toppers, one of the top contenders of why they are the best in the business from onliners, now number 1 in day 2 for the realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals here in day number 2. What a performance here.
Yeah.
But of course, when we talk about notable mentions, we have to special mention on towards 8-Bit as well. Aquanox has been struggling with his injuries for quite some time and now able to share the podium in this game itself in the top 2 position.
That's an important point as well, right? 8-Bit making a major comeback in this game, and 8-Bit desperately needed a game like this too. This is also going to be 8-Bit's revival, but here's the main problem. Teams like NoNx are now starting to gain too much of a lead, and 8-Bit's too far back in the overall standings.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 8-Bit has to go berserk.
I think they're still outside of the... are they outside of the top 10?
No.
No? Alright. I mean, alright, so... Still, I think a little bit of a leap from the side of 8-Bit. They're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting tomorrow in the last 6 matches. Hopefully they can make it work. But NON, man, what an incredible journey, especially today itself. As ICU mentioned, from being in a position where we weren't even considering them in the podium to just being number 1.
Exactly, and of course when we talk about the benchmark being set by 4 Miracle Esports in day number 1, 60 points in a single day. But guess what, NoNx Esports has pretty much shattered their record as well because they started the day with 32 points. Now they are at 103, so that is 71 points in a single game. So I'm curious to see what NoNx has to say about that performance here because we are going to be jumping into the interview with Rohit with the NoNx boys.
एक महान इंसान ने कहा है कि दिन की शुरुआत चाहे जैसी भी हो अंत अच्छा होना चाहिए एंड इससे बेटर एंड टू डे 2 नहीं हो सकता था टीम NoNx के लिए. रोमन, व्हाट अ टीम. इस समय ये जो फ्लाइंग किस का जो आपने स्टाइल शुरू किया है, प्यार के साथ ये जीत हासिल हुई है, लेकिन उतना आसान नहीं था. 4v4 था एंड इंटेंस क्लच था. बताइए जब वो 4v4 हुआ उसके बाद टीम के बीच में क्या कम्युनिकेशन चल रही थी कॉम्स में?
कुछ नहीं था, बस हमें पता था कि 8-Bit पे डाउन रिज है, तो बस सिंपल कॉल थी कि 8-Bit वाली रिच पकड़ लो. अगर रिच पकड़ ली तो इनको इजी मार दोगे. तो सिंपल था, 3 बंदों ने रिच पकड़ी, मेरे पे ऑफ एंगल था, पिक मिली, एग्जीक्यूट करा, खत्म कर दिया.
एंड इस समय क्या सीख मिली है फ्रॉम डे 2? क्योंकि डे 1 उतना अच्छा नहीं गया. आज जब आप वापस होटल जाएंगे तो क्या डिस्कशन होगी, क्या सीख मिली है डे 2 से?
कुछ डिस्कशन नहीं हो गई. सर नीचे, मुंह पे उंगली, अगले दिन के लिए शुरुआत.
सर नीचे, मुंह पे उंगली, लेकिन एक बार फ्लाइंग किस तो बनता ही है. टू ऑल द हेटर्स ऑफ NoNx एक बहुत ही प्यारा सा एक मैसेज दे दिया, एक सटल सा रोमन ने टू ऑल द पीपल हु डाउटेड देयर परफॉर्मेंस. डाउट यहाँ पर कोई परफॉर्मेंस में नहीं कर सकता NoNx की, क्योंकि दे हैव लाइक गॉट दैट बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स. ये एक ड्रीम एंड हुआ है डे 2 के लिए. बताइए इसके बारे में.
बस ड्रीम था, अब ये ड्रीम ही समझ लो. इतनी मेहनत करते हुए आ रहे हैं, इतना मेहनत किया है इस टीम के साथ, इन सब प्लेयर्स ने इतनी मेहनत करी है, तो ऑल कुडोज टू देम ब्रो. मेरे हाथ में तो कुछ नहीं है, ये लोग हैं जो हैं. मैं तो बस इनको एक विजन देता हूँ कि ये करना है और ये तीनों बेस्ट हैं, बेस्ट.
और विजन जिस तरह से आपने दिखाई अपनी टीम को डे 2 में तो बहुत बढ़िया रहा. डे 3 का विजन क्या है आपके लिए और आपकी टीम के लिए?
कुछ नहीं, एकदम बस हमें पता है एक नए डे के जैसे जाना है. जैसे डे 1 था वैसे डे 3 के लिए जाना है. एकदम की नया स्टार्ट है. 6 मैच हैं, 6 मैच में अपना एम रखना है 50 से 55 पॉइंट्स, बस इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं. इतना निकाल लोगे डे अच्छा जाएगा. हम वो सोच ही नहीं रहे कि अगर हमने इतना पॉइंट निकाला तो हम ट्रॉफी जीत जाएंगे. हमारा एक बेसिक रूल है, इतने से इतने पॉइंट निकाल लिए बहुत है.
एंड इस समय लीवाई के पास तो ऑफ कोर्स जाना पड़ेगा. इस समय हमारे एक तरह से MVP के लीडर बोर्ड में आप टॉप पर हैं. अच्छा आपने सिंहासन वहाँ पर बना रखा है. इस गेम में क्या चल रहा था 4v4 के टाइम?
4v4 के टाइम मतलब इन्होंने ही मारा, मैंने तो नॉक भी नहीं दिया, मैं सिर्फ डैमेज दे रहा था नेट से, बाकी मारा इन्होंने ही है.
पूरा सपोर्ट होता है यार, डैमेज में भी काफी ज्यादा सपोर्ट होता है, इट्स अ टीम वर्क। लेकिन इस समय टीम जो है, ये जो टीम वर्क जो इन्होंने दिखाया है, ये बहुत ही बेहतरीन रहा है NoNx के लिए। लेकिन इस समय बाकी टीम्स का क्या सोचना है एंड बाकी टीम्स क्या क्या प्रिपेयर कर सकती हैं फॉर डे 3, ये सब एनालाइज करेंगे हमारे लवली कास्टर्स। तो चलते हैं कास्टर्स डेस्क की तरफ।
Well, what a performance and what an interview as well. Seems like they have a lot of thought process towards that final fight against 8-bit as well. Seems like they actually broke it down their entire strategy against 8-bit in that fight.
Man, especially for Roman, I feel very proud with how he's been playing and how he's evolved, because go back 2 years, BGIS 2023, this man was one of the rising stars of that particular tournament, right, when we was playing with Blitz Reborn. And I did end up having a conversation with him about how his experience has been in the community so far. And it was a very difficult for him, decision for him to make, to actually leave that organization, because he said felt like a family. Everyone was very nice, very sweet, but he wanted to win. And when this time came to form this team, the lineup of NoNx, he's ready to do it with these lads. And of course, it's just working out so well right now.
Yeah, I mean, Roman's doing pretty great, but guys, let's not forget Levi. Oh my God, this guy's on a different level.
That is true.
He just consistently keeps on getting 7 frags per game, and at this point, that's the amount of points 4Miracle was able to get every single game today.
Yeah, I want to say one thing. I think in this last game, he was asked not to secure those finishes because he was just lifting the weight of this team way too much on his shoulders. And look at the frustration of Aquinox, a game where he just felt everything was lined up for the chicken dinner, and it just barely slips out from the middle of his fingers.
Yeah, you can see also the fans as well extremely excited with NoNx's performance. Look at them, they're all here supporting on towards NoNx Esports. The believers, the true believers of NoNx Esports. When every single team doubted them, they were the ones that gave them the support. And look at them, they've achieved the results they wanted as well, because in today's performance, one of the biggest comebacks have pretty much been achieved, none other than NoNx Esports, because they started the day in somewhere in the 10th position with 32 points, and just today in a total of 6 games, they rise up the challenge, taking the #1 spot, and that was like, what, a 71-point gap. That is insane performance coming from NoNx Esports.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, right, at this point, it feels like that's the most amount of points secured in a lane so far in the official. And of course, NoNx has made it happen. 20 finish points acquired, 10 placement points, 30 points in one freaking game. Now, it is obviously unbelievable, because if you compare this performance to day 1, this was not the same NoNx. They were struggling too much on the day 1, but now it's a complete transition. And this thing's going to be insane for Team Forever as well. Team Forever 2 ended up doing so good on the game 1, but something happened to them after that, and Team Forever once again just fiddled out.
Yeah,
See,
I mean,
the table talks between the community and the pros here, especially when it comes to NoNx Esports, has always been onliners. But now, after day 2's performance, do you think they're still onliners?
I disagree with that. I mean, to be fair, this team was never supposed to be onliners, because these players individually from different teams have done quite well for themselves on LAN before.
Yeah.
And that is the one thing that I think makes them very special, because they have all of that individual experience. It's just that no one was comfortable enough to lead the charge for the team, but now I think even that spot has been filled up. And of course, the amount of firepower these 4 carry, it is mad insane.
Yeah, once again, that you brought up, right? Every single man from the side of NoNx has been there in the community, but just they haven't really gotten enough recognition. But now with a performance like this, these boys will definitely get the recognition, especially Levi. Oh my God, he's a complete different beast. He's an absolute monster. No matter what you're trying to say, those praises are less.
Hey, he started the day with a very interesting interview as well here. He was the realme MVP #1 spot as of yet. And he also mentioned as well, what's the point of winning MVP if my team doesn't win? And guess what? They look like winners right now, because sharing the top 5 position here, we have Lavish as well joining him, as they have 3 members from our side NoNx in the top 5 performing. And like you said as well, 30 points in a single game with 20 finishes. And it's been a while since we've seen 20 finishes in a single game since the round stages.
Of course, without a doubt. But then, guys, let's not forget, even 8-bit getting 17 points. As I mentioned, this is going to be 8-bit's revival game, and 8-bit definitely has revived themselves. Now the wind's in their sail. We do not know what exactly is going to happen on the day 3, but 8-bit, one thing is for sure, they need minimum 2 chicken dinners to actually pull that comeback.
Yeah, and of course, the amount of substitutions that has happened around 8-bit has pretty much fumbled in the situation where they had to adapt on the fly every single game, which is very, very awkward as well. And Aquinox has been battling with his injury, and it wasn't really a mild one as well. But fortunately for them, they were able to redeem themselves, and now after day 2, will they be able to get the rest to actually perform for day 3 here? Only tomorrow will be the story that will be set here from the side of 8-bit. But now, let's take a little bit more of a comparison between day 1's performance and day 2 performance from NoNx.
Yeah, and it has been an incredible day number 2 for NON. Yesterday as well, not a very shabby performance. It was bad, but it wasn't the worst. 32 points in 6 matches is still fine, but 71 means they did 11 points per game and a little bit extra to spare.
Yeah, of course, and now as the overall standings pop up as well. Once again, NoNx at the top with 103 points. You've got 4 Miracle Esports. Finally, that throne, that crown's taken away from the boys with 99 points on the second. And Aryan TMG with 87 points on the third. And guys, if you remember, this BMPS pretty much feels the same as Kochi. Remember the next Park on day 1 wasn't able to get anything done.
True.
But then on day 2, they were able to secure the same amount of points, make an insane comeback, and now NoNx is replicating that same journey.
Well, seems like it is going to be a potential odds here, but let's talk a little bit more on towards the gap here between them and 4 Miracle. It's only a 4 points difference, followed by Aryan is also about almost 15 points of a difference here to try and catch up between them. Los Hermanos is pretty much hot on their tails as well, so it still is going to be anyone's game coming in tomorrow as well, because top 5 is going to be as close as it gets here. But of course, it's still, well, a fighting chance for teams at the bottom as well. What do you guys think about 8-bit's
30
chance?
points from the 6th to the top.
Well, that's for 6 though, from the 6th place.
From the 6th spot, just 30 points. You
So
have
that's why I
6
say
matches.
top 5.
No.
Ooh. Wow.
It's top 6.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Top 6 is going to be something that is going to be fighting for the number 1 spot here. But before that, let's take a look at towards the realme MVP ranking here. Devotee was the closest to Levi from the 4th position. Now, as the stats go by, we do see Ninja Boy from the Sanhok K9 also going to be joining in the fray. B's also going to be the top 4 position. But look at the gap from number 1 and number 2. 90 finishes from Levi.
Yeah, the gap is absolutely massive, significant. But generally speaking, guys, isn't it a massive flex? Fierce is not even a part of the grand finals, but still is in the top 5 of the MVP. That's low-key a flex if you think about it.
It has to be, man. Gave the other players a lot of extra matches, still makes it into the top 10.
But hey, I mean, we've got the 6th man as well. There's going to be Hitler, too, from the side of Aryan, which is great. We've also got Lovish from NoNx now making a comeback. Aquanox slowly and steadily on the charts. But generally speaking, with the lead the man Levi has, it's going to be impossible to catch up to him.
Well, fair enough. That's pretty much the overall realme MVP ranking, which was based off round 1, semifinals week 1, and also the grand finals performance. But this is going to be the grand finals MVP ranking on screen right now. Levi has gotten himself 33 finishes in the span of 12 games thus far, followed by Devotee with 22 finishes, and then Kali UG with 18, GodX with 17, and also Eggy with 17 finishes.
I mean, if NoNx and Levi both play half decent tomorrow, we might as well give this man a lot of money.
Yeah,
I mean, we are going to give him a lot of money, but
he's got what, like 11 finishes lead?
Yeah.
That is unreal. This man is pretty much also going to be the grand finals MVP too if he keeps on playing like that. But hey guys, we've also got the best IGO ranking too, and of course, without a doubt, Dragon OP has to be the man to lead that pack. 3 chicken dinners on day 1 in the span of 6 games. Now as well, maintaining that same average with a lot of consistency on the board with 99 points.
But after day 2 has pretty much concluded as well, Dragon OP still holds the record with the most amount of winner-winner chicken dinners thus far. From based on day 1's performance, 3 chicken dinners in a single game, but today, 4 Miracle, not a single one. So this is going to be competition here between the IGL itself here. Whether or not can they get those chicken dinners to actually fight for that better position in ranking. So this is going to be a game of brains rather than a game of bronze here. In this case, the bronze section, I think Levi's got that hands down. 100%. He's the strongest man out here in the stage so far.
There's no doubt about it, man. I mean, Levi's just fragging out of his mind. 7 finishes per game, Johnny. That's an average a team is supposed to have if you're someone who wants to maintain that.
Yeah.
And Levi single-handedly is able to convert those points for his team. And that's one of the main reasons why NoNx is also gaining and feeling the confidence off of Levi.
That is true. I mean, if one of your players is doing exceptionally well, where he's making literally everyone on that stage look bad, then you just, well, you try to push him as much as you can. You just enable him more, and he's going to get you that win. But summary of the day, and it's those last 2 matches. So 20 points 30 points, 50 points. Out of the 71 they have today, 50 points came from that last two games.
Well, we've talked about mathematical possibilities before, right? Mathematic-wise, 2 amazing games will shoot you to the #1 spot. And guess what? NoNx pretty much proved that theory right as well.
Yeah.
2 games, 50 points, amazing stuff coming from NoNx Esports. But the consistency is going to be the key factor here as well. Because in tomorrow's performance in day number 3, the final 6 games, can NoNx maintain that consistency is going to be the biggest question. Because as of yet, they look good now, but it's still so close for that trophy. It's so darn close for tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people are also wondering and having a question in their mind, can 8-bit still make it? And I guess I'm going to give them the answer, yes, they still can make it.
Mathematically,
they need 2
yes.
solid games, and 8-bit can instantly propel themselves easily in the top 3, and after that, 8-bit just needs to have that consistency. Because let's be honest, a lot of the godlike fans probably don't want 8-bit to win, so that's a question they're wondering.
Why do you have to be that specific?
Wow.
Sometimes you got to go into the specifics, right?
Hey, oddly specific here, but as of now, we're going to be throwing on the stage here with the best performer today, with Rohit up on stage.
So much casters and NoNx. ये एक ऐसी टीम है लीग स्टेज के बाद बहुतों ने बोला इम्पॉसिबल, लेकिन मेरे साथ वो इंसान खड़े हैं जिन्होंने NoNx के लिए इम्पॉसिबल में से वो आई एम है ना उसको थोड़ा सा हटा दिया एंड बोल दिया आई एम पॉसिबल. एंड इस समय आप बन चुके हैं हमारे परफॉर्मर ऑफ द डे, साथ ही साथ आप MVP लीडर बोर्ड में भी टॉप पर हैं. तो मैं लीवाई आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, कल की परफॉर्मेंस आपकी टीम की और आपकी पर्सनली एंड आज की परफॉर्मेंस, ज़मीन आसमान का फ़र्क है, 19-20 लाख का फ़र्क है. तो बताइए क्या बदला कि आज के दिन इतना एक ड्रीम फिनिश मिला है आपकी टीम को?
कल हमने अच्छा किया था एंड, बट आज ऐसा था कि स्टार्ट भी अच्छा करना था, हुआ नहीं वो. बट बाद में माइंडसेट यही लेके आए थे कि मारना है और कुछ नहीं, जो जहाँ दिख रहा है बस मारना है. बाकी टीम मेट मेरे को मोटिवेट कर रही थी कि लेवी तो मारेगा मारेगा, मारा. और आपकी टीम के बीच में जो आपसी कॉम्स में जो बातें हो रही हैं, उसमें आपने पर्सनली फील किया कि डे 1 और डे 2 में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस है IGL और आपके बीच? हाँ, लाइक डे 2 में आज बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव थे हम लोग कि हाँ भाई जहाँ नॉक निकल रहा है वहाँ मारो, चाहे सामने कोई भी हो, मारना है बस. एंड अगर रैंकिंग की बात करें तो कल आप लोग एज अ टीम आप लोग रैंकिंग में थोड़े से नीचे थे, लेकिन आज यू आर एट द टॉप एंड वो भी डोमिनेशन के साथ. आज आपने ये बता दिया है कि BGMI कि किसी भी लैंड फाइनल्स में कुछ भी पॉसिबल है. तो अब डे 3 में क्या हासिल करने का इस समय इरादा है? बस जो मेरे पीछे है वो उठाना है, और तो कुछ इरादा नहीं है. बेच देंगे, बाकी गॉड्स प्लान. एंड इस समय MVP जो लीडर बोर्ड है उसमें भी आपने बहुत अच्छी लीड ले ली है, तो वो भी एक टारगेट है साइड में? नहीं, वो तो सेकेंडरी है, लाइक आ गया तो आ गया, नहीं आया तो नहीं आया. सेकेंडरी है. इस समय टीम के साथ अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस देनी है एंड दैट्स द वर्ड्स दैट इस समय लीवाई कह रहे हैं. एंड इस समय NoNx टीम का भी यही मानना है. तो लीवाई, कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर द अमेजिंग फिनिश टू द डे एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन लीडिंग द लीडर बोर्ड. Thank you so much. That's Levi from team NoNx. And इस समय देखिए बहुत सारी चीजें और भी आपको देखनी बाकी है. डे 2 में जो देखना था सब कुछ देख लिया. स्टार्टिंग में मैंने आपसे क्या बोला था? It's the day of surprises, it's the day of comebacks. And exactly हमने वही एक्सपीरियंस किया. लेकिन एक्सपीरियंस से याद आया, अगर आप इस समय दिल्ली में हैं तो आप भी एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं लैंड फाइनल्स को अपने ही शहर में, यशोभूमि कन्वेंशन सेंटर में. डे 3 देखने अगर आप आ सकते हैं तो you're welcome. एंड इस समय अगर आपको मज़ा देखना है कि कितने ज़्यादा मज़ा करते हैं यहाँ पर जो लोग आते हैं, तो यहाँ पर बहुत कमाल के आउटलेट्स हैं, बहुत कमाल के एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर्स हैं जिसको आप एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं. तो ये सब आप एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं कल. तो अभी मेरे जाने का टाइम है, हम सब का जाने का टाइम है एंड हम आपसे मिलेंगे कल फॉर द डे 3 ऑफ realme BMPS 2025. My name is Rohit Varghese and this is the time when I say goodbye.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Superman. The most powerful being on planet Earth.
Your choices, your actions, that's what makes you who you are.
He's not a man. He's an it.